50 years in the hidden Leaf Village during the waning days of the Third Shinobi World War. Beside a river that demarcates the border between the land of fire and the land of grass, a dark-haired youth leaped from the woods, landing deftly upon the turbulent surface of the water. With swift hand seals, the boy unleashed a colossal fireball towards the direction from whence he came. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The fireball, measuring several meters in diameter, radiated an intense heat that caused the water to boil and sent plumes of steam billowing into the air. Emerging from the woods were three ninja from the rock village, who, having just dashed out, were momentarily taken aback. Two of them were instantly engulfed by the fireball. How could this be? This is the great fireball technique. The explosion echoed with the brilliance of flames, engulfing a vast expanse of the lake in scalding steam. The remaining rock ninja was also seared by the oppressive heat. Before the steam could dissipate, the boy grasped at the air behind him and yanked forcefully, causing thin threads entwined around his fingers to snap taut, the sound of blades piercing flesh resonating through the thick mist. In truth, the boy had traversed into the shinobi world a decade prior, possessing his memories from the moment of his soul's reincarnation into an embryonic form. His reincarnated identity was that of an original character, the younger brother of Obito Uchiha, named Uchiha Tanu. 2 years his junior, that he bore no system typical of reincarnators, nor did he encounter any miraculous fortunes. However, he was fortunate enough to possess a considerable aptitude for ninjutsu and the Uchiha bloodline, suggesting a promising future. According to his memories from his previous life, the forces of the Rock Village would launch a surprise assault on the Land of Fire, and it seemed he had coincidentally arrived at this juncture. The hidden Leaf Village would find itself in a precarious position, as its main forces were engaged on other fronts, compelling Minato to lead a team to sabotage the Shinobi Bridge. Estimating the timeline, they should have already set out. Without his intervention, Minato's squad would likely follow the narrative of the original story, with Obito suffering severe injuries and being saved by Madara. Alas, I am far too weak now to alter the course of events, and I have my own mission to fulfill. I cannot afford to rescue that foolish elder brother of mine. Brother Obito, you must hold on, your eyes are of great value to me, as he muttered. A blond youth adorned with the Leaf Village headband rushed towards him, breathlessly exclaiming, "Hey, Tanu. Brother, it's not good." When he reached Tanu, he was panting heavily, leaning over to catch his breath. Tanu quickly supported him, gently patting his back to ease his breathing. "Speak slowly. Why are you alone? What happened to Xiao Shi? We encountered another team of rock ninjas while retreating, and Xiao Shi. She was captured." Upon hearing this, Tian could no longer contain his emotions, tears streaming down his face. Tianyu's team had been dispatched to patrol the borders of the Land of Fire months prior, and when they were suddenly ambushed by the forces of the Rock Village, they had no choice but to retreat, outnumbered by the enemy. Even the enemy's smaller squad boasted 5 members, including 2 Jonin and 3 Chunin, while Tianyu's team consisted of only 3 Chunin and 1 leading Jonin, rendering them no match. The Jonin of Tianyu's team had valiantly fought against 3 opponents, severely wounding one before succumbing. Xiaoxi had also been gravely injured, utilizing his Sharingan to outmaneuver and eliminate 1 Jonin. Uchiha Tanu had then single-handedly held back the remaining 3 Rock Chunin, allowing Tian to take Xiaoxi to safety, culminating in their battle by the river. "Where are they now?" Tanu asked urgently. Tian pointed in the direction from which he had come. "Just east of the woods. Let's go." 10 minutes later, the 2 crouched in the underbrush, their forms concealed as they observed the distant rock forces regrouping. Anxiety etched upon their faces. There are 14 in total. The 2 leading them are likely of Jonin caliber. Fortunately, Xiaoxi seems to be unharmed for the moment. Tian. "Wait for a moment, create a distraction to draw some of them away while I attempt to rescue her. Remember, run towards the village to find reinforcements. Regardless of whether I manage to save Xiaoxi or not, do not look back." But Tian hesitated, but upon meeting Tianyu's piercing Freedomo Sharingan gaze, he swallowed his words. What a terrifying expression. Meanwhile, among the rock forces, several ninjas were gathered around a young girl, manipulating various scrolls and inscribing intricate seals upon them. They prepared to employ ninjutsu to extract information from her. Several kunai, embedded with explosive tags, whistled in from different directions. The rock jonin reacted swiftly, ordering his team to be on guard while dispatching 3 chunin to pursue the source of the kunai. Seeing only 3 pursuing Jiu Tian, Tanu felt a surge of relief. Only 3? Foolish Jiu Tian should be safe, right? As he spoke, he did not pause in his actions, rapidly forming hand seals. Earth release. Earth dragon bullet. Multiple dragon heads the size of mud trucks erupted from the earth, opening wide to unleash massive earthen projectiles forward. Knowing the original story well, Tanu did not stop there. He swiftly executed the next phase of his plan. Leaping high, he formed seals in midair before releasing a fireball, slightly larger than the earth balls, enveloping them entirely as he sent them crashing towards the enemy. Fire release. Peony technique. Quickly, everyone. Earth release. Earth flow rampart. The leader of the rock forces sensed the impending danger and urgently called his subordinates to launch their ninjutsu in defense. Mounds of earth surged upward, barely managing to block Tianyu's combined assault, however. The 3 rock ninjas positioned at the edges were caught off guard and ignited into flames. Yet before they could rejoice, Tianyu had already utilized the body flicker technique to dart into their ranks, delivering a powerful elbow strike to one. Using his Sharingan to ensnare another in a Jinjutsu, he drew a kunai and plunged it into the individual's chest. As he prepared to attack the next, several rock ninjas had already reacted, converging on Tianyu. The remaining rock ninjas, led by the 2 Jonin, launched a relentless assault against Tianyu, their coordinated efforts momentarily placing him at a disadvantage. Though Tianyu possessed remarkable skill in ninjutsu, capable of devising enhanced versions of techniques, he was ultimately still too young, lacking in practical experience. Despite the assistance of his Sharingan, he bore numerous wounds inflicted by the enemy's tools. Is it time to use that technique? But Xiaoxi is still here. No, I must shift the battlefield to a more distant location. With this thought, Uchiha Tanu launched a fierce assault in a particular direction, sacrificing some defense in the process. Though he successfully moved the battlefield hundreds of meters away, he received several cuts from the enemy's attacks on his back. Uchiha brat, how dare you charge in alone? Planning to flee now? Brothers, it's not every day we encounter a Uchiha ninja. Let's finish him off. The surrounding rock ninjas closed in, grinning as they envisioned themselves bringing Tianyu to his knees. Yet at that moment, a glimmer of a smile appeared on Tianyu's face. He slowly retrieved a scroll from his waist. With a swift motion, he unfurled the scroll, revealing intricate seals densely inscribed within its confines. Sealing technique. Fire sealing method release. Enjoy the culmination of my month's worth of preparation. An inferno erupted forth, so vast that it triggered a violent explosion. The resounding blast echoed through the woods. A towering mushroom cloud ascending into the sky. It was easy to imagine the fate that awaited those caught at the epicenter of the explosion. Cough, cough, coughed. A violent coughing erupted from the thick smoke as Tianyu covered his mouth and nose, emerging from the haze. His body hunched over. He staggered towards the direction of Zyuduzi, as if he might collapse at any moment. Izanagi. Chapter 2. Tianyu and Imp. Oppos. As kaleidoscope of the future. Fortunately, my skills surpassed the ordinary. During my practice of ninjutsu, I felt it was somewhat wasteful to release techniques into thin air. Thus, I sought guidance from the elders in my clan to learn the sealing fire technique, enabling me to store my ninjutsu. Even the clan leader praised my cleverness, prompting the clan members to follow suit. As he spoke, Tianyu touched his left cheek. At that moment, his left eye had succumbed to blindness due to the release of Izanagi, coupled with the exhaustion from consecutive battles and the substantial chakra consumed while unleashing sealing techniques. His chakra reserves were nearly depleted, making it arduous for him to walk. Tianyu, a faint voice called out, urging Uchiha Tanu to quicken his pace. Tianyu, you are all right. I thought you. A young girl leaned against a tree, her pale face devoid of color, her voice barely above a whisper. One side of her body drenched in blood. Do not speak. I will take you back to Konoha. We will surely return safely. No need, Tianyu. I am aware of my condition. You must live on. Xiaoxi slowly closed her eyes. Her small hand, which Tianyu had held, fell limply to the ground. At that moment, Tianyu noticed the kunai embedded in Xiaoxi and Amp, Oppos' back, piercing through her abdomen. No, do not die. The overwhelming sorrow severed the already weary nerves. causing Tanu to collapse beside the girl, unconscious. In his stupor, Tanu vaguely heard Xiaoxi and Apos' voice. The sound was indistinct, and he yearned to grasp something, yet before him lay only darkness, devoid of anything. No. He jolted awake, one hand still reaching out. Tanu, you're awake. How do you feel? Xiaoxi? You are not. Before Tanu could finish, Xiaoxi swiftly covered his mouth, leaning closer. She whispered in his ear, Hush, I do not understand how this happened. When I regained consciousness, my injuries had healed, while you lay beside me. I suspect it may be related to you, so I did not inform anyone. Could it be? Quick, Xiaoxi, assist me to the restroom. Tanu, puzzled, rubbed his eyes. The girl and Apos' cheeks flushed slightly. I will call the nurse to help you. I cannot. What are you thinking? I merely wish to see the mirror. Oh, standing before the mirror, he gazed into the enchanting crimson pupils. Noticing a pattern opposite to that of Obito and Apos' Sharingan as depicted in the original narrative. Upon careful reflection, he discerned the nature of his ability. This is my kaleidoscope Sharingan. Understanding dawned upon him. Obito and Apos' Sharingan harbored spatial power, while his possessed the power of time. Upon awakening his eye, he had reversed the flow of time around him, saving Xiaoxi and restoring his previously blind left eye. Has Obito returned? What about Kuda? Tanu anxiously turned to grasp Xiaoxi and Apos' shoulders. Obito. He is the village and Apos' hero. Kuda. He left just before you awoke. Indeed, it mirrored the events of the original tale. During the battle at Kaminarigawa, Obito had been crushed by a large boulder while attempting to save Kakashi and Rin, subsequently taken by Madara. My foolish elder brother, after reaching Madara. He must have been brainwashed into a loathsome figure. In 6 months, he will witness Rin's tragic demise at Kakashi's hands. No, I must devise a plan. My foolish elder brother, your eyes still hold great significance. What are you rambling about? Return to bed and rest properly. I know the news of Obito has impacted you greatly, but you... Huh? Why are you smiling? Nothing. Ha. I have come up with a plan. I must be discharged. As he spoke, Tanu activated the power of his right eye, and his pallor quickly improved. He no longer appeared as weak as before. Struggling to walk. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Future. The patterns within his eyes began to rotate as he activated the unique ocular technique of the kaleidoscope, accelerating the flow of time around him, hastening his recovery. How astonishing, Tanu-kun. You seem to have grown a bit taller. Xiaoxi exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. Yes, Xiaoxi, you are doing splendidly. Please do not disclose any changes regarding my eyes to anyone. With that, he took Xiaoxi's hand, heading to the hospital's discharge office. Obito's kaleidoscope could distort space, with his left eye drawing in distance and his right eye drawing in proximity. As his younger brother, my left eye can alter the time of distant objects, while my right eye influences the time of myself and nearby entities. Quite logical. After completing the discharge formalities, Tanu returned directly to the clan grounds. Upon his arrival, the clan members expressed their condolences, some even concealing their faces in tears. An elderly woman extended her hand, offering several pieces of candy. Xiaoyu, you and Obito are the heroes of the village. You are both kind-hearted children. I had planned to give this to little Obito upon his return. Alas, my child, be strong. If you encounter any difficulties, do seek out Grandma. Another elder presented him with homemade pancakes. Xiaoyu, cheer up. You are both heroes. The Uchiha clan will rely on young ones like you. Remember, little Obito's greatest dream was to become Hokage. Your talent has always surpassed that of your brother. You will surely inherit his legacy. You will become Hokage. After bidding farewell to the neighbors, Tanu returned to the small home he shared with Obito, now shrouded in darkness. Just as he prepared to rest, a figure emerged from the shadows in the corner of the yard. Xiaoyu. Tanu turned to see none other than Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader. His clandestine approach signaled trouble. Tanu, feeling anxious, inquired, Clan leader, is there something you require? You must have heard about Obito. Please accept my condolences. However, I have come to discuss another matter. I dispatched someone to investigate the location of your battle with Iwagakure and inquired about the events from Shaodo. I am aware of your use of the sealing fire technique to seal fire release ninjutsu. Given what I know about you, such a potent fire release technique, capable of causing explosions within a radius of hundreds of meters, represents months of your chakra. How did you survive? It was Izanagi, wasn't it Amp, Oppos, Tiet? You are aware of the consequences of clandestinely learning forbidden techniques from the clan, correct? Before Chanyu could respond, Fugaku scoffed. At that moment, cold sweat trickled down Tanyu's forehead. While Izanagi had appeared multiple times during the later stages of Naruto, even becoming a tool for Danzo, the circumstances were different now. The figure before him was the current and genuine leader of the Uchiha, having survived numerous battles and possessing a kaleidoscope Sharingan. His prowess was undoubtedly formidable. Clan leader. The situation was urgent. I was solely focused on saving lives. I implore you. Before Tianyu could finish, Fugaku waved his hand dismissively. Very well. I shall not delve deeper into this matter. However, I am aware that Shadow was gravely injured before being captured. Why was she unharmed upon her return to Konoha? Moreover, we discovered kunai stained with blood from a Wagakure and a significant amount of blood at the battle site. Was it your Sharingan? Indeed, it cannot escape your keen perception. Clan leader. I activated my kaleidoscope Sharingan, allowing me to manipulate the flow of time and revert things to their previous state. Good child. Do not disclose this matter to anyone. I have already dispatched individuals to erase traces from the battlefield, and those in the know have been brainwashed. As for the Hokage, I will handle it. With that, he turned and exited. Tianyu quietly exhaled, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. He recalled some comments he had encountered in his previous life, which made him tense up, gripping his 2 coins tightly. It was said that Obito was the illegitimate son of Fugaku. Does that imply I am as well? I am perplexed. When I traversed into this world, I only had my grandmother by my side, and after her passing when I was 2, I had to rely on Obito for sustenance. Fortunately, Fugaku was not seeking me out. Wait, that's not quite right. He is an Uchiha, and so am I. He possesses the Mangekyō Sharingan. And I too possess the Mangekyō Sharingan. If we were to begin anew, would I still harbor any fear of him? While contemplating this, little did he know that in the future, there would indeed come a day when he would be relentlessly pursued through the land of fire, caught in a battleground reminiscent of a father-son conflict, being chased and attacked by 3 formidable mechas. Chapter 3, showing Fugaku the Night of Annihilation. Since the onset of the Third Shinobi World War, I had scarcely returned to this humble abode. Upon my arrival, I indulged in a restorative slumber. The following day, I awoke to find the sun well above the horizon. Just as I was preparing to venture outside when a child and Appo's voice beckoned from beyond. Chanyu, are you awake? I opened the door to behold a child, approximately 4 or 5 years of age, standing there. His short, raven-black hair shimmered softly in the light, and his cherubic face bore the unmistakable roundness of youth. His large, bright eyes sparkled with clarity, their pupils as dark as night, occasionally revealing a glimmer of contemplation that belied his tender years. Though small in stature, he stood upright, already displaying a tenacity that foreshadowed his future strength. It was none other than the young Itachi Uchiha. Ah, Itachi, have you come to play with your brother? I approached him, ruffling his hair playfully, leaving it in disarray. For reasons unknown, I felt an irresistible urge to touzle his hair each time I saw him, perhaps a remnant of a past life. Stop messing with my hair, Itachi pouted, cheeks puffed up in mock indignation. However, he was merely a child, which made him all the more endearing. Thus, the poor Itachi endured my playful antics for 5 minutes. And no, father sent me to call you for dinner, he finally managed to exclaim. At this, I ceased my ministrations, pondering, your father summoned me for a meal? Could it be that I am indeed a love child? No, it must be something else. I decided to follow him to his home. After tidying up Itachi and Appo's disheveled hair and extracting a promise from him not to report my playful misconduct to his parents, we made our way to Fugaku and Appo's residence. During the meal, Fugaku maintained his customary stern demeanor. Perhaps that was simply his natural disposition. In contrast, Makoto was exceedingly warm, continually serving me food. Having grown up sharing meals with various households, I was unable to resist the fervent hospitality of the clan leader and Appo's wife. After 3 bowls of rice, I found myself recounting tales of my valor on the battlefield while playfully teasing Itachi, who, unable to bear it any longer, scampered off to hide behind his father. This provoked Fugaku and Appo's ire, as he glared at me with barely concealed frustration. Enough. Tianyu rarely dines with us. There's no need for you to assert your authority as clan leader. After all, he is still just a child. Fugaku's internal thoughts echoed. He is a child. Does that mean your son is not? He glanced at Itachi, who was on the verge of tears from the teasing. Now that we and Appo's eaten sufficiently, let us discuss more serious matters. Tianyu, what are your plans for the future? I was taken aback by Fugaku and Appo's inquiry, pondering its significance. After a moment of contemplation, I replied, The war on the front lines is far from over. I wish to return to my squad and execute our mission with haste to secure victory. As for what lies beyond that, I aspire to fulfill Obito and Appo's dying wish and become the Hokage. The situation at the borders of the Land of Fire had stabilized. Obito and his comrades had destroyed the Kanabi Bridge, severing the supply lines to Iwagakure. Reinforcements had already begun to eliminate the invading ninjas from IWA. You need not concern yourself with border affairs. Focus on training alongside me during this period. I have already addressed matters with the Hokage. Training? But we are amidst war. Are we not in dire need of combatants? Have not many lower-ranked ninjas been dispatched to the battlefield? A cascade of questions flooded my mind, and suddenly, a thought struck me. Why were the clan and Appo's Nin predominantly stationed in the village? This led me to ponder the third Hokage and Appo's attitude toward the Uchiha clan, gradually unearthing some unsettling realizations. I tentatively asked, Lord Clan Leader, why does the village refrain from deploying our Uchiha clan to the front lines? Even when we do engage in battle, it is often in small teams alongside common ninja, predominantly consisting of Nin and Jinin. Fugaku narrowed his eyes, fixing a penetrating gaze upon me. Do not dwell on such matters. Our clan's primary duty lies with the Konoha police force, focusing on the protection of our home. As anticipated, I knew he would respond in such a manner. Although the Ninetales incident had yet to unfold, the village had already begun to systematically diminish the Uchiha clan's strength. Since the third Hokage's administration, the Uchiha's power had waned considerably. Aside from my foolish brother Obito, most members of the Uchiha clan possessed considerable talent, often graduating with distinction from the Ninja Academy. Yet, they were assigned to teams with commoners under the pretext of balancing team strength, resulting in many clan members encountering perilous situations when their companions faltered during missions. This was true for Itachi in the original story, for myself, and for many of our older siblings as well. Even if the police force required manpower, the surviving clan members were ill-equipped to match the prowess of their forebears due to prolonged absence from battle. Had Fugaku foreseen the night of annihilation 8 years hence, I wondered if his loyalty to the village would waver, even slightly. We must risk everything. The Uchiha cannot afford to be extinguished. If we perish, I shall either be eliminated or forced to wander the ninja world. Lord Clan Leader, I wish to discuss a matter with you privately. With that, I cast a glance at Makoto and Itachi. Fugaku nodded, gesturing for me to follow him outside. Once in the courtyard, he turned to me and inquired, Speak. What is it? I concealed another ocular technique of my Mangekyō Sharingan last night. I apologize. Is this related to what you wish to discuss? Fugaku's expression suggested he was not surprised, as if he had already anticipated that I was withholding something. My eyes harbor a technique concerning time. Reversing states to return to a prior moment is but one facet. The other ability allows me to glimpse fragments of the future. I could only rely on the power of my Mangekyō Sharingan to convince him. Otherwise, I could not fathom another way to earn his trust. Revealing my identity as a time traveler was out of the question. If someone suddenly claimed to be a time traveler, asserting that the world was a fabricated narrative, and that they possessed foreknowledge of events, such as the impending slaughter of their entire clan by their son 8 years hence, it was likely that they would be met with skepticism. Or worse, Lord Clan Leader, I can use Jinjutsu to show you what I have seen regarding the future of the Uchiha. Fugaku furrowed his brow. Were it anyone else making such a claim, he would undoubtedly dismiss it. However, this child had awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. The potential of the Mangekyō was boundless, and the possibility of foreseeing the future could not be entirely discounted. With a cautious attitude, he decided to see what this impudent child had in store. Fugaku nodded, signaling me to proceed. To enhance the effectiveness of the Jinjutsu and render it more vivid, I was compelled to employ the power of my Mangekyō Sharingan. Regrettably, my aptitude for Jinjutsu is limited. I could only wield the innate Jinjutsu abilities of the Sharingan. As the patterns of my Mangekyō began to whirl, the surrounding world appeared to dissolve into an endless illusion, where time and space lost all significance, leaving only those entrancing eyes fixed upon Fugaku. The sky began to lose its vibrant hues, succumbing to the encroaching darkness, shrouded in a faint sanguine veil. The structures around us gradually transformed, collapsing into oblivion, while new edifices materialized from thin air, altering the very layout of our surroundings. Since this was merely a conventional Sharingan Genjutsu, it could not immerse Fugaku in the experience as it did for those like Tsukuyomi. Thus, he observed everything as an outsider, relying on memory to replicate the events of the Night of Annihilation from the original narrative, making slight modifications as needed. This is quite the illusion. Is this still the Uchiha compound? Yet, this does not resemble the present Uchiha. What transpired in the future that led to such drastic alterations in a layout that had remained unchanged for decades? Fugaku murmured. At this very moment, the air is filled with the furious roars of men and the piercing screams of women emanating from the surrounding houses. A flash of steel erupts, silencing the man's cries, leaving only the splatters of crimson on the window panes. A relentless cycle of slaughter unfolds, with the anguished wails of the elderly, the heart-wrenching laments of women, the cries of children, and the sounds of struggle resonating from each dwelling. Some individuals rush into the courtyard, yet they are swiftly overtaken by a shadowy figure, meeting a swift demise. That figure belongs to Uchiha Shin, and his pursuer is clad in the garb of the Umbu? Are they truly Umbu operatives? Cease this at once. Despite the awareness that this is merely an illusion, that these events have yet to transpire, Fugaku instinctively yearns to rush forth and thwart the murderer as he witnesses his kin being slaughtered. Yet, the tragedy shows no signs of abating. In the distance, a child of 6 or 7, burdened with a diagonal shoulder bag, sprints towards this scene. Upon witnessing the devastation of their clan and Appo's estate, the child hastened towards the scene. Abruptly, the setting shifted to a room where a man and a woman knelt. Lurking in the shadows behind them, a figure clad in ANBU attire raised a ninjat. That's me and Makoto. Fugaku murmured in disbelief. I don't wish to engage in fratricide. Itachi, I beseech you, entrust Sasuke to me. As the blade descended, hurried footsteps echoed from beyond the door. Release. A subdued voice commanded. Heavy breathing and a heaving chest betrayed Fugaku and Appo's inner turmoil. Tenu, I place my faith in you. This is a premonition of events to come, ISN and Appo's. See it? That figure is Itachi. Indeed. In 8 years, the discord between the clan and the village will escalate to an irreconcilable level, culminating in our forced relocation to the village and Appo's periphery. On the eve of the clan and Appo's planned coup, Danzo will order Itachi to massacre the entire Uchiha clan, sparing only your younger son, Sasuke. Tenu paused, a faint smile gracing his lips as he mused inwardly. The very same nincompoop who unlocked a single Tomo Sharingan upon the annihilation of his clan. And he is the clan leader and Appo's second son. He had deliberately lingered on that particular image, eager to discern Fugaku and Appo's reaction upon learning the identity of his offspring. To Tenu's slight disappointment, Fugaku merely processed the information before inquiring. Since you confide in me with these revelations, I presume you harbor your own stratagem. Pray, enlighten me. Dignity resides solely at the tip of a sharpened blade, and truth is confined within the radius of ninjutsu and Appo's destructive force. When neighbors stockpile provisions, we stockpile weaponry. Our neighbors become our granaries. As we fortify ourselves, all conflicts shall resolve themselves. Fugaku and Appo's countenance illuminated, as if ignited by the profundity of the statement. His pupils contracted slightly, reflecting an ineffable sense of awe. Before he could collect his thoughts, Tenu continued, the Uchiha clan is but a shadow of its former glory. Ostensibly the most prominent clan in Konoha, we are in reality a paper tiger. Otherwise, it would not have been possible for a mere 2 individuals to annihilate the entire clan 8 years hence. Clan leader, I am curious, aside from yourself, how many members of our Uchiha clan possess the Mangekyō Sharingan? Fugaku shook his head ruefully. Only I, ever since the second Hokage established the Konoha military police force. The Uchiha clan has seldom participated in external conflicts. The conditions for awakening the Mangekyō are known to you. The Mangekyō Sharingan harbors boundless potential. Should a substantial number of our clan members unlock the Mangekyō Sharingan, the clan and Appo's strength would indubitably surge to formidable heights within a short span. The price of the Mangekyō is excessively steep, necessitating the sacrifice of cherished loved ones in exchange for power. Such an act I shall not permit. Clan leader, have you forgotten? Koyuki still lives, Tenu said with a smile. Your Mangekyō. Could it be? Fugaku stared at Tenu in disbelief, his expression a mixture of astonishment and comprehension of Tenu's intent. Indeed, you may begin by gathering a few trusted members of the clan. We shall stimulate the awakening of the Mangekyō Sharingan, and subsequently, I shall employ my D-jutsu to reverse the required and Appo's sacrifice and Appo's. Then, they can recruit even more individuals into our fold. This, Fugaku and Appo's heart was a maelstrom of emotions, astonishment, trepidation, and a glimmer of excitement. Very well. I have individuals in mind. I shall make preparations forthwith. Visit my residence this evening. With that, Fugaku departed. In truth, Tenyu harbored even more audacious notions. But progress must be gradual. He must allow Fugaku to acclimate before unveiling them. His current strength was still lacking, warranting caution in all his endeavors. Once the clan had grown in strength and supported him, he could then unleash his full potential, perhaps even leading scores of Gundams to dominate the shinobi world. Assisting others in awakening the Mangekyou carried inherent risks. Who knew what peculiar abilities might manifest during the awakening process? Preparations were necessary. At the very least, to swiftly subdue the individual and prevent them from employing their Dijutsu. Jinjutsu? Implausible. My Jinjutsu proficiency is mediocre. What if their Mangekyou harbor Jinjutsu-based abilities? Ninjutsu? Idan and Appos. T possess any particularly potent techniques focused on controlling opponents. Having transmigrated into this world, the only technique I have truly mastered is the Uchiha clan's fire release. The only other ninjutsu I have learned are the simpler variations of the other elemental releases. Advanced ninjutsu are monopolized by the village and the clans. I must find an opportunity to pilfer the scroll of seals. After considerable deliberation, he conceived of a comparatively accessible path, the Nara clan and Appos' secret techniques. With his talent and the aid of the Sharingan, he should be able to master them before nightfall. Without delay, he ventured into the village in search of a solitary Nara clan member. Tenyu dared not venture near the Nara clan's residential area, instead loitering in the vicinity. After 2 hours, he finally located his quarry. Tenyu feigned a casual stroll, activating his Sharingan at the instant of passing the individual. The Nara clan shinobi instinctively glanced up. Their gazes met, and the Nara clan shinobi instantly succumbed to the Jinjutsu, turning to follow Tenyu down an alley. Guiding him into the alley, Tenyu erected a small soundproof barrier and dispelled the Jinjutsu. Greetings, sir. Shall we engage in a transaction? From the outset, Tenyu had no intention of resorting to coercion. To safeguard their secret techniques, these clans had implanted mental barriers within their members' minds. Force would be futile, and Jinjutsu alone would not suffice. Where am I? I was under a Jinjutsu? You and Appos, Rian Uchiha brat. The Nara clan shinobi immediately adopted a combat stance, drawing a kunai from his waist and holding it defensively. I'm here to propose a transaction, sir. This is the village. I can't possibly harm you. Tenyu shrugged, his gaze never leaving the Nara clan shinobi. At the slightest sign of aggression, he would subdue him. A transaction? What do you seek? The Nara clan shinobi inquired warily. The Nara clan and Appos' secret techniques. As he spoke, the patterns in his eyes swirled, transitioning to the Mangekyō Sharingan. Upon hearing this, the Nara clan shinobi predictably erupted in fury. Such an act of coveting another clan and Appos' secret techniques was akin to touching a clan and Appos' sore spot. You dare to covet the Nara clan and Appos' secret techniques? The Uchiha clan is truly malevolent. I shall apprehend you and deliver you to the Hokage for judgment. He was confident. His opponent was merely a teenager. As long as he was wary of his Jinjutsu, subduing him should be effortless. Yet, even as he charged towards the youth, the latter remained motionless. As the kunai neared the youth and Appos' throat, he heard the youth utter 2 words, rewind. The power of time enveloped the Nara clan shinobi. The left Mangekyō Sharingan spun rapidly, and the Nara clan shinobi and Appos' momentum abruptly ceased. Then, as if in reverse, he slowly retreated to his previous position. His actions mirroring the moment he drew the kunai from his waist. The only difference was the look of astonishment on his face. The Mangekyō Sharingan in Tenyu and Appos' eyes did not cease its rotation, but rather accelerated its speed. Rewind. Blood trickled down Tenyu and Appos' cheek. Suddenly, the middle-aged man and Appos' body trembled violently, as if confronted by an irresistible force. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes swiftly vanished, his facial hair rapidly shortened, and even the numerous hidden injuries within him began to heal at an astonishing pace. It was not until Tianyu could no longer endure the excruciating pain in his left eye and instinctively covered it with his hand that the transformation ceased. Blood trickled down through his fingers, and in a mere moment, he had expended 70% of his chakra, leaving him gasping for breath in a profound sense of weakness. 10 years, was it? Now, it seemed that the utmost limit allowed him to alter the timeline by only a decade. In just a few fleeting seconds, the middle-aged ninja appeared to have rejuvenated by 10 years. He too sensed the change within himself. The lingering ailments from countless battles over the past decade had vanished, leaving him considerably lighter. Touching his cheek, he hastily retrieved a mirror. Gazing at his reflection, Now a decade younger, the anger he had felt moments ago had diminished significantly. This shall serve as a deposit. If you teach me the shadow techniques of your Nara clan, I can pay the remaining balance of 10 years. Or even bestow those years upon your loved ones. Tianyu suppressed his fatigue while secretly remaining on guard. Wary of the possibility that his opponent might be the type to cling stubbornly to secrets of the technique, still intent on attacking him. Is that the Kaleidoscope Sharingan? Indeed. It is remarkable. However, are you not aware that this is an esoteric technique of the Nara clan? In the face of time, do you truly care about such matters? Do you not desire your loved ones to also experience 10 years of youth? This is the very foundation upon which our Nara clan stands in the ninja world. Our vital lifeline. Additional compensation is required. Chapter 5. Learning and Transcendence. The birth of shadow technique. Could it be that the gentleman with the added fortune is also a time traveler like myself? How much is a large hammer and a small hammer combined? What? Tianyu observed the puzzled expression on his face, which did not seem feigned. It's nothing, at most. I can add 5 more years. If you refuse, I can hasten the passage of time. Deal. I will teach you once. I guarantee I will teach, but cannot assure mastery. If you cannot grasp it, you cannot blame me. Seeing him agree so readily and noticing the faint smile at the corner of his mouth, Tianyu felt he was still too inexperienced. Very well. Subsequently, the two arrived at the trial ground. After demonstrating the shadow secret technique, he shared the unique cultivation methods and the application techniques of chakra with Tianyu. He did not believe Tianyu could master it, for even the genius of the Nara clan, without guidance from elders and skills and understanding, would find it impossible to learn. However, he never anticipated that the individual before him was a time traveler. Though Tianyu lacked the systems of other time travelers, he possessed his own advantages. As long as he understood the cultivation method of ninjutsu and its principles, he could master it with minimal practice. Coupled with his memories from a past life and years immersed in the world of anime, he could even draw inferences from one instance to another, slightly modifying ninjutsu to unleash powers far exceeding the original. Shadow clone technique. Tianyu summoned a clone, then quickly formed the hand seals for his main body. Shadow binding technique. Due to his inexperience, the shadow and amp, Oppo's transformation was somewhat slow. After writhing for a moment, it gradually extended toward the wooden post. The clone did not idle either, forming seals rapidly. Rat, rooster, snake, dragon. With a swift clap, it expelled a slender, high-pressure water jet. At that moment, the shadow had already entwined around the wooden post. Water release, water severing wave. The clone tilted its head as the water surged toward the wooden post. In the blink of an eye, the post was severed neatly in half, the cut smooth and reflective like a mirror, showcasing the sharpness of the water flow. However, Tianyu was quite dissatisfied, murmuring, "Too slow." If it were an expert, they would have already fled or even counterattacked. The essence of the shadow secret technique lies in applying chakra to the shadow, altering its shape and properties to achieve an attack, but the drawbacks are quite apparent. It can only be used where shadows exist, and its speed is rather sluggish. While creating shadows is manageable, accelerating their speed seems truly challenging. Controlling an opponent takes far too long. Time. Right, I can try this. Tianyu activated his Mangekyō Sharingan and formed seals once more. This time, he harnessed the power of time through his right eye, bestowing it upon himself and the shadow beneath him. From the formation of seals to the execution of the technique, it was but a fleeting moment, and the shadow swiftly coiled around the remaining half of the wooden post. The nearby Nara clan ninja was left utterly astonished. Is this speed correct? Is this still our clan's shadow secret technique? How on earth did you accomplish this? If he was merely shocked that Tianyu could learn the shadow secret technique and its speed, the next moment, he witnessed a scene he would remember for a lifetime. The shape of the shadow transformed once more, tightening into filaments as fine as hair, instantly shredding the half-wooden post into countless fragments. Tianyu was overjoyed, never expecting that applying the power of time to ninjutsu would yield such remarkable results. Moreover, the shadow secret technique, in his hands, was exponentially more potent than that of the Nara clan. The Nara clan's lack of control over shadows meant they could only bind or strangle, while he, endowed with the Sharingan and exceptional ninjutsu talent, could manipulate chakra with unparalleled finesse, transforming it into various weapons at will. Shadow secret technique? Don't even compare. Mine is shadow stealth. At this moment, the middle-aged ninja from the Nara clan rushed over, bombarding Tianyu with a barrage of questions. However, when Tianyu dismissed him with the remark that talent surpasses effort, the ninja's spirits plummeted. "All right, uncle, come find me at the Uchiha clan's territory in 3 days. I will fulfill my previous promise." Also, regarding our trade, you know what to do without my prompting, right? The middle-aged ninja nodded, using a transformation technique to revert to his bearded appearance. I hope you can keep this matter confidential. There will undoubtedly be inquiries about how you acquired the shadow secret technique, and I would prefer not to be exposed. After exchanging promises, the two departed. By the time Tanu returned to the Uchiha clan territory, the sun was setting. Coincidentally, he encountered Itachi, who had just returned from school, and decided to tease him for a while. Upon seeing the mischievous grin on Tanu's face, Itachi bolted towards home, with Tanu in hot pursuit. Before long, Itachi reached home and attempted to shut the door, only to be halted by Tanu, who blocked the closing door. A 1 against 7. Is this how unwelcome you are to your brother? While saying this, he reached for Itachi and Appo's head. Hearing the commotion, Makoto emerged from the house, witnessing the scene with a mix of laughter and exasperation. A 1 against 7? Quickly, let Tanu in. And Tanu, don't keep bullying Itachi. Look at him. He is about to cry. At that moment, Fugaku returned home. Upon seeing his father enter the courtyard, Itachi hurriedly ran over, seeking refuge behind him. Yet this time, his father did not offer protection. As my son, how can you be so timid? A 1 against 7. Starting tomorrow, you will train with your brother Tanu. At these words, Itachi felt as if the sky were collapsing. His father, who had previously shielded him, was now willingly handing him over to this mischievous brother who enjoyed ruffling his hair. Ha ha ha. Come here, Itachi. Let your brother ruffle your head. Tanu waved to Itachi with a grin. Tanu, come with me. Fugaku led Tanu to a small room inside the house, and Tanu, suppressing his grin, followed closely behind. Once seated, Fugaku handed Tanu a small vial. Upon seeing its contents, Tanu was momentarily taken aback. The vial was filled with liquid, within which floated a 3-tomo Sharingan. Helping clan members awaken their Mangekyō Sharingan carries certain risks. No one knows what kind of ocular technique they may possess. In that case, I may not be able to protect you. You can use this as a precaution. No need, clan leader. Today, I learned the Nara clan and Appo's shadow secret technique. I can control my opponent with it. However, I will inevitably use it in front of others, so I hope the clan leader will shield me. Tanu chuckled, slipping the vial into his pocket. Such a fine item. Now that it's in my possession, there is no way I'll return it. If the plan succeeds, it will be exceedingly rare to find an unclaimed Sharingan within the ninja world. There is no need to address me so formally. We should not be so distant. Speaking of which, your father is my cousin, so you can call me uncle from now on. Hi. Clan leader uncle. Chapter 6. Uncle Fujitake is truly cruel. I need to confirm one last time. Is it truly possible to reverse time and the cost of unlocking the eternal kaleidoscope? Fujitake said earnestly. Xiaoxi is one example, and the shadow technique I learned today was exchanged for time with an uncle from the Nara clan. Currently, my limit is to reverse time by 10 years or accelerate it by the same. Use it cautiously. You may not fully understand yet, but using the kaleidoscope comes at a price. When the ocular power is exhausted, one will plunge into eternal darkness. Once some clan members unlock the kaleidoscope Sharingan and possess sufficient strength to resolve the clan's current predicament, we shall cease this plan. Uncle, I have visited the shrine and read the inscriptions on the stele. I know the method to unlock the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. However, Obito, my brother is still alive, but I cannot divulge more information for now. I hope that once the family grows stronger, they can help me rescue him. If that is the case, I shall abide by your wishes. If you do not wish to elaborate, I shall not pry. When the time is ripe, feel free to inform me. I will personally lead a team to rescue your brother. Fujitake was slightly taken aback. Obito was still alive. Yet the clan's current power was insufficient to even ascertain such information. Let us commence our actions deep into the night. Who should we start with? Tanu inquired. Uchiha Hokage. He is one of my most trusted subordinates. With his assistance, our subsequent plans will proceed more smoothly. Tanu and Fujitake conferred in the room for several hours, discussing everything from the finer details of the plan to the roster of personnel. By the time they finalized everything, it was already deep into the night. The two of them stealthily entered Hokage's courtyard, and after setting up a small barrier, Fujitake stepped through the door. Tanu separated several shadow clones, hiding in the courtyard to prepare for any unforeseen events, while his main body lit a candle and held it in hand. The flickering flame was shielded by Tanu's figure, casting a colossal shadow on the ground. Once they completed their preparations, an enraged roar erupted from within the house. Fujitake. Why did you kill my wife? There are too many foolish and weak people like you in the Uchiha clan. It is because of your kind that our clan's status has greatly diminished, even to the brink of extinction. Do you feel anger? But what can you do? Avenge? Before these eyes, you can accomplish nothing. This must be your child, huh? How pitiful, crying loudly like you. A massive skeletal arm materialized beside Fujitake, grasping a 3-year-old girl not far away, slowly tightening its grip. You lunatic, I will kill you. A stream of blood and tears flowed down Hokage and Appo's cheeks, and then with a deafening crash, a colossal figure was hurled from the house, causing it to collapse significantly. The enormous crimson skeletal frame enveloped Fujitake, but several ribs bore numerous cracks. Fujitake's expression turned grave as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. A single strike of the opponent and Appo's ocular power had injured him. Now it must be done, Fujitake urged. Tanu was already prepared. His shadow instantaneously morphed, extending beneath him into the partially collapsed house. Shadow technique. Shadowbind. Uncle, let us first incapacitate him. Fujitake nodded as the gigantic crimson skeletal arm dove into the house, seizing Uchiha Hokage. With a scream, the arm retracted, and Hokage was left barely clinging to life, unable to maintain his kaleidoscope's activation. Hey, Uncle Hokage. Don't die just yet. We are here to help you. At this, Hokage's head tilted, and he fell silent. Fujitake's forehead twitched with irritation. Is this how you comfort someone? Moreover, is this the right time for such words? Placing Hokage on the ground, Fujitake anxiously asked, what should we do if he dies from rage? Is there still hope? Tanu waved his hand to reassure Fujitake, walking into the house to search for the mother and daughter's corpses. After a while, he emerged holding the 2 bloodied bodies. I must say, Uncle, your methods were rather ruthless. Look, the little girl is almost unrecognizable. Is that not because you insisted I be a bit more brutal? Claiming mere death would lack sufficient impact? You brat, hurry up. If you keep prattling, I'll turn you into mush. Fujitake retorted with annoyance. Tanu arranged the 3 bodies together, stepping back a few paces to place Fujitake in front of him. Uncle, I didn't clarify things with him before he passed. I fear he might awaken and continue his rampage. Please help me shield against that. Seeing Fujitake's clenched fists, Tanu quickly fell silent. His eyes shimmered with power as he focused on the Hokage family. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Passed. The injuries on the individuals rapidly healed. The blood on the ground flowed back into their bodies, and even their tattered clothing restored itself through the manipulation of time. Next, he turned his attention to the dilapidated house. Shards of broken tiles lifted from the ground, and the shattered bricks reassembled, restoring the home to its pre-collapse state. At that moment, the mother and daughter slowly awakened, their eyes filled with fear as they gazed towards Fujitake. As they were about to scream, a shadow from the ground swiftly connected with the shadows beneath the 3 bodies, keeping them frozen in a state of half-open mouths, unable to move. Hokage also awoke, but was powerless to act, unable even to open his eyes. Tanu nudged Fujitake from behind. You should explain to them. You are the clan leader. And it was you who? Fujitake spun around, glaring at Tanu, who promptly fell silent. Why did I not notice earlier how infuriating this brat is? You go. I am not good with words, Fujitake said with irritation. Under the pressure of the clan leader's authority, Tanu had no choice but to muster his courage and approach. Squatting beside the trio. Listen, it is not the clan leader's intention to harm you. Rather, Tanu explained Fujitake's plan and his own kaleidoscope abilities to Uchiha Hokage. Worried the latter might not grasp it fully, so he called Fujitake over to reiterate. An hour later, the 3 sat in a secret chamber. Fujitake stared at the ceiling, seemingly indifferent, while Tanu hung his head low. It was too harsh. The reprimands were too harsh. Fujitake is the clan leader, even if Hokage felt discontent. He dared not voice it openly, thus venting all his ire on Tanu, who proposed the plan. Eventually, as if quenched of his thirst for scolding, Hokage poured himself a generous amount of tea, pausing only after downing half a pot. At this point, Fujitake spoke, asking Hokage, was that ocular technique that blasted me just now yours? Please elaborate. Hokage shot Fujitake an annoyed glare. It can compress any object within my line of sight to its ultimate limit and then explode. Of course, there can be no obstructions, nor can it compress any ninjutsu. Had you not released Susanoo to block my line of sight earlier, you would have been obliterated. Although Uncle Fujitake unleashed Susanoo, I could still see, Tanu interjected. As long as there is an obstruction, it cannot succeed. Not even a piece of glass. I see, and what about this? Saying so, Tanu produced a mirror and pointed it at Hokage. Both Hakadai and Fujitake were left with black lines on their foreheads, wishing to thrash the boy. The mirror slowly cracked, the shard slicing Tianyu's palm, leaving it bloodied. Ah, Hakadai-senpai, this is revenge. A blatant act of vengeance. Tianyu cried out in despair. Chapter 7. Dreaming into time and space. Upon revealing the plan to Uchiha Hakadai and enlisting his participation, the process unfolded with remarkable ease. Hakadai even exhibited a glimmer of excitement, asserting that such a painful experience should not be borne alone, but must instead be shared with beloved friends and brothers. After a brief discussion regarding the plan, the four individuals visited the homes of Uchiha Taika and Uchiha Inaka in succession. During the process of activating their eyes, Hakadai was severely injured by Taika's wrathful ocular technique. However, he ultimately recovered under the influence of Tianyu's Onai technique. Despite the tumultuous journey, both individuals successfully unlocked their Mangekyō Sharingan. While Hakadai reveled in his newfound power, Taika and Inaka clamored for their loved ones to experience similar hardships. Although Fujitaka felt a surge of hope for the family's revival, he, upon observing Tianyu's fatigued demeanor, decided it was prudent for everyone to disperse and rest, allowing them to gather their strength before resuming their endeavors. Upon returning home, Tianyu did not immediately retire but instead endeavored to recall memories from his previous life regarding the original narrative. After aiding 3 clansmen in unlocking their Mangekyō Sharingan, he recognized that although their ocular techniques were indeed formidable and significantly enhanced their combat prowess, they paled in comparison to the grotesque abilities depicted in the original work. Taika's Mangekyō could manipulate all forms of metal and alter their shapes at will, somewhat reminiscent of the Magneto from his past memories. Yet, in terms of power, his chakra reserves limited the scale and lethality of his control. Hakadai found himself subjected to a surgical procedure involving his own kunai and shuriken from his hip pouch. Inaka and Appo's Mangekyō, on the other hand, possessed a peculiar quality, allowing him to nullify enemy ninjutsu within his line of sight, although it could only diminish the potency of bloodline limits and certain forbidden techniques. Consequently, when Tianyu attempted to control Uchiha Inaka with his shadow technique, it was abruptly nullified, leaving the unacquainted onlookers astonished, prompting Fujitaka to unleash his Susanoo in a fit of rage. Afterward, Fujitaka disclosed that he had intended to eliminate Inaka using the second stage of Susanoo. However, the effects of Inaka and Appo's ocular technique had weakened it to the first stage skeletal form. Inaka, upon hearing this, expressed his displeasure towards Hakadai and Tianyu with a barrage of verbal retorts. The group then deliberated on the application of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Drawing conclusions based on ancient texts Fujitaka had perused, the third power, Susanoo, required an immense amount of chakra and formidable ocular strength to activate. Currently, Uchiha Hakadai, Uchiha Taika, and Uchiha Inaka lacked the capacity to manifest Susanoo, owing to their inferior talents and insufficient chakra reserves, necessitating rigorous training to amass the requisite energy for its usage. As for Tianyu, his age constrained his chakra capacity, permitting him only to barely utilize the first stage. Attempting to forcefully access a more potent form would be perilous. He required a means to augment his chakra levels. The human body is akin to a vessel, the size of which determines the quantity of chakra it can contain. Talent and bloodline dictate the initial dimensions of this vessel, and while it can expand somewhat through aging and persistent training, the process is exceedingly slow. Being well-versed in the original narrative, Tianyu realized he lacked the luxury of time for such gradual development. He needed to discover a method to rapidly acquire vast amounts of chakra. Becoming a Jinchuriki of a tailed beast might present a viable option. Yet it carries both advantages and disadvantages. Though it would yield significant tailed beast chakra, this chakra, imbued with the essence of the beasts, would be akin to sand-laden water. Its utility is questionable, and it would undoubtedly attract the attention of numerous factions. Thus, it would be prudent to refrain from meddling with tailed beasts until he possessed sufficient strength to disregard their covetous gazes. Moreover, there are only a limited number of tailed beasts, and what he truly needed was to empower his entire clan. Even if he were to capture and seal away multiple tailed beasts, the allocation for each clansman would be minimal. The matter of tailed beasts could be revisited at a later time, preferably after mastering the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. The cells of Hashirama Senju could also serve as a promising avenue, potentially yielding unique reactions with the Uchiha clan and alleviating some of the side effects associated with the Mangekyō. Furthermore, the eventual attainment of the Rinnegan would be intrinsically linked to Hashirama's cells. However, the transplantation of Hashirama's cells presented two significant challenges. The first was the acquisition of said cells. In the original narrative, Uchiha Madara obtained Hashirama's cells during their fateful battle at the Valley of the End. After biting off a piece of Hashirama's flesh in a feigned death escape, given Konoha's subsequent vigilance towards the Uchiha clan, it was evident that they lacked access to these cells. While Konoha surely possessed them, their whereabouts remained elusive, considering the importance of Hashirama's cells. Unless he waged war against Konoha and dug them out, finding them would be exceedingly difficult. At this juncture, Orochimaru had yet to commence his collaboration with Danzo for human experimentation, and the Hashirama cells he possessed were provided by Danzo, which would not materialize until after the conclusion of the Third Shinobi World War, when Orochimaru returned to the village. He could not afford to wait a year or two. Madara also possessed Hashirama's cells, but to confront him with the current strength of the Uchiha clan would be tantamount to throwing eggs against a stone wall. Despite Madara and Appo's advanced age, sustained by the power of the Gedo statue, one could not ascertain what hidden cards he might hold. Furthermore, his lair had become a stronghold for White Zetsu. The second challenge lay in the transplantation technique itself. Hashirama and Appo's cells functioned like cancerous cells, and the villagers could not possibly comprehend their intricacies. Only through the collaboration of Danzo and the scientific community led by Orochimaru did they achieve minor progress. Yet it was still negligible. The arms crafted from Hashirama and Appo's cells for Danzo required constant suppression by one and Appo's own chakra. Should the host weaken, the cells would retaliate. Among the numerous children subjected to experimentation, only one, Yamato, had miraculously survived and adapted to Hashirama's cells, underscoring that, during the Shippuden era, Orochimaru had not mastered the transplantation technique. At this time, it appeared that only Uchiha Madara had adeptly harnessed the transplantation of Hashirama's cells. Fully integrating them and mastering the original would release, even using it to awaken the Rinnegan. Perhaps it would be best to wait until rescuing Obito before addressing this matter. After all, interactions with Madara were inevitable. For now, the priority should be to strengthen the clan. Once the clansmen possessed the power to raise Madara's lair, they could deliver a slight shock to the aged Uchiha. Having utilized the Mangekyō Sharingan for an entire night, Tanu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. After a quick wash, he retired to his room. His slumber was restless, plagued by a dream in which he found himself in a world shrouded in mist. As he traversed this realm, the fog enveloped him like a heavy curtain, obscuring his vision and the direction of his heart. He was uncertain whether he was advancing or merely treading in circles, yet he felt an innate urge to continue onward. In this tranquil space, time seemed to lose its significance. Tanu walked slowly, each step accompanied by a profound sense of vertigo. With each stride, the flow of time around him altered unpredictably. At times, a single step felt as though time had come to a standstill, with his breathing, heartbeat, and even the mist in the air freezing in place. Yet, with the next step, it felt as though years had slipped by in the blink of an eye. Enduring this disorienting discomfort, he ambled onward, until, at last, he heard a sound in the serene world, a gentle rush of water. The sound of flowing water resonated through the mist with remarkable clarity, akin to a low whisper echoing in his ears, yet upon closer inspection, it resembled the thunder of distant storms, reverberating with a mighty roar. Tanu quickened his pace, forcing himself to endure the discomfort as he moved toward the source of the sound. Uncertain of how long he had journeyed, he finally beheld it. In the distance, amidst the mist, the riverbank emerged, faintly visible. He gazed upon the river, its waters shimmering with a silvery glow, resembling a myriad of stars twinkling upon its surface. The sound of the river was deep and distant, and within the occasional splashes of water seemed to lie vast galaxies. This was the River of Time. Chapter 8. Units of Combat Power Measurement 1 Peach can strike 10 Uchiha Madaras. Is this the River of Time? How did we arrive here? Before I could ponder the future, a massive whirlpool suddenly emerged in the river, and a brilliant sword light shot from within it towards the heavens. The time manipulator from another world, ultimately bound by time. As the sword light appeared, an ethereal and distant voice resonated, seemingly emanating from the skies. Each word striking like thunder against the heart of Tanu, causing his spirit to tremble. At that moment, the surrounding mist coalesced into a gigantic hand. Reaching for the sword light, the hand shimmered with a golden glow, its back adorned with intricate, golden patterns resembling molten iron poured into a mold. As the sword and hand collided, the entire space shattered. Just before Tanu plunged into the endless void, he faintly heard another voice. Child, spare no effort to become powerful, come find me. Traverse the truth. Suddenly jolted awake, he found himself drenched in sweat, utterly drained. Struggling to sit up, he felt a burning sensation in his hand. Raising his right hand to examine it, he discovered a golden pattern on the back, identical to the one on the colossal hand from his dream. Supporting himself against the wall, he made his way to the bathroom, plunging his hand into cold water, which gradually alleviated the burning sensation. That was no mere dream. The river of time, the sword energy, and the giant hand. And what did that final phrase truly signify? What truth? After contemplating for a moment, he gazed at the golden pattern on his hand, sensing it might be connected to his identity as a traveler and his ability to manipulate time through his ocular technique. To grow stronger? It seems I can no longer proceed with caution. That sword light alone could potentially obliterate any existence in the ninja realm. Remembering the feeling when faced with that sword light, it was akin to an ant confronting a collapsing sky, devoid of any thought of resistance. Just a single word from the opponent had instilled in him a sense of submission, a desire to kneel. Will the future pit me against such an adversary? The thought is truly despairing. There is no time for such musings. Tanu quickly wrapped a bandage around his right hand to conceal the golden pattern and set out for the Fugaku household. Upon arriving at the Fugaku residence, he found no sign of Fugaku, only Makoto tending to some flowers in the yard. "Oh, Tanu, you look awful. Did you not rest well? You should sleep more," Uchiha Makoto remarked with concern. "Aunt Makoto, I and Amp, Oppos, am fine. I wish to discuss some matters with Uncle Fugaku. Where is he now?" "Fugaku mentioned you both went out to handle some affairs. What exactly did you do?" "He still has tea woken up," she responded. Tanu shook his head, saying, "It's nothing. You can ask him when he wakes up." Although Makoto would eventually learn the truth, since Fugaku had chosen not to disclose it to his wife, it was prudent for Tanu to remain silent. He redirected the inquiry back to Makoto, suggesting she ask Fugaku herself. At that moment, a drowsy Fugaku emerged. "Ah, Tanu, youth is indeed wonderful. You're up so early. Huh, why do you look so pale? Why don't you go back and rest? We can continue tomorrow night." Fugaku held high hopes for this junior, as the family and Amp, Oppos, resurgence depended on this child and Amp, Oppos, Sharingan. If something were to happen to him, the clan might find itself pushed towards oblivion. "I'm fine, just didn't tea sleep well. It won't tea affect me. By the way, uncle, I have something important to discuss with you." In a secret chamber, Fugaku and Tanu sat across from one another, with Hokage, Tetsuhana, and Inahina beside them. Fugaku anxiously inquired, "You say you saw the future again? What was it about? Was it concerning our Uchiha clan's future?" Tanu nodded and replied, "Not only the future, but I also glimpsed some past events. Clan leader, are you aware of our clan and Oppos' ancestors? Before the founding of Konoha, the years of turmoil forced our clan to migrate repeatedly, and many ancient texts vanished amidst the chaos of war. Our understanding of our ancestors relies on the ancestral stone tablets in the shrine and legends passed down through generations. It is said that our Uchiha clan has some connection to the Sage of Six Paths, but this remains unverified." Fugaku pondered for a moment and said, "The Uchiha clan is indeed a descendant of the Sage of Six Paths, who had two sons, the younger, Ashura, and the elder, Indra. The bloodlines of Uchiha and Senju originate from these two. Is that so? Our Uchiha clan shares a common ancestor with the Senju clan, yet why? Prior to the village and Oppos' establishment, were we always in opposition to them?" Hokage inquired curiously. "That is a lengthy tale. Today, I primarily wish to discuss the Sage of Six Paths and Amp, Oppos, mother, our even earlier ancestor, Kagaya Otsutsuki, and the Otsutsuki clan." "Kagaya Otsutsuki? I've never heard of her. Was she powerful?" "Indeed. And what of the Otsutsuki clan? Are they as formidable as our Uchiha clan?" "I've never heard of them," Tetsuhana and Inahina chimed in, expressing their desire to confront any remaining Otsutsuki clan members. Speechless, Tanu endeavored to explain the might of Kagaya and the Otsutsuki clan. Upon learning that even the Sage of Six Paths needed to unite with his brother to seal Kagaya, the others began to grasp her strength. However, without a concrete comparison of combat power, they remained unaware of the extent of the disparity. Thus, Tanu provided an example. Is Uchiha Madara strong? Is Senju Hashirama strong? Even together, they would likely falter against Kagaya in just a few exchanges. Such overwhelming strength left Hokage and the others gasping, instantly feeling their newly awakened Sharingan were insignificant. In the future I witnessed, not long from now, we must confront Kagaya, and a multitude of Otsutsuki clan members invading the ninja realm, each more formidable than the last. He exaggeratedly detailed several of the Otsutsuki and Amp, Oppos' extraordinary abilities, making Uchiha Madara serve as a mere unit of measurement for combat power. For instance, one Otsutsuki Peach can defeat 10 Uchiha Madaras. He spoke with reckless abandon, aiming to instill a sense of impending doom among them. Nanny? Such foes. Can we truly prevail? Even Madara, Hokage, Tetsahana, and Inahina huddled together, trembling, entirely devoid of hope against such adversaries. There is a way. As long as most of our clan awakens the Mangekyō Sharingan, we can rescue my brother Obito. Once I awaken the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, I will likely be able to help you all awaken yours as well. At that point, I will gather intelligence on the Otsutsuki clan, and we can strategize our ocular techniques and tactics to defeat their leader. Tanu endeavored to paint a brighter picture for them, however. He refrained from mentioning the cells of Hashirama or the Rinnegan, as he was uncertain if the combination of Uchiha and Hashirama's cells would guarantee the awakening of the Sharingan. That could only be confirmed when he encountered Uchiha Madara in the future. As Tanu continued his fervent discourse, Fugaku suddenly interjected. Since we are aware of the future and Oppo's intel and can make preemptive changes, did you see any Uchiha in the future you envisioned? I cannot see the altered future. I can only glimpse a fragment of the original future. When I reveal to you what the future holds, the outcome has already been altered. Every power bears its own cost and limitations, and the uncertainty of the present future is the constraint of my ocular technique. Initially, I merely used my kaleidoscope as an excuse, relying on the original storyline etched in my memory to deceive them. Upon Fugaku's inquiry, Tanu felt a sense of foreboding. It seemed prudent to refrain from employing this ruse too often, as excessive discourse could raise suspicions. Fugaku nodded slightly and then inquired about Obito, who, although temporarily beyond rescue, possessed his left Sharingan with his friend Kakashi. I had intended to honor Obito's final wishes by disregarding that eye, but now, given the stakes of our family's survival, should I assist you in retrieving it? No need, Uncle Fugaku, came the reply. The time is not yet ripe. What Kakashi possesses is merely a 3-tomo Sharingan. Moreover, only when both eyes are reunited can their full potential be realized. Let us first focus on rescuing Obito before making preparations for that matter. Chapter 9. The Prodigy Boy with a Suspected Protagonist Template. Subsequently, Taihua and Daohua incessantly inquired about the formidable members of the Otsutsuki clan that would emerge in the future, expressing a profound curiosity regarding their unique abilities. Concerned that excessive chatter might lead to missteps, Tanu merely provided a brief introduction to the powers of Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Momoshiki, before asserting that he had yet to witness enough to silence the two. Fuyu and Hokage remained composed, listening quietly, though they were slightly astonished to hear about Momoshiki overpowering the perfect Jinchuriki of the Ninetales and the Rinnegan Sasuke in the future. Fuyu's feelings towards his son, who would emerge in the future, were complex. Could the child who unleashed the single Tomo Sharingan on the night of their clan's massacre truly become the savior of the ninja world? Having resolved to alter the future, should he consider facilitating Sasuke and Oppo's early birth to nurture him closely? He planned to discuss the matter with Mikoto upon returning that evening. Which family shall we visit today? Are we still going to your beloved relatives? Tanu inquired. Yes, we have our candidates. Once again from the police department, came the reply. I say, Uncle. Shuden and Oppo's. We give the younger generation a chance? Oh, Taihua, don't be agitated. I'm not implying you are old. Rather, I believe we need a clan member capable of commanding respect, perhaps someone with Genjutsu talent. Given how perilous it is to possess the Sharingan, especially after your recent injury, wouldn't it be much more secure to have a Genjutsu user with a kaleidoscope Sharingan? Are there any powerful wielder of ocular jutsu in the future clan? Fuyu queried. He had assumed he was the only one to awaken the kaleidoscope Sharingan before the massacre, but Tanu and Oppo's comments suggested otherwise. In the original timeline, 2 others awakened the kaleidoscope Sharingan before the clan's destruction, and their ocular techniques were exceptionally powerful. One was your son, Uchiha Itachi, and the other was Uchiha Shisui. Itachi's right eye harbored a potent offensive technique, Amaterasu, capable of igniting black flames that would not extinguish until the opponent is incinerated in its line of sight. His left eye contained the formidable Genjutsu Tsukuyami, which could ensnare opponents in his illusionary realm, inflicting severe mental damage. Meanwhile, Shirsue's kaleidoscope Sharingan possessed the most powerful Genjutsu Kodo Amatsukami, capable of rewriting an individual and Oppo's will without their awareness. For instance, one could use it on the 3rd Hokage, convincing him that the clan leader is the ideal candidate for the next Hokage, thus securing his support. Taihua and the others were left speechless, marveling at how vastly superior these ocular techniques were compared to their own, particularly the latter, which might be the strongest kaleidoscope Sharingan in the history of the Uchiha clan. While Fuyu was stunned by the abilities possessed by his son, he shook his head. They are still too young. Their bodies cannot withstand the burden of the kaleidoscope and Appo's power. Itachi is only 5, and Shisui is merely 9. If you are willing, you could use your ocular power to help Shisui's body mature a bit before attempting anything. As for Itachi, let us wait a few years until he is mentally mature or until you unlock the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. However, this does remind me that we can begin with those from our clan who are renowned for their talents, as they may possess greater potential for awakening advanced ocular techniques. At this point, Hakadai interjected, "My nephew, Uchiha Kyoka, might be a suitable candidate. He was raised in my household and has been regarded as a genius since childhood. He graduated from the Ninja Academy at 6, awakened his 3-Tomo Sharingan at 8, and became a Nin at 9. However, after sustaining severe injuries while saving a comrade during a mission and subsequently being jilted by his fiancée, he fell into despair. Indulging in vices at the tender age of 15, I was so incensed that I expelled him. If we can seize this opportunity to awaken his fighting spirit through his hatred and suffering, he could still become an exceptional ninja." Yu grew increasingly uneasy, sensing that such a background typically belonged to a protagonist. Yet, as a transmigrator, could he not be the main character himself? The original text made no mention of this individual. Was a once-fated genius about to rewrite his destiny due to his arrival? Very well, he shall be the one. I take pleasure in guiding those lost in darkness back to the light, he resolved, eager to uncover the true nature of Uchiha Kyoka. After thorough discussion, the group decided to confront Hakadai once more that evening. Although Uchiha Kyoka had fallen from grace, he still held immense respect for his uncle, who remained his only living relative. If anything were to occur before him, it would surely drive him into madness. As night fell, Hakadai summoned Kyoka to his home under the pretext of seeking companionship to alleviate his worries. He intended to use this opportunity to strengthen their familial bond, ensuring that the forthcoming plan would unfold smoothly. Naturally, Kyoka did not refuse and willingly accepted the invitation. After approximately 2 hours of drinking, Hakadai glanced at the time and felt it was nearly time. He feigned the need to relieve himself and, with a sweeping motion of his arm, sent a wine glass crashing to the floor. The shattering glass produced a crisp sound that echoed outside, prompting Fuyu, who had been prepared for this moment, to signal Taihua and Daohua to take action. As Hakadai opened the door to peek outside, he was swiftly kicked back by Taihua, crashing heavily onto the table, scattering wine and dishes everywhere. A flurry of shuriken followed, aimed at the fallen Hakadai. Despite his years of decline, Kyoka instinctively grabbed shards of broken dishes from the floor and hurled them at the shuriken, the majority altering their trajectory, narrowly missing Hakadai. However, 3 shuriken struck true, hitting Hakadai in the abdomen, thigh, and shoulder. "Taihua, Daohua, why are you trying to kill my uncle, who has always treated you well?" Kyoka exclaimed, rising swiftly to shield Hakadai, his voice charged with anger. "It is my order. Your uncle has secretly instigated discord between the clan and the village, which has come to the Hokage and Appo's attention. The Hokage has commanded me to eliminate both you and your uncle. But you, such a waste, huh?" Fuyu approached ominously, his Sharingan glowing eerily in the night, resembling a death god and Appo's gaze upon the two. "It cannot be. My uncle would never do such a thing. He just informed me that he often opposes your foolish policies and decisions. This is the reason you want him gone? I senti it?" Kyoka protested vehemently. Taihua and Daohua exchanged glances, and the former charged at Kyoka with fierce intent. Kyoka, having long neglected his physical training, was swiftly subdued. Meanwhile, the latter drew his ninja blade, advancing towards Hakadai. Injured and struggling, Hakadai attempted to rise and resist, shouting, "Fuyu, you may wish to eliminate me, but spare Kyoka. He is just a child. You know he poses no threat to you. Afterward, you can brainwash him to forget tonight's events and let him continue his life as a waste, for he is my brother's only bloodline." As he spoke, Hakadai's voice broke, tears welling in his eyes as he implored Fuyu to spare Kyoka. Yu, witnessing the scene from a distance, was left in astonishment. Had the Uchiha clan always been this adept at acting? In his past life, they would undoubtedly have earned an Oscar for their performances. Fuyu paid no heed to Kyoka but instead drew a ninja blade and approached the battered Hakadai. "That sort of waste is not worth my time. You may rest easy." With that, he plunged the blade into Hakadai and Appo's chest. No. Within the mesmerizing, blood-red Sharingan, three tomo gradually rotated, ultimately linking together to form a circular emblem. Surrounding this central motif were several minute protrusions, while the core pupil appeared slightly fissured, resembling an hourglass ensnared by gears. Move aside. Inuzuka. Shadow technique. Heavenly binding net. A colossal net, woven from shadows, descended upon the space behind Inuzuka, yet it ensnared nothing. Jyogu, akin to a specter, slipped through the net from an obscure angle. He deftly circumvented Inuzuka and launched a powerful punch aimed at Fujiwara. Fujiwara realized that no matter how he tried, he could not easily deflect this blow. The speed was overwhelming, and the angle was too cunning. Susanoo, however, just as the immense skeletal figure began to manifest, Jyogu abruptly halted, his fist nearly touching the surface of Susanoo. Transforming his fist into an open palm, he pressed it against Susanoo, causing the space within to distort slightly. Subsequently, Fujiwara's face contorted as if struck by a fierce blow, propelling him away with great force. Chapter 10. The duel between Jyogu and Fuyu. Amidst the kaleidoscope, a dark crimson skeletal frame dissipated, replaced by a colossal fireball that suddenly formed, hurtling toward the retreating figure of Fuyu. However, as the leader of the Uchiha clan, Fuyu possessed near-shadow-level prowess. After a brief moment of distraction, he swiftly regained his composure, crouching atop the wall and rapidly forming hand seals, unleashing an even larger fireball from his mouth, aimed at the direction from which he had been struck. The two massive fireballs collided, resulting in a violent explosion that engulfed the room in flames. Dehua and Taihua had already retreated to the outside before the fireballs clashed. As the flames subsided, the onlookers were astonished by the scene within the room. They beheld a pitch-black skeletal figure encircling Jyogu, shielding him from the residual impact of the explosion. Utilizing the shockwave, Fuyu distanced himself from Jyogu and shouted towards Tianyu and his companions, urging them to seize the opportunity to strike at Jyogu's true form while he would hold him off. Susanoo? Truly befitting of a genius title. To wield such a technique upon awakening, Dehua exclaimed, break his Susanoo and suppress his power. With that, Taihua retrieved a scroll from his waist, summoning a multitude of ninja tools, manipulating them with his ocular technique to fly toward Jyogu's position. Dehua activated his Mangekyō Sharingan, gazing intently at Jyogu as the dark skeletal form gradually dissipated, prompting Jyogu to quickly evade to the side. Yet, the shuriken and kunai seemed to be guided by an invisible hand, making a sharp turn in midair to continue their pursuit. Shadow technique, shadow entanglement. In the flickering light of the flames, numerous shadows began to animate, morphing as they spread toward Jyogu. Too slow. Then, Mangekyō Sharingan. Future. Tianyu activated his Mangekyō Sharingan, the patterns within his pupils swirling as the shadows accelerated dramatically, reaching Jyogu and Appo's feet in the blink of an eye. In this dire predicament, Jyogu let out a desperate cry, the space around him warping as he vanished. While the shadows and the incoming ninja tools appeared to strike an invisible target, did he exchange places with the summoned figure? Fuyu pondered, quickly deducing what had transpired. Before Jyogu could react to his sudden appearance, Fuyu delivered a powerful punch aimed at his face. Jyogu deftly turned to evade, seizing Fuyu's wrist and thrusting his knee toward Fuyu's abdomen. Fuyu extended his other hand to block Jyogu's knee strike, his eyes swirling with patterns as he unleashed the Mangekyō technique he had kept secret from everyone. Amaterasu. However, the outcome was unexpected. The black flames did not strike Jyogu, who had already vanished from his sight. Blood dripped to the ground, the rhythmic sound echoing in the ears of the onlookers. Fuyu looked down to find a ninja blade protruding from his chest, the very weapon he had used to slay the 8th generation. My ocular technique can foresee the future, having already discerned all of your movements. The moment I exchanged places with my projection, I summoned it back and released it to retrieve the blade you used to kill Uncle Hakadai, then circled behind you. I awaited your activation of Amaterasu to exchange positions once more, delivering this blade into your hands to end your life. Jyogu, seemingly venting his fury, twisted the blade that had pierced Fuyu and Appo's chest, and then fiercely withdrew it, aiming for Fuyu and Appo's neck. Is your time-based ocular technique akin to Tianyu and Appo's? But how far can your vision truly extend? Do you believe you perceive everything? Inflicting pain upon me would be your greatest failure. Just as the blade was about to reach Fuyu's neck, Fuyu's Mangekyō spun suddenly. The second power residing within his Mangekyō activated, causing Jyogu to grunt in discomfort as he fell to his knees, clutching his chest. Indeed, his ocular technique, time pre-reading, could only foresee events within the next 3 seconds, but under Dehua and Appo's ocular influence, it was limited to just over a second. Had he not halted his strike at Fuyu and Appo's neck upon witnessing the second ability of Fuyu and Appo's Mangekyou, he would have likely met a grim fate. How careless. How could there be an ocular power capable of exchanging states with an opponent? Gyōgu growled resentfully, his crimson gaze fixed on Fuyu. Yet, as he envisioned his own demise, he felt the life ebb away, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Tianyu, the remainder is entrusted to you. With Fuyu regaining his senses, he bent down to cast a sealing jutsu on the still-warm body of Gyōgu, calling for Tianyu to come and tidy up the aftermath. Tianyu brought the 8th generation and Appo's body over, positioning it alongside Gyōgu's corpse, activating his ocular technique to reverse time to the moment before their deaths. They awaited their awakening. Impressive. If he had targeted us three, we would have been utterly defenseless, unaware of his ocular technique. Tianyu remarked. By the way, uncle, your ocular technique is rather perverse, isn't it? Charging in to face death, only to swap states with the opponent. Who can withstand that? It can only be used once a day, and it consumes an immense amount of chakra. Activating it drained 50% of my chakra. Fuyu replied. But you needn't worry, clan leader uncle, for I am here to support you. If you cannot swap positions successfully, I shall reset your state, allowing you to switch once more. Do you find being stabbed amusing? Perhaps I should stab you once to see how you feel? Fuyu glared at Tianyu, a hint of irritation in his voice. At that moment, the 8th generation stirred awake, glaring at Tianyu with discontent. Yes, next time, you shall be our target, and we shall each stab you once. It hurts like hell. Hey, Dehua, you rascal, are you seeking revenge? You stabbed me so many times, yet avoided all the vital spots. Hearing this, Dehua averted his gaze, muttering. Wasn't Appo's that for show? It would deepen your nephew and Appo's anguish without a bit of suffering, would it? Right, Taihua? Taihua moved away from Dehua, creating distance. You're the one seeking revenge. I recall you have a nephew as well. How about we take a turn with him next? Let Brother Hakadai stab him once. The group bickered for several minutes until Gyōgu slowly regained consciousness, bewildered to see the 8th generation berating Dehua. What is happening? Wasn't Uncle Hakadai dead? How is this possible? With past experiences in mind, Fuyu knew that someone just awakening would struggle to comprehend the elaborate plans devised to aid him. He led Tianyu and Dehua outside to explain everything to the 8th generation and his nephew. Minutes later, amidst the ruins of the courtyard, anguished cries reverberated through the air. Hey, uncle, is this barrier reliable? With all this commotion, won't the outside world notice? If our clansmen discover this, our grand endeavor will be in vain. Rest assured, brat, it's the Uchiha clan's barrier, a family heirloom. You could cause a ruckus within, and as long as you don't attack the barrier directly, the outside world remains oblivious to everything occurring here. Fuyu reassured. Now, let us comfort Gyōgu and wrap things up quickly so we can move on to the next target. With Gyōgu's ocular technique, our subsequent plans will be far more secure. Half an hour later, the group emerged from the courtyard, Gyōgu's face contorted in anger. Initially reluctant to end Appo's, collude and Appo's, with them in deceiving their kin, he succumbed to temptation after the 8th generation promised him a first-hand experience of adult pleasures. A proposition he found hard to resist, trusting his uncle implicitly. The next target, Uchiha Shirsui. Chapter 11, The Journey to Rescue Obito. Though Shirsui is only 9 years old, his mastery of the body flicker technique has already begun to shine within the clan, earning him a reputation as a prodigy. Having lost his parents in the ravages of war, he has relied solely on his grandmother for companionship. Thus, this mission requires no elaborate performances. They can simply establish a barrier and act. Considering Shirsui's tender age, there are concerns regarding his ability to withstand the ocular power of the Mangekyō Sharingan. To ensure success, the group decides that when Shirsui experiences anguish, Tanu will activate his Mangekyō Sharingan to forcibly accelerate Shirsui and Appo's physical development by a few years. According to Tanu's deductions, in the original narrative, Shirsui awakened his Mangekyō Sharingan around the time of the ceasefire between Konoha and Kumogakure at approximately 13 or 14 years old. Thus, accelerating Shirsui's age by 3 years seems prudent. At 12, he should be capable of handling the ocular power. Fortunately, this endeavor proceeds without unforeseen complications, unfolding smoothly according to Tanu's plans. In a moment of calculated intent, Shirsui is easily subdued. After Iron Fire uses shurikens to eliminate Shirsui's only remaining relative, Shirsui, in his agony, successfully awakens his Mangekyō Sharingan. to prevent anyone from being controlled by the Kodo Amatsukami at the moment Shui unlocks his power. Tanu amplifies the output of his ocular strength, pausing time within that space, a third application of his Mangekyou's time manipulation. After sealing Shui and Amp, Appo's chakra, and following several explanations, Tanu employs his ocular technique to resurrect Shui's grandmother, successfully recruiting Uchiha Shui into their ranks and integrating him into the Mangekyou squad. Fugaku instructs Shui to don a mask and serve as his protector, promising that after a few years, when the clan has forgotten about Shui, he will be restored to freedom. Loyal to the Uchiha clan, Shui willingly accepts. With Shui, a master of illusion, now part of their team, they methodically advance their plan to produce the Mangekyō Sharingan en masse. Each evening, under the enthusiastic guidance of the clan leader, 2 or 3 clan members successfully awaken their Mangekyō Sharingan. However, over the next 6 months, due to the increasingly aggressive stance of the Uchiha and repeated dismissals of warnings, tensions between Konoha and the Uchiha clan escalate dramatically. Were it not for the ongoing war, the third Hokage, Sarutobi, and Danzo would have likely already taken action against the Uchiha. Simultaneously, Tanu does not forget his plan to rescue Obito. As more clan members awaken their Mangekyō Sharingan, the need for a large group diminishes. Hence, he enlists Fugaku's assistance to dispatch several adept spies to gather intelligence on the battlefield between Konoha and Kirigakure, particularly focusing on Kakashi and his team. Once the moment is ripe, they will mobilize to rescue Obito and eliminate the shadowy puppeteer behind these events. Over the span of 6 months, apart from the elderly and a few women and children who married into the clan, the majority of the Uchiha have awakened their Mangekyō Sharingan. However, there are exceptions that Fugaku deems the shame of the Uchiha. In the face of peril to their loved ones, they not only fail to avenge their kin but instead grovel for mercy, pleading for their lives not to be killed. To keep the plan from leaking, these weaklings are naturally imprisoned. During this period, Tanu has excessively utilized his ocular techniques, nearly succumbing to darkness. Currently, he retains only his original right eye, while his left has been replaced with an ordinary 3-tomo Sharingan before it became nearly blind. Due to prolonged usage of the Mangekyou's ocular power, his right eye now perceives everything as a haze. Even when holding a book close, the text remains indecipherable. Despite his capacity to manipulate time, he cannot apply this ability to restore his vision. On a sunny afternoon, Tanu, as usual, enjoys lunch at Fugaku and Appo's residence. At that moment, a clan shinobi rushes in with urgent news. The clan leader has received word from those covertly monitoring Kakashi that he and Rin are being pursued by dozens of elite shinobi from the mist. Tanu quickly rises, exclaiming, "Fugaku, we must depart immediately. Now is the opportune moment to rescue Obito. Gather the members of the A and C teams from the police force. Order the B and D teams to remain at the clan grounds under first-level alert. No one is to step foot on clan territory, not even the third Hokage himself." Fugaku commands, setting down his bowl and directing Shui. Upon hearing this, Shui employs the body flicker technique to relay the orders. Moments later, the A and C teams, comprising dozens of Uchiha elites, assemble. During this time, the Uchiha have undergone substantial reforms under Tanu and Appo's guidance, notably restructuring the Konoha police force into 6 teams based on their strengths and specialties. The A and B teams are comprised of powerful combatants, primarily tasked with external conflicts during wartime, while the C and D teams include numerous skilled members, primarily possessing unique abilities unsuited for large-scale battles. The E team specializes in intelligence gathering and assassination, often dispatched to collect information for the clan or undertake bounty missions. The F team serves as a reserve, filled with those who have recently awakened their eyes or are still young and in need of further training. Additionally, many reforms have taken place. Tanu suggests that the clan engage in commerce, discreetly selling ninja tools and information on the black market to generate funds. Publicly, they trade low-level jutsu with other clans under the pretense of exchanging techniques. Kakashi gained notoriety as the copy ninja solely through his Sharingan. Imagine the potential of the entire Uchiha clan. With time, they could accumulate a vast repository of jutsu, transforming their resources into an asset for their strength. Before long, Fugaku leads the A and C teams to the village entrance. Confronted by the gate guards, they swiftly incapacitate them with genjutsu. The Konoha Umbu, alerted to the Uchiha and Appo's movements, are likewise subdued. Before the village and Appo's higher-ups can react, the group exits the village, marching towards the battlefield where they anticipate encountering Kakashi and his team. Although the clan members expend chakra hastily traversing the distance, the journey is long and night has fallen. They estimate it will take at least another hour to reach Kakashi's location. Tenu, will we make it in time? What is your plan once we arrive? Patience. We shall strike after Obito and Kakashi awaken their Mangekyō Sharingan. If Obito proves ungrateful, we can subdue him first. His ocular technique, Kimui, is of space-time variety. Allowing him to evade any attack, he can only be harmed in the moment he strikes. We can use Genjutsu to control him initially. Tenya glances at Shursui, still masked beside Fugaku, and continues, if we disrupt the plans of the mastermind, he will undoubtedly dispatch numerous white Zetsu to confront us. The pale humanoid beings I mentioned before. We will follow the trail directly to their lair and unearth the puppeteer behind these machinations. Who exactly is this mastermind? Surely you can disclose that now, Fugaku presses, having inquired about Obito's situation over the past 6 months, only to be rebuffed by Tenu citing insufficient strength. Now that actions are underway, he is eager to learn the identity of their adversary. Uchiha Obito. Chapter 12. An aging Uchiha Madara in South Village. What? It can't be. Is it really him? But how? He was believed to be deceased. Exclaims Fugaku, utterly astonished. The legend of Uchiha Madara. Co-founder of Konoha alongside the first Hokage and former head of the Uchiha clan, was deeply ingrained in their history. Every member of the clan had grown up hearing tales of his exploits. Nay, he did not perish. He employed Izanagi to feign his demise and evade death, Tanu chuckles. However, fret not. Even if he still draws breath, his prowess is greatly diminished. By my reckoning, Madara is well into his twilight years, past 80 years of age. He continues, after rescuing Obito, we shall storm his lair, unleashing the full might of our Susanoo, and give him a taste of Uchiha power. Fugaku remains silent. Beads of perspiration trickling down his brow. Is it truly honorable to startle an octogenarian in such a manner? He muses. Several minutes later, they encounter Team E, tasked with shadowing Kakashi. The group conceals themselves, awaiting the arrival of their targets. As anticipated, 2 figures emerge swiftly from the forest. A barrage of shuriken follows in hot pursuit, forcing Kakashi to defend himself. As he deflects the projectiles, the pursuing mist shinobi materialize, surrounding Kakashi and his companion. Tanu and his comrades remain hidden, observing the unfolding events. Only when Kakashi pierces Rin's chest with his Chidori and Obito makes his dramatic entrance does Tanu signal his team to strike. With swift precision, they obliterate the mist shinobi, leaving no survivors. Brother? But you were thought to be. Tanu feigns astonishment, and the other Uchiha echo his sentiments. In terms of theatrics, the Uchiha clan could undoubtedly be crowned as the most accomplished performers in the shinobi world. Little brother, clan head, everyone. Rin, Obito, and Amp, Appos. S eyes well up with tears, mingling with the blood streaming down his face. He appears as a child, overwhelmed with grief, seeking solace in the presence of his kin. They had anticipated Obito would be consumed by rage, indiscriminately attacking friend and foe alike. However, to their surprise, the sight of his brethren fills him with profound sorrow. Brother, we are deeply sorry. We were too late to save Rin. Tanu approaches Obito, offering words of comfort. At that moment, the Zetsu attached to Obito constricts, enveloping his head. Only Obito's crimson right eye remains visible beneath the spiral-shaped Zetsu shell. The Zetsu propels Obito backward, creating distance between him and Tanu. Oh dear, it seems we have encountered the Uchiha clan. This complicates matters. Brothers, delay them. I shall escort Obito back. The Zetsu controlling Obito declares as it sinks into the earth. Dozens of Zetsu emerge from the ground, charging towards Tanu and his comrades. Tanu exchanges a glance with Uchiha Tekka, positioned behind Fugaku, and nods subtly. He hurls shuriken forward while swiftly forming hand seals. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The initial volley of shuriken multiplies into hundreds. Tekka activates his Mangekyō Sharingan, manipulating the shuriken to carve intricate paths through the air, assaulting each approaching Zetsu. Not content with this, Tanu unleashes the fire style, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique, sending hundreds of scorching fireballs to converge with the shuriken. Mangekyō Sharingan, Fire Style, Phoenix Sage Flower Shadow Clone Shuriken Technique. The fire-infused shuriken trace elegant arcs through the sky, striking each Zetsu with pinpoint accuracy. The air reverberates with their anguished cries. Inuta, can you pinpoint Obito and Appos' location? Tanu inquires. Affirmative. I have already marked him with my ocular prowess. They are located 2 kilometers away, in the direction of 3 o'clock, beneath the surface, Uchiha Inuta replies. His unique ability allows him to lock onto any living being within his field of vision, leaving an undetectable ocular mark, impervious even to Madara and Appo's perception. Especially now that he lacks the power of his eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. We shall proceed forthwith. Upon reaching the designated location, we shall unearth them. Should we encounter Uchiha Madara, refrain from engaging him unless he attempts to flee, Tanu commands. Moments later, the group arrives at the location where Madara is concealed. Fugaku instructs several members of Team A to activate their Susanoo and begin excavating. Colossal, multicolored skeletal arms wield Susanoo blades, each measuring several meters in length. With each strike, they carve out massive craters. Within his dwelling, the elderly Madara grimaces, sensing the commotion above. With a resigned sigh, he orders the Zetsu to prepare for battle, instructing them to eliminate all intruders. Boom. With a deafening roar, the cavern ceiling is breached, and dozens of Uchiha shinobi descend into the depths. Before they can land, a swarm of Zetsu rushes towards them. Fugaku scoffs, bellowing, "Unleash!" Crimson skeletal structures encircle their bodies, and chakra cloaks rapidly envelop the skeletons from below. Susanoo, second stage. With a mere sweep of his arm, Fugaku sends the foremost Zetsu hurtling through the air. The remaining Uchiha activate their Susanoo, transforming the cavern into a spectacle of towering spectral warriors. Madara peers through the opening above, witnessing the Uchiha who were unable to descend due to lack of space, now supporting them from above with their own Susanoo. What? Madara is astounded. Since when has the Mangekyō Sharingan become so commonplace? And the Susanoo, standard equipment? Amidst the throng, an anomaly emerges, a shinobi whose Sharingan displays only 3 tomo, standing in stark contrast to the Susanoo-clad warriors. I would like to state that my ocular power is nearly depleted, which is why I have not activated my Susanoo. Do you believe me? Tanu sheepishly scratches his head. Uchiha Madara, we have come to negotiate. As you can see, the Uchiha clan and Appo's strength has surpassed all previous eras, and we have only brought a fraction of our forces. Consider returning home. I have a method to restore you to your prime. Together, we shall conquer the shinobi world and usher in an era of true peace. Return home. You say? Madara scoffs. Youngster, I do not know how you have accomplished this, but I have my own means of creating true peace in this world. Venerable one, you speak of the Eye of the Moon plan, do you not? I am already aware of it, gathering the tailed beasts to resurrect the Ten Tails. Then employing the Rinnegan to cast infinite Tsukuyomi, trapping the entire world in an eternal dream, Tanu states. You intend to have Obito carry out this plan, creating a being similar to the Zetsu to oversee him, a vessel for your will, correct? Oh. And your eyes are currently in the possession of a man named Nagato Uzumaki, residing in the Rain Village. You plan to have Obito manipulate him into using the Rinne rebirth to resurrect you, correct? As Tanu speaks, Madara grows increasingly astonished, feeling as though the young man knows his deepest secrets. How do you know all of this? The octogenarian Madara reveals a flicker of fear. Oh. My Mangekyō Sharingan allows me to perceive the past and foresee the future. Your plan is doomed to failure. It is all a deception. You are being manipulated. Tanu slowly approaches the elderly Madara, gazing into his eyes. I know this is difficult to accept, but allow me to show you what I have seen. Chapter 13. Fusion, Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. The power of the Sharingan swirled, drawing Madara and Tanu into an illusionary realm. Madara offered no resistance. The Jinjutsu woven from the 3 tomo was insufficient to ensnare him completely. He found himself intrigued by everything the young man had articulated, eager to validate the claims. Scenes shifted continuously, depicting the ancient times when Otsutsuki descended upon this planet to plant the god tree, Kagaya's betrayal as she fed the Ten Tails, her subsequent deception by a treacherous human, and her sealing by her own sons, from which a pool of black liquid oozed from her sleeves. The narrative unfolded further, revealing Otsutsuki Kagaya dividing the Ten Tails into 9-tailed beasts and dispersing her chakra to establish the shinobi clans, the rivalry between Ashura and Indra, the ensuing conflicts among various clans during the Warring States period, and the eventual emergence of the 5 great shinobi villages. Do you comprehend? These were all events etched in history, the very origins of the ninja. The generations-long strife between the Uchiha and Senju clans could not escape the machinations of that black entity, which not only altered the ancient inscriptions of the Uchiha's stone tablet, but also secretly incited the reincarnations of Indra throughout the ages, aiming to resurrect Kagaya. I understand that these revelations may not be sufficient to convince you. Therefore, Allow me to present a glimpse into the future before my interference, Tanu proclaimed. The imagery shifted once more, commencing with Obito's intrusion into the Five Kage summit, heralding the dawn of the Fourth Great Ninja War. Upon witnessing himself gathering the Rinnegan and the God Tree, unleashing the infinite Tsukuyomi, and being ambushed by Kurizetsu as he revived Kaguya, Madara and Appo's earlier composure shattered. His heart wavered. Could this all be true? No, he was reluctant to accept it. That's enough. Do not attempt to deceive me with unsubstantiated claims. You speak of your kaleidoscope harboring the power of time. What proof do you possess? Isn't the awakening of the Sharingan among my clansmen the finest evidence? Tanu responded, elucidating how he utilized the temporal prowess of his kaleidoscope to aid his kin in unlocking their eyes. He further divulged his identity as Obito's younger brother, asserting that should he awaken the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, his ocular power would amplify, facilitating Madara's restoration to his former glory, perhaps even resurrecting his deceased loved ones. Madara fell silent. Although skepticism lingered, the evidence lay before him. Beyond the power of time, he could conceive of no better method to enable a multitude of his clan to awaken their Sharingan. Now that you are privy to all, will you continue with your plans? Kaguya, in all her might, had to create an army of white Zetsu to thwart the impending invasion of the Otsutsuki clan. With your strength, do you genuinely believe you can surpass her? Youngster, I begrudgingly place my faith in you. What is your course of action? Return with us. I am aware of your capabilities. The future needs you. You possess the knowledge to transplant Hashirama's cells, correct? By doing so for our clansmen, we could significantly mitigate the adverse effects of excessive kaleidoscope usage. My singular aim is to fortify our clan, unify the ninja world, and prepare for the impending battle against the Otsutsuki clan. Very well. I shall indeed execute a flawless transplantation of Hashirama's cells, but suddenly, the illusionary realm fractured as a shadow darted past Madara. The conduits nourishing him from behind were severed, causing Madara to spit blood as vitality swiftly ebbed away. It was Kurizetsu, who, witnessing his plans unravel due to the Uchiha clan and Appo's interference, sought to discard Madara as a pawn. He could always lie in wait for another opportunity after eliminating Madara. Tanu, quickly, use Kodo Amatsukami, he shouted desperately, simultaneously employing his shadow manipulation to restrain Obito and prevent him from escaping. In a flash, Shursui appeared next to Kurizetsu, activating the Kodo Amatsukami Genjutsu. I am Uchiha Kurizetsu. No, I must save my mother. Uchiha Kurizetsu. I must. By the heavens. Even Kodo Amatsukami cannot entirely rewrite this child and Appo's yearning to save his mother. Such filial piety. Shursui, repeat the technique multiple times. Do not hesitate to expend ocular power. We cannot eliminate him now, but we must not allow him to escape. Heeding the command, Shursui unleashed several more bursts of Kodo Amatsukami upon Kurizetsu. At that moment, Fugaku approached, gazing at the lifeless body of Uchiha Madara. Tanu, what is the outcome? Does he consent to return to the clan? Furthermore, what of the creature in this cave and those pale beings? He has acquiesced, yet we must await my awakening of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan before we can resurrect Madara. As for this location, let us seal it for now. Once Madara is revived, he will address it himself. Approaching the ensnared Obito, Tanu violently tore away the outer layer of Kurizetsu, extracting the unconscious Obito from within. At that moment, Obito lay in a state of unconsciousness, and Tanu directly removed Obito's right Sharingan, along with his own eyes. He placed his removed right eye and a nearly blind left eye into Obito's eye socket and sought Fugaku for the left eye of Obito he had procured from Kakashi to implant in himself. After receiving treatment from the clan's medical ninjas, Tanu forced his eyes open and hastened the fusion process using his ocular power. The kaleidoscope Sharingan arises from emotional stimuli, causing a mutation of chakra in the brain with an inheriting attribute. However, the chakra produced by this mutation is often insufficient, leading to the so-called side effects. By transplanting the kaleidoscope of another, one essentially acquires an eye that has endured double the suffering, thus enabling a complete evolution of ocular power. Thus, the awakening of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan does not merely involve the direct fusion of two eyeballs. It requires the merging of the chakra associated with ocular power. Moreover, transplanting Hashirama's cells serves as a catalyst for this evolution, as Hashirama's cells harbor yang chakra. The amalgamation of yin and yang inherently promotes the evolution of ocular power, a fact evidenced by Madara's ocular evolution in the original narrative. as well as Obito's unique eternal variant. After a brief acclimatization to this newfound ocular power, Tanu eagerly approached Madara's lifeless form to verify the results. At this moment, Tanu's kaleidoscope Sharingan, having merged with Obito's eye, exhibited a transformation in its pattern. While the designs of their respective kaleidoscopes had previously shown little difference aside from the direction of rotation, now Tanu's kaleidoscope had evolved, resembling three pointers of varying lengths, encircled by a faint ripple, exuding an even more uncanny elegance than before. Chapter 14. Sarutobi, you wouldn't want to. As I briefly experienced my new ocular power, I gazed intently at Uchiha Madara. The power activated, causing the space around Madara to subtly warp. The force of time flowing through him. The wrinkles on his skin quickly faded, and strands of black began to reappear amidst his once gray hair. I did not revert Madara's state to that of his youth all at once. Instead, I regressed him by a couple of decades. Just enough for him to move more easily. I planned to assist him in regaining his prime after we returned to the village and retrieved the Rinnegan stored with Nagato. Beyond my original abilities, I unexpectedly discovered that after merging with Obito's ocular technique, which harbored spatial power, I now commanded not only the force of time but also had some control over the realm of space. Within my vision, I perceived a domain akin to Obito's Kamui. Time fused with space, this was the true power of time-space. I could sense the fluctuations of time within my and Oppo's, Kamui space, and Oppo's. With careful perception, I could even identify certain nodes from both the past and the future. Alas, my current strength was still insufficient. I could only perceive the existence of these nodes. If I had ample chakra, I would truly wish to test whether I could traverse through time and space via these nodes. At that moment, Uchiha Madara awakened, sitting up and gazing in astonishment at his hands. Sensing his body rejuvenated by over 20 years, he had completely come to trust me. Madara, how do you feel? I inquired. Quite well. The power of time is truly remarkable. By the way, what happened to that sneak attacker? I pointed toward Shursui. Well, it took quite a few uses of Kamui to subdue him. From now on, we can refer to him as Uchiha Black Zetsu. However, this entity was created by Kaguya and cannot be killed. For safety's sake, we should seal it away for now. As I spoke, I employed an enhanced version of Kamui to draw in the black liquid that was incessantly declaring itself as Uchiha Black Zetsu, confining it within a temporal and spatial prison I had set up in a corner of my Kamui space. With my assistance, Madara quickly gathered his belongings he had left in the cave over the years, and we all leaped into the Oppo's big pit. And Oppo's, dozens of Uchiha elites joined forces to temporarily seal this location. Madara felt no remorse for the Outer Path Golem or the White Zetsu army. Initially, he regarded the Outer Path Golem as a tool for summoning the Rinnegan and the Tintail's vessel, while the White Zetsu, mere byproducts, were seen as expendable tools. However, now that he understood the past and future, realizing he had been utilized, he simply wished to distance himself from those repugnant white entities. At dawn, my group returned to the entrance of Konoha, accompanied by the elderly Madara, the unconscious Obito, and the remains of Kakashi and Rin, only to be intercepted by dozens of Konoha ninjas rushing out. Halt. The Hokage has ordered the village to be sealed. No one is allowed to enter or exit without permission. In the distance, a figure hurried towards the village, evidently to report the situation at the entrance. Fugaku, why did you leave the village without the Hokage's permission? Do you not realize this is tantamount to rebellion? A Konoha J-nin stepped forward, loudly questioning Fugaku. Fugaku scoffed, remaining silent as he closed his eyes, waiting for someone capable of resolving the situation to arrive. Moments later, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Danzo Shimura appeared using the body flicker technique, their gazes firmly fixed on Fugaku. Sarutobi, you wouldn't want to completely sever ties with the Uchiha now, would you? As Fugaku opened his eyes, his Sharingan swirled, locking onto Sarutobi and the others. The Uchiha ninjas accompanying him also activated their Sharingan, directing their gaze towards the Konoha ninjas blocking the path. The air thickened, the tension palpable, causing Danzo to hesitate even in his breath, while Sarutobi's pupils constricted, his heart churning with tumultuous waves. His hands, concealed beneath the Hokage's cloak, trembled slightly. If a confrontation were to erupt, given the power of the Mangekyō Sharingan, Konoha might very well cease to exist. This is the Mangekyō Sharingan. You all. After a brief moment of shock, Sarutobi faltered, laboriously pulling Danzo aside to clear a path for Fugaku and his group to enter the village. A faint smile graced Fugaku's lips as he glanced at me, silently acknowledging. Indeed, this lad was right. Dignity lies solely upon the edge of a blade. It felt gratifying to have the Hokage yield before me. On our way back to the clan grounds, we witnessed numerous Konoha ninjas retreating from the vicinity of the Uchiha compound. Presumably, after I led some of our kin out of the village, the Hokage had dispatched forces to encircle the compound. Most of them are merely the younger generation of the Sarutobi clan. Has the village now become the domain of the Sarutobi clan? Madara sneered, expressing his dissatisfaction. Hashirama was foolish enough to annihilate his own Senju clan. Luckily, a talent like Tanu has emerged among our Uchiha descendants. Indeed, after the demise of the second Hokage Tobirama, Sarutobi and Hanzo seized control of the village, vigorously promoting their own clan. Throughout the wars, these clans have consistently avoided direct engagement, only sending numerous lesser clans and commoner ninjas to the front line. By the way, Senior Madara, I heard Tanu mention you have a way to eliminate the side effects of the Mangekyou. Is that true? Fugaku asked anxiously. If this could indeed be accomplished, the Uchiha clan would have no lingering worries, and our strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. By utilizing Hashirama cells, I can assist you in perfectly merging with their power. Wood release can significantly mitigate the side effects of the Mangekyou. However, prior to that, Tanu, you promised to help me regain my peak condition. Uchiha Madara stated, turning his gaze towards Tanu, who sheepishly scratched his head and replied, It's not that I'm unwilling, but without the Rinnegan, you cannot truly be at your peak. I can retrieve those eyes for you first. For now, you should rest in the clan and familiarize yourself with the current Uchiha, and once I return, I will assist you in reclaiming your prime. That makes sense. Then you should set out immediately. You know where my eyes are, the land of rain isn't far from Konoha. Depart now. And you should be back within 3 days. Tanu felt somewhat exasperated, thinking how this elder was acting like a child, so impatient. At least let me return home for a moment to drink something warm and rest. After contemplating, he decided to postpone his departure until the following day, citing the need to adapt to his newly evolved ocular power. Of course, he wasn't merely delaying time. There were matters to attend to within the clan. His elder brother was still unconscious, and given the extraordinary nature of those eyes, he couldn't trust anyone else to look after him. It would be wise to wait until Obito regained some self-defense capability before embarking on his journey. Chapter 15. Unexpected harvest. After the medical ninja conducted a brief examination on Obito, Tanu brought him home to rest while he remained by his side, diligently training and attuning himself to the temporal fluctuations within his space-time. It was not until the evening that a sudden, urgent call pulled Tanu and Appo's focus back. Rin. Obito abruptly sat up, extending his hand forward as sweat streamed down his face, a clear indication that he had just dreamed of Rin's tragic demise. Tanu, you're awake. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Tanu, what is wrong with my eyes? Obito asked, perplexed, as he touched the bandages wrapped around his face. In order to facilitate the complete evolution of your ocular power into the eternal Myōki Sharingan, I swapped our eyes, Tanu explained. Let me expedite the fusion process for you. With that, Tanu activated Future, channeling the power of time onto Obito, accelerating his temporal flow. Moments later, he removed the eye patch from Obito. How do you feel now? What is your ocular technique? It's Kamui. I can teleport to any location in the ninja world at will, and I possess the power to manipulate time. Allowing me to accelerate it, Obito replied, his excitement palpable. Indeed, by merging with Obito and Appo's Mangekyou, Tanu had not only enhanced his original ocular abilities but had also acquired a diluted version of Kamui. Conversely, Obito had fortified Kamui and gained Tanu and Appo's ability to hasten time. After a moment and Appo's reflection, Obito and Appo's spirits plummeted. Rin, I will never be late again. Come now, dear brother, do not despair. Rin can still be saved. My Mangekyou can rescue her. I can reverse time and restore her to her state before death. Is that truly possible? At Tanu and Appo's words, Obito leapt up, seizing Tanu and Appo's shoulders and shaking him fervently. Absolutely, brother. I will revive your beloved right now. Tanu declared, releasing Rin and Appo's lifeless body from the space-time continuum. Under Obito and Appo's eager gaze, he activated the Mangekyou technique, passed. In an instant, the wound on Rin and Appo's chest healed rapidly, and she was enveloped in vitality, her once still chest now gently rising and falling. Remarkable! This is even stronger than my time manipulation, Obito exclaimed in astonishment. Foolish brother. Could it be that your newfound time power is a result of merging with my eyes? Tenyu retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Obito. Ignoring Tenyu, Obito rushed forward. Embracing Rin in a surge of overwhelming emotion, his joy spilling over as he wept uncontrollably. As if awakened by the commotion, Rin slowly opened her eyes and murmured, "Obito? Wait, I thought I was. My stomach hurts." Before they could catch up, an unforeseen event unfolded. Red chakra seeped from Rin's body, enveloping her entirely. Obito, holding Rin, felt his hands seared by the chakra. Tenyu swiftly pulled Obito away, activating his ocular technique to draw them both into his Kamui space. Meanwhile, in a lavish residence within Konoha, a fiery-haired girl suddenly clutched her stomach. "Are you alright, Kushina? What happened?" Minato hurried over to support her. "It and Appo's, the Nine Tails. It's causing a ruckus again." In the realm of consciousness, the Nine Tails sensed the presence of the Three Tails nearby, its agitation palpable. As it contemplated creating a disturbance, the sensation abruptly vanished. "What is happening with Rin?" Obito questioned anxiously. Upon entering the space-time, Rin's consciousness had already been consumed by the Three Tails. Her entire form shrouded in dark red chakra, showing signs of a transformation into a complete form, white bones beginning to emerge. The Mist Village sealed the Three Tails within Rin. "The situation is intricate. We must suppress the Three Tails and rescue your sister-in-law before explaining further." With a furious roar, the Three Tails surged forth, its violent chakra sweeping through the entire space-time. Before Obito could process the information, the beast lunged at them with its claws. Tenyu quickly pulled Obito back, narrowly evading the strike. Upon landing, he attempted to use his Sharingan to control the Three Tails, but failed. His Genjutsu was insufficient, and with the Three Tails in a frenzy, it proved ineffective. This failure only incited the Three Tails and Appo's fury, which threw its head back and roared, gathering chakra. Within moments, a tailed beast bomb, the size of a basketball, was formed and launched directly at Tenyu. "Let me handle this." "Kamui." Obito interjected, positioning himself before Tenyu and activating the technique with his left eye. The tailed beast bomb was instantly engulfed by the distorted space. Tenyu felt a chill of awe. The speed was astounding, a testament to the evolution into the eternal Mangekyou. Compared to the original narrative's Kamui activation speed, this was like comparing a grandmother crossing the street to an athlete sprinting 100 meters. "Whatever you are, return my Rin." Redirecting the tailed beast bomb, Obito charged at the Three Tails, forming hand seals, causing thick roots to sprout from the ground and ensnare the creature and Appo's limbs and neck. Obito used Genjutsu to control it. Upon hearing this, Obito immediately employed his Genjutsu, forcing the Three Tails into a temporary calm. The dark red chakra gradually receded, leaving behind a faint orange chakra shell. Meanwhile, the unconscious Rin collapsed to the ground. "Impressive, Obito. If you can control the Nine Tails, the Three Tails should be no challenge. Are you skilled in sealing techniques? The seals left by the Mist Village have failed. Even if I can control the Three Tails, it will eventually break free." "I'm not." "Didn't Team Madara teach you?" "No," Obito replied, realizing that he had only learned from Madara after his descent into darkness, remaining the naive brother Tenyu once knew. "What if we extract the Three Tails? I could revive Sister Rinnegan. That could work." After a brief discussion, Obito guided the Three Tails out from Rin and Appo's body. A massive surge of chakra erupted from Rin's belly, coalescing into a gargantuan turtle beside them. Tenyu then activated his ocular technique once more, reversing Rin and Appo's time to restore her health. Observing the now controlled beast, Tenyu felt a headache coming on. What should be done with this creature? Originally, the Three Tails should have perished alongside Rin. Having revived her, the beast had come back to life as well. "Never mind, I can't control it now. Let Obito handle it." Meanwhile, Rin, having just awakened, was immediately enveloped in Obito's embrace. "Rin, I'm so relieved. I nearly thought I would never see you again." Rin gently pushed Obito away and asked, "Obito, what about Kakashi? Is he all right?" Upon hearing this, Obito and Appo's expression froze, and he fell silent, entirely petrified. Chapter 16, Obito and Appo's crusade of affection, aspiration to become a savior. Kakashi, unscathed, was promptly consigned to Konoha Hospital for recuperation. Perhaps the loss of his Sharingan was a boon, as its constant activation was a drain on his already meager chakra reserves. After Obito sequestered the three-tailed beast, they departed from the space-time dimension. Upon emerging, Rin clamored to visit Kakashi. Obito, eager to accompany her, was intercepted by Tanu, who steered him toward Madara. Upon arriving at Fugaku's residence, Tanu gestured toward Obito's right side. His gaze fixed on Madara, yearning etched in his eyes. First, retrieve my eyes and restore me to my prime. Then, I shall bestow upon you Hashirama and Appo's cells. Without the infusion of Hashirama's cells, I dare not venture forth. The shinobi world is fraught with peril, and that area is the primary battleground. Madara merely cast a disdainful glance at Tanu, adamantly refusing his pleas. Dejected, Tanu bid farewell to Madara and Fugaku, then turned to Obito. Dear brother, would you not wish to spare your beloved sibling from braving the battlefield alone? Accompany me, I implore you. Nay, I must seek out Rin. Such ardent devotion to Rin is futile. Heed my counsel, brother, for I possess a method to win her affections. Truly, dear brother? Verily, dear brother, join me. And I shall impart my wisdom along the way. Mangekyou, you say? Then let us depart, via Kamui. In an instant, space contorted, and the brothers materialized upon a rain-swept bridge. Obito, his eyes brimming with anticipation, entreated, Teach me now, dear brother, for I yearn to be with Rin. Good heavens! Such power! To transport us to Mangekyou in the blink of an eye. Could you not have chosen a more hospitable locale? This rain stings the face. Apologies, dear brother. I shall be more mindful next time. Now instruct me. Consider, brother, why Rin holds Kakashi in such high regard. Is it not out of affection? But why does she favor him? Kakashi was renowned as a prodigy during his academy days, and he has only grown more accomplished since graduation. What were you doing when he attained the rank of Jonin? Assisting elderly women across the street. Not that such acts are unwelcome, but could you not cultivate some ambition? Maidens are drawn to men of exceptional caliber. If you were to surpass Kakashi, would Rin not view you in a different light? Your words ring true, dear brother. I shall strive to become a Jonin. Such aspirations are paltry. A Jonin is but a stepping stone. You shall become Hokage, a hero of the shinobi world, a savior. Imagine, if you were to become a savior, with Kakashi kneeling before your might, what would Rin think? And Appo's? Oh, Obito, you are so dashing, so formidable. I long to bear your children. After a torrent of persuasive rhetoric, Tanu had thoroughly indoctrinated Obito. Now, brimming with zeal, Obito surged forth into the downpour, proclaiming, I shall become a savior. I shall sweep across the shinobi world and end this war. Tanu grinned. Who says Obito is only formidable when corrupted? His ardor in the name of love makes him even more potent. Wherever the brothers tread, the forces of Kirigakure and Iwagakure were routed, their ranks decimated. The Konoha forces on the front lines, upon witnessing these two titans hurtling past, presumed reinforcements had arrived and launched fierce offensives against the enemy lines. The enemy, upon witnessing such power, lost all will to fight, and the entire front collapsed. Even Tanu himself was taken aback by how their escapades on the battlefield had reshaped the Third Shinobi World War, reversing the tide against Konoha. Kirigakure, having suffered grievous losses in its protracted war with Konoha, had lost the will to fight and sued for peace. Iwagakure, though reluctant, was forced to abandon the Mangekyou front. A week later, Tanu and Obito located Yahiko and Nagato. Yahiko recognized the Uchiha brothers who had been wreaking havoc in Mangekyou. You are Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Tanu, who have been rampaging through Mangekyou these past few days. To what do we owe this visit? Yahiko warily stepped forward, shielding Nagato and Konan. If, for the sake of peace in the shinobi world, you were required to sacrifice something, would you be willing? What is it that you would have as sacrifice? Yahiko inquired. Nagato and Appo's eyes. Those eyes do not belong to him. They were merely entrusted to him in his youth. Impossible. I will not allow you to harm Nagato. He is my comrade, Yahiko exclaimed. Even if it means sacrificing my own life for peace, I will not allow harm to befall my comrade. Wait, Yahiko, Nagato interjected, restraining Yahiko. If these eyes can bring peace to the shinobi world, then I am willing to give them to you. But before I do, can you tell me what you plan to do? Nagato, Yahiko protested. Nagato silenced Yahiko with a touch. I will lead my clan, wielding absolute force to swiftly end this war. Your eyes are crucial, but you cannot unleash their full power. Only within the Uchiha clan can those eyes unleash their true potential. But to end war with war will only breed greater hatred. It will not bring lasting peace. Do you have a better solution? You are too naive. Only absolute force can suppress the shinobi world, preventing even the thought of hatred from arising. So, give them to me. Do you possess such power? Nagato inquired, his resolve wavering. He and his comrades had striven for peace for so long, but they saw no hope. Now, the hope of ending the chaos was before him, and he was tempted. I am not asking. I can simply take them. But since you wish to ascertain whether we possess such power, I shall demonstrate it to you. Tianyu closed his eyes, then opened them, revealing the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. A colossal golden humanoid figure formed from chakra. Not yet complete. The giant swelled, and a thick armor materialized, transforming it into a towering golden figure hundreds of meters tall. Obito, what are you waiting for? Join me. Obito activated his Susanoo, and another colossal blue giant materialized beside it. Chapter 17. The fierce battle with Hanzo of the Salamander. Hanzo, renowned as a demigod, subdued Nagato with his absolute strength. After acquiring the Rinnegan, the two did not rush back to Konoha. Upon waking Yahiko, they discussed their future plans with him and Konan. Tianyu resolved to conquer the hidden rain village for his own purposes. The land of rain, neighboring the land of fire, earth, wind, and 4 other nations, holds immense strategic value. Establishing it as a secondary stronghold for their clan would significantly facilitate future developments and preparations for impending conflicts. The first step was to eliminate the upper echelon of the Rain Ninja Village and secure complete control over it. After a brief respite, guided by Yahiko, the trio approached the outskirts of the hidden Rain Village, while Konan remained behind to care for the blinded Nagato. Just as they were about to enter the village, they were confronted by a dozen Rain Village ninjas. Tobirama, the outside is up to you, and Yahiko, I will seek out Hanzo. Can you handle this alone? He is the legendary Hanzo, after all. It and Appos, that's enough, came the calm reply. With that, space began to warp, and Tianyu was drawn into it. When he reappeared, he found himself atop the highest building in the Rain Village. On the rooftop stood a ninja clad in traditional attire, wearing a gas mask and wielding a scythe and chain. His icy gaze fixed upon the distant figures of Tobirama and the others, radiating a palpable aura of menace. Hanzo of the Salamander, a formidable ninja known as a demigod in the Shinobi world, had single-handedly taken on both Sunagakure and Konohagakure during the Second Shinobi World War, leveraging his immense power and terrifying poison techniques to gain a decisive advantage on the battlefield. Rather than immediately attacking Tianyu, he inquired, did Konoha only send 2 children? Not Konoha, but Uchiha. For the peace of the Shinobi world, I beseech you to meet your end. With that, Hanzo swiftly turned, releasing his chain while simultaneously forming hand seals with his free hand. As the chain rapidly coiled towards him, Tianyu drew his ninja blade to block it. The chain collided with the blade, wrapping around it with speed. At that moment, Hanzo completed his jutsu. Fire release, exploding flame formation. Numerous explosive tags erupted from the ground, racing toward Tianyu's legs. Boom. The deafening explosion obliterated the uppermost level of the building. Hanzo leaped from the rooftop, landing against the exterior wall. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. From the billowing smoke, a colossal dragon of flame surged forth, reaching Hanzo in an instant. The side spun in his grasp, chakra surging along its length as he cleaved downward toward the fiery dragon. The immense blaze was split in 2, but just as Hanzo and Appos' strength began to wane, a ninja blade shot through the gap, aimed directly at his face. Quick! With a resounding clang, a wooden post took Hanzo's place. Tianyu, wielding his blade, sliced through the post effortlessly. As the sound of slicing air rang out, the sharp side pierced through Tianyu and Appos' neck, who retaliated with a reverse thrust of his ninja blade. Clang! The jarring sound of metal clashing pierced the air as the ninja blade was halted by a chain, colliding heavily against Hanzo and Appos' abdomen. Hanzo quickly leaped back, distancing himself from Tianyu. Did the attack penetrate my body? Those eyes. Hanzo's heart raced. Having roamed the shinobi world for years, he recognized the Sharingan and understood the profound difficulty of facing an opponent who had activated the Mangekyō Sharingan. He dared not underestimate Tianyu. Wiping a smear of blood across the edge of his scythe, he called forth his jutsu. Summoning technique, Salamander. Ninjutsu, poison mist spray. Standing atop the massive head of the salamander, Hanzo formed hand seals with one hand. The creature and Appos' mouth gaped wide, releasing a torrent of toxic mist toward Tianyu. Indeed troublesome. It and Appos' impossible to block. Even if I could, the poison would still pervade the air around me. Best to evade for now. With that thought, Tianyu activated his Kamui. The purple mist flowing through his form, the air thick with toxins. Hanzo squinted. Indeed, a technique that allowed attacks to pass through one's body. However, every technique has its weaknesses. With the area saturated in poison, he presumed Tianyu would be unable to launch further attacks. Thus, if he could keep the poison shrouding him, victory would be his when the jutsu reached its limits. He commanded the salamander to continue spewing poison, clouding the space with thick purple mist, to the point that visibility was obstructed, hindering Tianyu's ability to utilize other ocular techniques. Truly deserving of the title of demigod. He has already discerned the flaw in my technique. Observing the salamander's relentless emission of poison, Tianyu quickly devised a countermeasure, forming hand seals with urgency. Wind release, great breakthrough. A ferocious gale swept through the vicinity, uprooting bricks and debris from the walls, scattering the toxic mist. Without delay, as the mist dissipated, he locked eyes with Hanzo and unleashed his Mangekyō Sharingan. Now, realizing the impending danger, Hanzo directed the salamander to raise its head, shielding himself while swiftly leaping behind the creature. He was uncertain if those eyes possessed further abilities, but it was best to avoid direct confrontation. At that moment, the massive salamander stood motionless, as if carved from wood, while the surrounding poison, caught in the wind, remained suspended in midair, as if time itself had halted. Is he freezing what I see? No, he is stopping time. Hanzo swiftly maneuvered around the salamander, charging towards Tianyu, scythe in hand, ready to strike. Tianyu, gasping for breath, felt the weariness in his body intensify. When he activated the wind technique, he had exposed himself to the poison mist. Though he held his breath, a small amount of toxin had seeped through his skin, leaving him slightly dizzy and sluggish. As the scythe hurtled toward him, Tianyu had no choice but to strike it away with his ninja blade. Just as he prepared to form seals, Hanzo seized the scythe and swung it toward Tianyu's face. Frantically blocking, Tianyu felt the immense force transfer through his blade, forcing him to stagger back a step. Hanzo denied him another opportunity to activate his ocular or ninjutsu techniques, relentlessly attacking with a flurry of strikes while evading Tianyu's gaze. Truly deserving of the title of demigod, Hanzo and Appo's physical prowess was unparalleled in the shinobi realm. Tianyu could only strive to defend himself, occasionally using his intangibility to evade lethal blows. If he failed to phase out, Hanzo would begin forming the hand signs for a summoning technique. It was becoming exceedingly difficult. Had he known, he would have unleashed Susanoo from the very start. Given his current state, he could only reach the second level at most, and Hanzo would undoubtedly escape. As he pondered over strategies, suddenly, Tianyu's hand faltered. He could no longer wield his ninja blade, and the scythe cleaved through his shoulder with a sharp pain. Staring at the deep wound where the scythe had embedded itself, he felt surprisingly little pain, as if his entire body were numb. Chapter 18, Conquering the Village of Rain, Madara greater than ever in a moment of astonishment. Tianyu realized that Hans and Appo's gas mask had mysteriously vanished. His own anxiety had led him to overlook this crucial detail. Hans, having had a toxic pouch implanted within him since childhood, had allowed the poison to permeate his entire being over the years. Even the air he exhaled was laced with toxins. The mask he wore was a means of safeguarding those around him. Yet it had been years since an adversary had been able to exploit this weakness. You are exceptional, young one, but this is where it ends, he declared, suddenly intensifying the force in his hands, aiming to cleave Tianyu in two with his scythe. Tianyu, enduring the discomfort coursing through his body, summoned every ounce of strength to activate his Mangekyō Sharingan. Golden skeletal arms materialized, sweeping through the air and forcing Hans to retreat. Gasping for breath, and with his consciousness fading, he exerted his final reserves of energy to invoke the power of the Mangekyō Sharingan, reversing time. The dreadful wound on his shoulder began to mend, and the scythe embedded in his flesh was magically withdrawn, hovering in the air. In mere moments, Tianyu and Appo's injury was fully healed. Hans, incredulous at this spectacle, considered intervening but hesitated, deterred by the strangeness of his opponent and Appo's ocular technique. Instead, he hurled a few shuriken from a distance. Yet, as they neared Tianyu, they encountered an inexplicable resistance, suspending themselves mid-air and even reversing their rotation. This is untenable, Tianyu thought. Although he had reverted time to the moment before his poisoning, the chakra and mental energy expended had not been replenished. Truly a demigod of the shinobi realm. I concede your strength, but I still possess hidden cards. With that, Tianyu rapidly formed hand seals, completing dozens in the blink of an eye. Hans sensed impending doom. So many seals must herald a cataclysmic jutsu. He hastily grasped the chain to retrieve his scythe while simultaneously forming seals with his left hand. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A water dragon coalesced beneath Hans, hurtling toward Tianyu. With a calm smile, Tianyu clapped his hands and exclaimed, Ninjutsu, secret transmission of the Uchiha, call brother technique. Brother, save me. Just as Tianyu contemplated retreat, he spotted Obito rushing toward him, abandoning his escape plan. "You old fool. Do not harm my brother? Take this Kamui Shuriken." In a desperate bid to save his brother, Obito activated his complete Susanoo, launching a colossal shuriken at the water dragon aimed at Tanu. The dragon, dwarfed by the might of the shuriken, was swiftly absorbed into the Kamui dimension. What followed was a colossal blue giant, which unleashed a devastating punch toward Hanzo's position. With a resounding crash, a massive building was obliterated, collapsing downwards. Another colossal hand scooped up Tanu and placed him safely within the diamond-shaped gem atop the Susanoo. "Are you all right, little brother?" Obito asked anxiously. "I'm fine. Just a bit poisoned, and my chakra is depleted. A moment and Appo's rest will suffice." Tanu replied. "Wait, that old man escaped? Was it body flicker technique?" "I and Appo's marked him. He cannot escape," Obito asserted. With that, he directed the Susanoo skyward, heading toward the outskirts of the village of Rain. In an instant, they arrived at the sea and Appo's surface. Kamui, space-time lock. The entire realm quivered momentarily, and Tanu discerned the nature of Obito and Appo's upgraded ocular technique. Utilizing the spatial powers of Kamui, he sealed this entire area, rendering all spatial ninjutsu ineffective. Naturally, Tanu's original Kamui, being of the same origin as Obito's, remained functional. "I found you. Behold my sword." The Susanoo drew forth a massive long sword, plunging toward the sea and Appo's surface with lethal precision. With a horrifying scream, the once revered demigod of the shinobi world met his demise beneath the waves. Obito, reveling in triumph, turned to Tanu, unable to conceal his glee. "I told you, little brother. You cannot underestimate your opponents. You nearly fell victim to that old man. See how impressive I am? One strike and he is done for. I am simply not interested." Tanu retorted, turning his head away. "I was merely careless, caught off guard by his poison. Besides, anyone can annihilate foes with a giant Susanoo. I yearn for the thrill of battle, to vanquish him like a true warrior." "Well, I don't care. You were almost killed by him." The two swiftly returned to the village of Rain, methodically locating and eliminating Han's and Appo's loyalists. They gathered all the village and Appo's shinobi in a large chamber, where they enacted the Kamui, space-time lock to prevent any escape. Clueless about political maneuvers, Tanu and Obito exchanged puzzled glances, neither knowing what to do next. Ultimately, they resolved to leave this mess to the elders of their clan to sort out. Obito quickly utilized Kamui to return to the Uchiha clan grounds, locating Fugaku and explaining the situation. Together with Fugaku and several elite Uchiha, he returned to the village of Rain. After 3 days of persuasion and indoctrination, the shinobi of the village accepted the Uchiha. Subsequently, Yahiko was appointed as the new village leader, and the Uchiha established a law enforcement unit to oversee the region. Notably, to appease Yahiko, the Uchiha compensated Nagato with a pair of 3-tomo Sharingan and appointed him as the deputy leader of the law enforcement unit, while secretly recruiting talents from the shinobi world to continue forming the Akatsuki organization. Thus, the village of Rain successfully came under the Uchiha clan and Appo's influence. Once matters in the village of Rain were settled, Tanu, Obito, and Fugaku returned to the Uchiha grounds in Konohagakure. At this time, Madara had already transplanted his Rinnegan. Upon their arrival, he hurried to Fugaku and Appo's residence, eagerly awaiting Tanu and Appo's return. "I just got back. Can I have a moment to drink and rest? We just subdued an entire shinobi village, and I nearly lost my life in the process. I heard about your escapade from Obito a few days ago." "You need to practice more," Madara retorted. Fine. I'll help you first," Tanu relented, feeling a bit embarrassed under Madara and Appo's eager gaze. Activating his eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, he focused on Madara, and time and Appo's power flowed. Madara and Appo's body rapidly transformed back to his youth. Thinning white hair became thick, lustrous black locks, wrinkles on his skin vanished, and his hunchback straightened. Tanu ceased the ocular technique when Madara signaled him to stop. Madara clenched his fists, feeling an overwhelming surge of power. With the addition of Hashirama and Appo's cells and the Rinnegan, he felt more formidable than ever before. Unable to contain himself, he struck a triumphant pose and laughed heartily. Uchiha Madara. I am back. Ha ha ha. Chapter 19. I support Namikaze Minato as Hokage. Who disagrees? Indeed, Tanu. Would you care to witness the full extent of my power during the pinnacle of my existence as Uchiha Madara? After sharing a brief laugh, Madara suddenly fixed his eager gaze on Tanu, posing the question. Well, there is currently no one in the ninja world capable of withstanding your prowess for even a few exchanges. There will be ample opportunities for you to demonstrate your skills in the future. By the way, can you transplant Hashirama and Appos cells into me now? Certainly. But I have a condition. What is it? You, my junior, I hold in high regard. After the transplantation of Hashirama and Appos cells, you shall accompany me in training. That is acceptable, absolutely. Initially filled with apprehension and fearing unreasonable demands from Madara, Tanu, and Appos, heart leapt with joy upon hearing the offer of mentorship. It was as if a pillow had been delivered just as one was falling asleep. What he lacked was indeed combat experience, and with such a personal guide, his foundation would surely allow him to dominate the ninja world in the future. Regarding the transplantation of Hashirama and Appos cells, I have a suggestion. Let us first transplant my own cells. Why? Obito utilized my technique to transplant Hashirama and Appos cells, yet the outcome was less than satisfactory. The fusion was imperfect. Recently, I have researched this matter, and I discovered that my cells exhibit a remarkably high compatibility with Hashirama and Appos as Uchiha clan members. You should encounter no difficulties in merging with my cells, which would simultaneously enhance the compatibility of Hashirama and Appos cells. This was Madara and Appos' conclusion following his return to the Uchiha. Upon his arrival, he had already commenced research on this issue, collecting numerous samples from clan members and conducting various experiments, ultimately finding this approach entirely feasible. It might even unexpectedly promote further evolution of the ocular powers. After all, the fusion of Indra and Appos and Ashura and Appos powers is the epitome of perfection. That makes sense. Then let us begin at once, Tanu eagerly suggested. Patience. I still have some preparations remaining. You may discuss your matters first and come to find me tonight. Madara remarked as he turned to exit. Reluctantly, Tanu followed Fugaku toward the secret chamber, prioritizing the pressing matters at hand. Before long, the secret chamber was filled with people. The current pillars of the clan. You should already be aware of our intention to suppress the ninja world by force and bring an end to this chaotic era. The purpose of gathering you here is to discuss how we should act, Fugaku stated from his elevated position, surveying the assembly with authority. Lord Clan Leader. We have already taken control of Mangekyou. I propose we use it as a springboard to launch an attack on Hokage in the ongoing ninja world war. Those warmongers are everywhere. We must first subdue them, said a middle-aged man seated in the front row. Tanu recognized this individual as Uchiha Ken, whose son perished a year prior in the conflict with the Hokage, leaving the father embittered by the loss as he never even recovered his son and Appos' remains. Given this opportunity, he was eager to exact vengeance upon everyone from Hokage. However, a young man seated nearby expressed dissent, arguing that they should first subjugate the 3 small countries surrounding the land of rain, the land of grass, the land of rivers, and the land of birds. These nations lacked ninja villages, but numerous ninja groups and clans existed among them. If they could bring these nations under their banner, the resources from these lands would constitute a considerable fortune. Subsequently, several others voiced differing opinions, though most were rather conservative proposals. Fugaku, listening intently, shook his head, clearly dissatisfied with the responses. He gestured toward Tanu, inviting him to share his thoughts. Lord Clan Leader, I believe that to repel external threats, we must first secure our own territory. Our clan and Appos' internal conflicts with the village have yet to be fully resolved. If we were to send troops to other nations at this time, we might very well suffer betrayal from within the village. We need to alter the current status of Konoha. Whether it is the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, or the several old-timers supporting the Hokage, they are all disciples of the 2nd Hokage. They have perfectly inherited the so-called Will of Fire. As long as they remain in power, the desire to see the Uchiha clan perish will not fade. I propose we unite with factions dissatisfied with these individuals and their clans, overthrow their rule, and install one of our own as Hokage. Only then can we ensure our rear is secure. Fugaku nodded. After we topple those old-timers, who do you have in mind to become Hokage? The yellow flash of Konoha, Namake's Minato. As soon as Tanu uttered this name, someone leapt up to refute him. Nonsense. Is he not also a member of the Hokage faction? What benefit would it bring to our Uchiha clan to place such a person in power? I propose that clan leader Fugaku become Hokage. Yes, I support Lord Fugaku as Hokage. The surrounding individuals immediately began to clamor, rebuking Tanu while clamoring for the clan leader to assume the position. Fugaku clapped his hands to restore order, signaling Tanu to continue. In the future, I perceive. The fourth Hokage is indeed Nameki's Minato. After he becomes Hokage, he does not harbor animosity towards the Uchiha like the second Hokage, nor does he indulge Danzo's provocations that exacerbate the conflict between the village and our clan. Instead, he endeavors to improve the relationship between the village and the clan, even intervening multiple times to mediate between them. However, the third Hokage did not relinquish power. And with only his efforts, it would be challenging to effect substantial change. But if we assist him, the outcome would differ significantly. If our Uchiha clan could serve as a solid support for Minato, then once he ascends to power, he would undoubtedly be capable of altering the current circumstances. Moreover, becoming Hokage is not merely a matter of who we wish to see in the position. It is not enough to simply desire the title. Only through the recognition of the people can one truly become Hokage. Minato is deeply beloved by the villagers. This is evident to all. His sense of responsibility and wisdom. Who among you can dispute that? That is the yellow flash after all. Both his combat prowess and intellect are well known. Tanu and Appo's assertions left them with little room to argue. Everyone was aware of Tanu and Appo's ability to see into the future, since he envisioned the fourth Hokage, Nameki's Minato. Striving to mend the rift between the village and the clan, it seemed plausible. Yet, for the sake of pride, the individual who had earlier opposed Tanu raised another question. If he is truly making an effort to change things, why does the clan still face annihilation in the original future? Indeed, many turned their gazes towards Tanu, questioning why. If the fourth Hokage was genuinely committed to change, the clan would still meet such a grim fate in the original timeline. Because he perished in less than a year after taking office, falling victim to the Nine Tails and Appo's rampage, when the village found itself in crisis. The fourth Hokage was left with no one to rely on, while the other clans remained aloof, failing to support him. In the end, he confronted the Nine Tails alone, tragically losing his life while sealing it. Even after his death, his son endured a life of hunger and ostracism within the village. The questioner sat back down, lowering his head and falling silent. The others turned their attention to the clan leader, awaiting his decision. I believe in Tanu. Now that the conflict in the Land of Rain has subsided and battles on other fronts have also paused, we can begin to address this matter tomorrow. Dismissed. Chapter 20. The face on the buttocks. After the meeting, Tanu arrived at Madara's temporary residence. In a small room, he observed Uchiha Madara, who was fiddling with various bottles and jars in front of the experimental apparatus, lost in thought. Before his journey through time, he could never have imagined that someone like Madara would engage in research. It was intriguing to consider what kind of groundbreaking research results might emerge if Orochimaru, the renowned scientist of the ninja world, were to join forces with Madara. However, that was not the right time. Orochimaru began his experiments on human anatomy only after the Third Great Ninja War, when he became acutely aware of the fragility of life. For now, it would be prudent to wait until all combatants of his clan had undergone the transplantation of Hashirama cells, stabilizing the current turmoil before recruiting talents from the ninja world. Are you ready, Uncle Madara? I can hardly contain my excitement. Lie down on that bed and remove your pants. Tanu was filled with confusion, questioning why he needed to remove his pants for a cell transplant. Surely, Madara wouldn't do anything inappropriate, would he? Just do as I say and lie down over there, Madara said with a mischievous grin. Reluctantly, Tanu approached the bed but chose not to remove his pants, curious about Madara's intentions. Before long, Madara approached with a syringe as thick as an arm. The needle alone was as long as a finger, causing Tanu's complexion to pale in terror. What the hell? That's enormous. Uncle, that thing could kill someone. You were unwilling to take your pants off, so a shot in the buttocks will be harmless. Surely. It doesn't have to be that large. Can't you use a smaller syringe? Madara glanced at the oversized syringe, then at Tanu's frail limbs, shaking his head as he retrieved a syringe of a more standard size, muttering that a smaller dose would be insufficient is too troublesome. I suppose I'll have to endure and give you several injections instead. With that, Madara fetched a large jar filled with a green liquid. You can't be serious about injecting that entire jar of green goo into me. It is essential. The concoction has been meticulously formulated to promote genetic fusion. A smaller dosage would significantly diminish its effectiveness. Bear with it. I'll be swift. Indeed, it was swift. Moments later, the laboratory echoed with Tanu's anguished cries. as the entire jar of green liquid was ruthlessly injected into his body. Finally, feeling lightheaded, Tanu collapsed into unconsciousness as Madara prepared a small vial containing his own cells for injection. It was uncertain whether Tanu fainted from fear or the effects of the serum, but he fell into a deep slumber until the late hours of the night when he awakened groggily. By then, he was connected to various instruments via tubes. Upon seeing Tanu awake, Madara glanced at the monitors and nodded approvingly. Excellent. The fusion is flawless. Now, let us proceed with the transplantation of Hashirama and Appo's cells. He then retrieved another large bottle filled with green liquid. At the sight, Tanu and Appo's legs buckled and he fainted again. When he regained consciousness, it was daylight, and Madara had long since vacated the room. After tearing off the tubes connected to him and attempting to rise, Tanu felt something peculiar on his backside. Upon investigation, he was horrified to discover a face tattooed on his buttocks. No wonder Madara had laughed so sinisterly. If Hashirama were to find out that Madara had tattooed his face on someone else and Appo's rear, there would surely be hell to pay. With a disgruntled expression, Tanu stumbled outside. He felt as though he had just recovered from a severe illness, his steps unsteady. In the courtyard, he encountered Uchiha Madara returning from outside. Awake, are you, little brat? It seems everything went smoothly. How do you feel? Are you brimming with power? No, I feel like I'm on the verge of death. Ah, I meant your ocular power. Your body will need a few days to recuperate and adapt. Tanu activated his Mangekyō Sharingan and keenly sensed his enhanced ocular power. He could now perceive more temporal nodes within his time-space, and the few initial nodes were much clearer than before. One node even connected to a time very close to the present, though his current ocular power was insufficient to unlock it. Well, my ocular power has indeed increased. Yes. Now that you have the cells of Hashirama and me, you simply need to practice relentlessly to increase your chakra reserves. Your ocular power will gradually evolve. And when your yang release chakra is sufficient, you will naturally unlock the Rinnegan. Is that so? Uncle, do you have any methods to rapidly increase chakra? Combat. Only through continuous battles can one hone themselves and rapidly strengthen their abilities. What do you say, little brat? Shall we commence training now? I could accompany you for some sparring. You mean you'll just beat me up the whole time? Tanu shook his head, indicating that he was not in optimal condition and needed to rest. I'm joking. I can barely walk. If I go now, I'd likely end up flat on my back after one punch. Subsequently, Tanu requested a scroll detailing would release techniques from Madara. After inquiring about the availability of Hashirama's cells for a few more individuals, he learned there were enough for 3 more, which filled him with delight. He was determined that others should experience the pain he had endured from that enormous syringe. Thus, he sought out Fugaku, Shursui, and Jago, asserting that he had attained the power of the god of ninja, urging them to hurry to Madara for Hashirama and Appo's cells. Limited spots available, first come, first served. Eagerly, he made his way to the forest outside the village, unfurling the scroll on would release techniques to study them. Would release, birth of the trees. A few saplings slowly sprouted from the ground, ceasing growth when they reached a height of 1 meter, adorned with a few scattered leaves that swayed in the breeze. Unwilling to accept this, Tanu channeled more chakra, but the saplings showed no significant growth. They halted again at just under 2 meters. Perhaps I was too ambitious. Could it be due to my incomplete fusion? After a brief consideration, he decided to try something simpler. Rubbing his backside, he concentrated chakra into his hand and fashioned a small branch, hurling it toward a distant tree while swiftly forming hand seals. Would release, cutting technique. The branch embedded itself into the tree, and as the seal completed, several wooden spikes burst forth from the trunk, growing rapidly. This minor wood release technique posed no issues and displayed high fidelity, so he decided to increase the challenge slightly. Wood release, great force technique. This time, instead of merely sprouting a few saplings, dozens of branches erupted from the earth, twisting into the form of towering trees. However, as this was his first attempt, lacking experience, the trees grew in a haphazard manner, lacking any discernible lethality. Suppressing his excitement, Tanu conducted several more experiments with smaller wood release techniques. Realizing that his current proficiency was roughly on par with Yamato from his memory of the original storyline, he resolved to wait a few days for perfect fusion before trying again. Having quickly reviewed all the techniques documented on the scroll and committing the hand seals and execution principles to memory, he returned to the Uchiha compound. Chapter 21. The assassination of Danzo and the purge of Route 3 days had elapsed, and Tanu had fully assimilated the power bestowed upon him by the Hashirama cells. Fugaku and the others had also undergone successful transplantation and were well on their way to recovery. According to Madara, the cultivation rate of the Hashirama cells was such that they could satiate the needs of one clansman every 3 days. Today marked the day for the 4th transplant. This time, instead of allowing Tanu to dictate the order, Fugaku convened a gathering to vote and establish a definitive sequence for future Hashirama cell transplantations. Amidst these meticulous arrangements, an elder of the clan privately approached Fugaku, expressing concern over his son and Appo's absence from home for the past 2 days, inquiring if a clandestine mission had been assigned. His son, Uchiha Jun, was among those in the clan who had awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan, but due to his relatively unremarkable strength, he was on standby in the police force's F-team. Uchiha Jun was known to be exceptionally filial, always informing his father before embarking on any mission. This uncharacteristic 2-day absence, coupled with the elder and Appo's growing unease, compelled him to seek answers from the clan head. However, Fugaku and Appo's recall assigning Jun any recent tasks. He inquired about Jun and Appo's whereabouts from his close comrades, only to learn that 2 days prior, Uchiha Jun had been invited to the home of a former teammate and had Appo's been seen since. Sensing something amiss, Fugaku immediately dispatched individuals to search the former teammate and Appo's residence. But the man was nowhere to be found. Neighbors reported hearing faint sounds of conflict on the night in question, but nothing more. After a series of investigations, all clues pointed ominously towards a single organization, the Leaf and Appo's root. Root, while ostensibly a part of the Leaf, was in essence no different from Danzo and Appo's personal militia. While Danzo was indeed loyal to the Leaf, he often exploited Root ninjas for his own gains, even to the point of clashing with the Hokage. Upon uncovering these leads, Fugaku swiftly mobilized his forces, preparing to search Root, demanding either Jun's safe return or his remains. As night fell, Fugaku led dozens of Uchiha ninjas directly to Root's lair. Danzo, unconcerned with the prospect of seizing the Uchiha clan and Appo's Mangekyō Sharingan, was just about to retire for the night when he received a report from a subordinate. His face etched with disbelief. He had assumed that the Uchiha would only conduct a covert investigation, and even if they traced it back to him, they would and Appo's dare engage in a direct confrontation, given his relationship with the 3rd Hokage and the implications of war with the Leaf. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that Fugaku would brazenly storm Root and Appo's headquarters, send word to Hiruzen immediately, and summon all Root members to intercept them, ensure their capture. Also, contact the Shimura clan, have my family come to our aid. Meanwhile, Fugaku and his Uchiha contingent were already cutting a swathe through Root's stronghold. Initially, Fugaku courteously requested that the Root members inform Danzo, but when he mentioned searching Root for Uchiha Jun, they suddenly attacked, confirming Fugaku's suspicions that Root was involved in Jun's disappearance. During the initial skirmish, they showed restraint, sparing a few to attempt to extract information via Sharingan Genjutsu. But upon discovering that they were all branded with the tongue-cutting curse seal, they showed no further mercy. Slaughter any who dare obstruct our path. Whoosh. Hiruzen Sarutobi, upon receiving the news, immediately donned his battle attire and teleported to the scene, his heart ablaze with fury upon witnessing the carnage. Enough, he bellowed. Fugaku, what do you think you're doing? Do you have no regard for the village? For me, your Hokage? Do you realize the penalty for harming your fellow villagers? Are you trying to incite a war with the Leaf? Harming fellow villagers? A member of my clan has gone missing within the village, and all evidence points to Root. To Danzo, it is you, the Leaf, who seek war. Hiruzen and Appo's heart sank upon hearing this. Had Danzo truly lost his senses? He couldn't have forgotten the piercing gazes of dozens of Mangekyō Sharingan at the village entrance that day. How could he be so reckless? Turning to the Root members behind him, he roared, "Bring Danzo out here to face me. There and Appo's, no need. I and Appo's, already brought the old dog." Space momentarily warped as Tanu and Obito emerged from the distortion, tossing a battered and near-lifeless old man at the Hokage and Appo's feet. 5 minutes earlier, at the rear gate, Danzo and a few loyal retainers were hastily preparing to escape when 2 figures materialized before them, Uchiha Tanu and Uchiha Obito. Well, Danzo. Where are you rushing off to? My clan head is looking for you." With that, Tanu stepped towards Danzo. Danzo gave a signal, and his surrounding guards charged at Tanu. Uchiha Tanu swiftly formed hand seals and slammed his palms together. Would release. Great forest technique. Thick, sturdy tree trunks erupted from the ground and walls. crushing the incoming figures into a bloody pulp in an instant. Meanwhile, Obito used his Kamui to flank Danzo and the remaining two guards. Before they could react, Yamanaka, Fu, and Aburame Torian were sucked into the Kamui dimension. Is it just for a pair of eyes? Are you willing to wage war against me, against the leaf? Surrounded on all sides, Danzo, witnessing his guards being swiftly dealt with by the two youths and Appos, would release in space-time dojutsu, was now petrified. However, pride compelled him to issue a threat. War it is then. None of my business, as long as Rin lives. Obito, standing behind Danzo, uttered these words before impaling Danzo's kidneys with his chakra rods. After a fierce battle, a one-sided beating, in truth, Zamura Danzo was successfully captured. Gazing at the mangled figure at his feet, Hiruzen Sarutobi's forehead veins throbbed, but he suppressed his fury. Now that Danzo has received his due punishment, Fugaku, you and your clan should depart. I shall pretend that tonight and Appos, as events never transpired. What about Uchiha-jun? I will not rest until I see him. As for this old man, who dared covet the Sharingan, he must die. Tenyu, finish him. As you command, clan head. Tenyu formed hand seals, and thick wooden spikes erupted from Danzo and Appos' body, turning him into a bloody, mangled mess in an instant. Hiruzen Sarutobi leapt back in time, his gaze towards Uchiha Tenyu filled with trepidation. He could even use wood release. When did the Uchiha's power reach such terrifying heights? Search the premises. Leave no root member alive. Anyone who resists will suffer the same fate. Fugaku's icy gaze locked onto Hiruzen Sarutobi, his crimson Mangekyō Sharingan resembling the chilling stare of the Grim Reaper. He wanted to intervene, but his mouth remained agape, unable to utter a sound. At that moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi was utterly terrified. Chapter 22. I reigned supreme on the battlefield. The carnage persisted until the dead of night, encompassing even the clan of Danzo Shimura, which was utterly annihilated. At Tenyu and Appos' behest, the subterranean layers of Root and the Shimura estate were meticulously purged, every last vestige eradicated. Even the weeds in the courtyard were incinerated to ashes by Amaterasu. During the scouring of the Shimura compound, a trove of jewels and precious metals was unearthed in their underground vaults, which the Uchiha seized. Alas, Shun Uchiha remained elusive, and the whereabouts of his Mangekyō Sharingan were not discovered. The search of Danzo and Appos' chambers yielded a roster of Root operatives. It was revealed that this clandestine organization had indeed sunk its roots deep, infiltrating nearly every clan in Konoha, even the Umbu directly under the Hokage and Appos' command. Only clans with distinct traits and strong familial bonds, such as the Uchiha and Hyuga, had proven impervious to Root's infiltration. When the Uchiha confronted these implicated clans, they readily cooperated, surrendering their Appos, traitors and Appos. That very night, Hiruzen Sarutobi announced his impending retirement, paving the way for the selection of the fourth Hokage. The Sarutobi clan also and Appos volunteered and Appos to undertake the crucial task of safeguarding the Fire Country and Appos' borders, while also pledging troops to the front lines. Other clans aligned with the Sarutobi faction echoed this sentiment, dispatching contingents to the war front. The next morning, Tenyu Uchiha stood at the village gates, observing the endless procession of shinobi departing Konoha, and he couldn't help but marvel. This was more like the preeminent village in the ninja world. The previous battles had been waged with such disparity, often pitting a handful against a multitude. Even the elite forces dispatched were often sent for mere experience. You seem rather idle, young one. Cease your gloating. The Uchiha, too, shall dispatch troops to the front. Fugaku has granted me leave to choose my own team, and I have decided upon you. It was Madara Uchiha, a renowned warmonger for miles around. Upon hearing that other clans were heading to the front lines, he could scarcely contain himself. He immediately sought out Fugaku, proposing to lead a contingent into battle. His rationale was irrefutable, leaving Fugaku no room for dissent. Are we not to subjugate the ninja world through force? Behold my might. Should I step forth, none would dare defy us. They claim Hashirama and I, with our Susanoo and Buddha statue, vanquish 4 nations. Nonsense. I could obliterate them single-handedly. Fugaku reluctantly acceded, allowing Madara to choose his own squad. Seeing Madara head straight for the village gates, with no intention of recruiting others, Tenyu promptly inquired, "Are you not going to enlist more? Just the 2 of us? That suffices. The battlefield is the ultimate training ground. I shall also impart some guidance in your training." Watching the man stride alone towards the gates, Tenyu Kuden and Appos help but recall the day Madara left Konoha in the original tale, the solitary figure silhouetted against the setting sun. An aura of loneliness surrounding him, his only companions the war fan and scythe slung across his back. But this time, it was different. The man turned. His gaze meeting Tenyu's. The nascent rays of the sun illuminated his upright form, the raven locks catching the light, shimmering with a golden sheen. What are you pondering, boy? Hurry and keep up. Coming. On a battlefield in the land of iron, Tenyu Uchiha and Madara Uchiha stood atop a cliff overlooking the fray. Thousands of shinobi clashed with a samurai army. This was only the second large-scale battle Tenyu had ever witnessed, the first being in the Land of Rain. Most of the battles he had encountered previously were mere skirmishes between small squads, whereas this was a full-blown conflict between ninja forces and a nation's army. Far more brutal than the one in the Land of Rain. Though the Land of Iron was a small nation without a ninja village, its daimyo maintained a substantial force of samurai. These warriors, steeped in the Bushido code from a young age, possessed a fearless disregard for death and battle and excelled in coordinated group tactics, which had allowed the Land of Iron to defend itself in past great ninja wars. Unlike the sanitized depictions in the original story, the real battlefield was far more gruesome. Everywhere one looked, there was blood and bone. Blood mixed with the remnants of corpses had dyed the earth a dark crimson. Shattered weapons lay scattered across the ground, and flames devoured those who succumbed to them. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and the cries of battle mingled with screams of agony, each desperate plea echoing across the landscape. Madara glanced at Tenyu, inwardly impressed. To face such carnage at such a tender age with such composure, truly, he is my chosen heir. This, boy, is the true battlefield. It is 10,000 times more brutal than you imagine. You claim you will subjugate the ninja world through force? Then prove it to me with your actions. Very well. From this moment forth, I shall reign supreme on this battlefield. Are you ready to dance, boy? Tenyu Uchiha leapt from the cliff, plunging into the midst of the fray, scattering several shinobi and raising a cloud of dust. The Iwagakure shinobi and samurai who were engaged in combat turned to face him. There stood Tenyu, ninja in hand, his Sharingan eyes gleaming with disdain. Damn it, it's an Uchiha. Why are there Uchiha shinobi here? Has Konoha joined in our invasion? Kill him. Two samurai, brandishing their katana, charge at him. Tenyu sidestepped, kicking one away, then grabbed the other by the throat. His voice cold as he spoke into the samurai's ear. I am here to deal with the invaders from Iwagakure and Kirigakure, but if you choose to attack me, I will show no mercy. If you do not wish to be caught in the crossfire, tell your comrades to withdraw. With that, Tenyu hurled the samurai away. The samurai, astonished, scrambled to his feet, preventing his comrades from attacking Tenyu, explaining that he was sent by Konoha to aid them, and urging them to retreat. Tenyu, however, paid them no heed, charging into the ninja ranks, ninja in hand. Enhanced by the Sharingan, his Uchiha-style swordsmanship was impeccable. Foes were often cut down before they could react. When faced with the occasional ninjutsu attack, he swiftly dodged or countered with a technique of his own. After flinging a kunai with an explosive tag that had been thrown at him back at its Iwagakure cinder, a water dragon descended upon him from behind. Tenyu, relying on his hearing, leaped high, lightly tapping the dragon and imp, Appos, s head, then turned and swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release, great fire annihilation. The flames that erupted from his mouth resembled a fiery arrow, hurtling towards the Kirigakure shinobi who had launched the water dragon, incinerating him in an instant. Kirigakure, renowned for its water ninjutsu, eh? Then allow me to demonstrate true water ninjutsu. He clapped his hands together, rapidly channeling chakra. Water release, great torrential barrage. Chapter 23. A symphony of ninjutsu, demise of Noki. A prodigious torrent erupted from Tenyu and imp, Appos, Esma, impacting the earth and spawning violent ripples. The deluge, akin to a breached levee, surged in all directions, engulfing hapless ninja in its wake. Cries of agony and despair pierced the air. In a mere instant, the battlefield transformed into a boundless ocean. Only the more seasoned Iwagakure ninja, situated at a distance, managed to erect earthen bulwarks, ascending atop them to evade the aqueous assault. While the Kirigakure shinobi possessed proficiency in water ninjutsu and aquatic aptitude, they now struggled to remain afloat, desperately gasping for air tainted with the metallic tang of blood. Escape from the water proved futile, as Tenyu's domineering and chaotic chakra permeated the ocean, rendering it impossible to gain purchase. Fortunately, the terrain was expansive, allowing the water to disperse rapidly. Soon, the combatants regained their footing on solid ground. Water release proves ineffective, its lethality limited. Let us experiment with fire and earth release. Before the ninja could regain their composure, Tenyu executed another series of hand seals. Lava release, scorching flare. This was a composite ninjutsu conceived by Tenyu. an improvement upon the Fire-Earth Dragon Flame technique. He projected a colossal fireball, large enough to encompass multiple basketball courts, skyward, infused with earth-release chakra and incantations. The fireball churned and seethed like molten magma. The fireball ascended swiftly, detonating at an altitude of 100 meters. Countless smaller fireballs cascaded like a meteor shower upon the battlefield. Evading these fiery projectiles proved impossible. Contact resulted in instantaneous incineration. Only a select few, possessing presence of mind, either erected earthen shields or employed water release to intercept the descending fireballs. The battlefield descended into a maelstrom of fire and water. The air, saturated with scalding vapor, threatened to sear the lungs of even those who managed to evade the flames. Others, demonstrating ingenuity, doused themselves with water to mitigate the intense heat. Are there any remaining dissenters? Then let us proceed with the next maneuver. Wood release. Advent of a world of flowering trees. Countless trees erupted from the earth, their growth accelerating and contorting wildly. As blossoms unfurled upon their boughs, toxic pollen permeated the atmosphere. The battle and Appos' outcome was no longer in doubt. Overwhelmed by the series of grand ninjutsu, the Iwagakure and Kirigakure ninja were rendered defenseless. Scattered wounded lay prostrate, their cries of anguish echoing across the devastated landscape. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated from the heavens. Insolent whelp, cease your impudence. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. A beam of pure white energy streaked towards Uchiha Tenyu. Tenyu whirled around, but the beam was already upon him. His Mangekyō Sharingan flared, imbuing him with temporal power. Tenyu vanished in an instant, reappearing 100 meters away. The spot where he had stood was now a cylindrical crater. Damn, you old codger. No fair with the sneak attacks. Tenyu and Appos' heart pounded in his chest, a testament to the terror he had experienced. Had he not reacted swiftly, employing future to augment his velocity, he would have been reduced to mere molecules. Uchiha Madara sauntered over, casting a glance at the airborne Noki and then at the visibly shaken Tenyu. In war, the tides shift without warning. There is no such thing as fairness. You must be ever vigilant against the unexpected and avoid complacency in the face of minor victories. He had observed Noki and Appos' approach and intended to assess Tenyu and Appos' response. However, the youth remained transfixed by his fleeting triumph, necessitating Madara and Appos' near intervention. Upon recognizing Uchiha Madara, Noki nearly turned tail and fled. However, as the Tsuchikage, he could not afford such a humiliating retreat. Suppressing his fear, he queried, "Are you Uchiha Madara? But you were supposed to be dead. How? Decades have passed. How can you still be alive and so young? He is your adversary. Defeat him, and I shall enlighten you." Madara gestured towards Tenyu before seating himself upon a nearby boulder. "Old geezer, daring to ambush me. Prepare to meet your end." Tenyu eschewed pre-battle banter. He craved the thrill of combat, preferring to exchange words after his opponent had been vanquished. He imbued his ninja with lightning release chakra and hurled it towards Noki. Noki instinctively recoiled, but upon perceiving the faint chakra emanating from the blade and its sluggish trajectory, he tilted his head aside and reached for the hilt. At that precise moment, Tenyu and Appos' lips curled into a subtle smirk. The old fool has taken the bait. His concealed left hand executed a series of hand seals. Lightning release. Kirin. The sky, already teeming with thunderclouds due to the preceding fireballs and the rising steam, was now subject to Tenyu and Appos' deliberate manipulation. A colossal Kirin, forged from condensed lightning, plunged earthward, its target the ninja grasped in Noki and Appos' hand. In a fraction of a second. Before Noki could react or even comprehend the unfolding events, he was incinerated by the lightning, reduced to a charred husk. Thus, Noki, the third Tsuchikage of Iwagakure, a name feared throughout the ninja world, met his demise. Had Noki survived, he undoubtedly would have lamented, "Youngsters these days lack all sense of honor, resorting to such underhanded tactics. Very well, I am capable of such tactics myself." He hastened to the charred remains of Noki, storing them within his Kamui dimension before turning to face Madara. "How was that? Impressive, wasn't it, Appos' I vanquished the third Tsuchikage, a ninja renowned throughout the world." At that moment, Uchiha Tenyu resembled a child, returning home to flaunt a stellar report card, eagerly awaiting parental praise. Is defeating a child whom I terrified into submission decades ago truly a source of pride? Tenyu and Appos' demeanor instantly deflated, akin to a frost-stricken eggplant. Uchiha Madara shook his head in amusement, ruffling Tenyu's hair. Not bad. You were just as exceptional as I was at your age. Chapter 24. In the Blood Mist. Your emperor returns. Return first and inform Fugaku about the demise of Noki, so that he may handle the ensuing matters. I shall make a brief visit to the Hidden Rock Village. With that, Madara rose and proceeded towards the land of Earth. Don and Appos, act recklessly. I can sever Naka's head for you. Just bring it along to instill fear until I fetch Uncle Fugaku, came the retort. Madara, unfazed, waved his hand dismissively and called out that it was unnecessary. Utilizing his Kimui, he returned to the clan and Appos' territory and recounted the events to Fugaku, leaving him utterly astonished. How long has it been? From the moment you departed until now, it has scarcely been a week. And you have already vanquished the main forces of the Hidden Rock Village and eliminated their Otsutsuki all by yourself? He then informed Tenu that after their departure, he too would dispatch several teams of Uchiha ninjas to various battlefields. Estimating the time, he instructed Tenu to locate a squad heading to the Land of Iron, to escort them directly to the Hidden Rock Village, while he remained in the village to prepare for the upcoming Hokage election. In order to hasten their journey, Tenu sought out Obito, who was still within the clan, requesting him to use his superior Kimui to find the others. By evening, the two located the squad of Uchiha ninjas that had just arrived at the border of the Land of Iron and swiftly led them towards the Hidden Rock Village. Upon their arrival, they were met with a hostile reception from the villagers. The civilians lining the streets glared at the approaching Uchiha ninjas with seething hatred, wishing to devour them whole. Yet, they dared not act rashly. A terrifying monster had recently appeared in their village, commanding towering giants to defeat the remaining ninja forces and threatening annihilation should any further resistance arise. This monster was none other than Uchiha Madara, who now sat in the Otsutsuki and Appos' office, idly skipping stones in a pool filled with rocks, awaiting Tenu and Appos' arrival with reinforcements. Tenu and Obito, accompanied by the Uchiha ninjas, entered the office, exchanged a few brief words, and then promptly departed to attend to their respective duties. Unlike their approach towards the Hidden Rain Village, the Uchiha clan members formed a village committee in the Hidden Rock Village, comprised of 10 members, 7 of whom were Uchiha, while the remaining 3 were locals. This committee held the power to appoint and dismiss the Otsutsuki and could directly decide on various matters through voting. Although the villagers were reluctant, they had no choice but to accept. Once these arrangements were finalized, Madara, Obito, and Tenu departed from the Hidden Rock Village, setting their sights on the Hidden Mist Village. Along the way, Tenu declined Obito and Appos' suggestion to utilize Kamui for swift travel, explaining that he needed to train. This journey was not merely about haste. It was also an opportunity to learn ninjutsu and combat techniques from Madara. They often paused to find secluded areas to experiment with newly acquired techniques. Madara was quite pleased with Tenu as his successor. Though reluctant to admit it, Tenu and Appos' talent for ninjutsu surpassed even Madara and Appos' own. He grasped the techniques quickly, often innovating and improving upon them. For instance, the unique melting release technique he created left Madara thoroughly impressed. A week later, the trio halted their journey upon reaching the vast sea, gazing at the mist-shrouded island in the distance. Indeed, the Land of Water was established on a massive island far from the mainland, with the Hidden Mist Village situated there. Aside from external conflicts, the village typically remained closed off, with successive Mizuki employing brutal methods to train their ninja, earning the village the moniker Blood Mist. What are your thoughts on the Hidden Mist Village? Your committee approach may not be viable here. Well, what else can I do but observe? If it won't work, we shall find another method. What method? Ask Obito, he is more familiar. Tenu gestured towards Obito, who appeared bewildered. How am I familiar? I and Appos' never been there. If you hadn't and Appos' brought me, I wouldn't and Appos' to even know what their village gate looks like. Do you recall the future I once spoke of? In the original timeline, after Rin and Appos' death, you came to the Hidden Mist Village seeking vengeance, managing to control the 4th Mizuki for a significant period. How about this? You take charge of the Hidden Mist Village, subdue the 4th Mizuki, and compel them to withdraw their forces without instigating further conflict. Hey, Rin is still around. Besides, why should it be me? Ken and Appos, do you go yourself? Obito protested, but both Madara and Tenu ignored him, with Madara remarking, your genjutsu surpasses mine. Before turning to leave, Madara nodded approvingly at Obito. As they walked away, Tenu called out, I will definitely tell Rin that you are the hero of the ninja world and now the 4th Fifth Mizukage of the Hidden Mist. All right. Obito replied, invigorated, and charged towards the Hidden Mist village. In the Blood Mist, Obito made his entrance. Without a single drop of bloodshed, Obito successfully infiltrated the Mizukage's office, managing to control the fourth Mizukage, Kagaya Yagura. That night, a flurry of orders emanated from the Mizukage's office, recalling all troops from the field and abolishing the previous brutal training regime for ninjas. Those families and factions that resisted the commands were met by Yagura, accompanied by the formidable Three Tails, at their doorsteps, compelled to submit to the might of the Mizukage. This day would later be referred to by the descendants of the Hidden Mist as the Blood Mist Reformation, with Uchiha Obito rightfully recognized as the fifth Mizukage. Meanwhile, after leaving the Land of Water, Madara and Tanu visited several smaller neighboring countries, after a lengthy period of persuasion spanning over 2 weeks, during which Uchiha Madara revealed his identity and assured them of his intention to quell the ongoing ninja world war. These small nations pledged to refrain from instigating any conflict. Simultaneously, the forces of Konoha, bolstered by numerous members of the Sarutobi clan and elite Uchiha warriors, gained the upper hand, advancing to the doorstep of the Sand Village. Following the beheading of several prominent warhawks and high-ranking officials from the Sand Village by Uchiha elites, a hurried request for negotiations was made. Konoha and Appos, as terms for the negotiations were straightforward: to establish a village committee similar to that of the Hidden Rock Village, managed directly by Uchiha envoys, and to compensate Konoha with 1,000 tons of gold sand. Indeed, during the reign of Gar's father, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, it was a prime opportunity for wealth acquisition. Chapter 25. The Uchiha team's fierce battle with the Three Tails. The negotiations were progressing smoothly, leaving only the warlike Hidden Cloud Village among the 5 great shinobi nations yet to be resolved. At this moment, the higher-ups of the Hidden Cloud Village were in a state of panic. The third Reikage had perished in battle 2 years ago, and the fourth Reikage, had only recently ascended to power. Coupled with years of warfare, the village's strength had significantly diminished from its former glory. The news of Uchiha Madara and Appos' return to the shinobi world, violently suppressing the Hidden Stone Village, further exacerbated their anxiety. However, within the Hidden Cloud Village, there was no faction advocating for peace. The Reikage was the primary proponent of war. Although they had concentrated their forces within their borders, they remained ever prepared for a fierce confrontation with Konoha. Despite the formidable nature of Konoha and the Uchiha clan, intelligence indicated that Konoha and Appos' Jinchuriki could not fully control the power of the tailed beasts. In contrast, their side possessed 2 Jinchuriki capable of perfectly harnessing the tailed beasts and Appos' powers. Konoha and Appos' hesitation to deploy forces against the Hidden Cloud Village stemmed from their apprehension regarding the tailed beasts. While they were not afraid of direct combat with Jinchuriki, there was a pervasive concern about covert tactics. Tailed beast bombs were akin to nuclear weapons. If wielded, they served as an intangible deterrent, leaving one uncertain of when and from where an attack might come. After wrapping up operations on various battlefields, the Uchiha quickly devised a tactical plan against the Hidden Cloud Village, which involved dispatching elite forces to capture the 2 Tails and 8 Tails. Once the Jinchuriki were eliminated, they would mount a grand offensive to subjugate the Hidden Cloud Village. 7 days later, within the Land of Lightning, why not just charge straight into the Hidden Cloud Village? Uchiha Kyuka lamented as he lay despondently on a boulder by the roadside. The team tasked with capturing the tailed beasts consisted of 3 members: Uchiha Tanu, Uchiha Shursui, and Uchiha Kyuka. Currently, they were the only miners who had integrated Hashirama and Appos' cells and were unoccupied. As for Madara, he had returned to the village to continue the transplantation of Hashirama and Appos' cells for the Uchiha clan members. The Hidden Cloud Village was evidently on guard, concealing their 2 Jinchuriki. In their previous visit, they had searched extensively, even uncovering the Reikage and Appos' undergarments, yet they found not a single hair of the Jinchuriki. On the other side, Uchiha Shursui, appearing weary, remarked, "We have scoured the Land of Lightning day and night, yet we have discovered nothing. I just thought of a possible solution that might prove useful." Uchiha Tenu suddenly recalled that in the original story, these tailed beasts possessed the ability to communicate over distances, making it feasible to locate each other. The tailed beasts have a unique sense of connection. We can find one and let it guide us. Just as hope sparked within him, Uchiha Kyuka lay back down upon hearing this. Forget it. Konoha and Appos' useless Jinchuriki can and Appos' control the 9 tails, so how can they guide us? You and Appos' Re-brave, old Q. To call the future Hokage and Amp, Appo's wife useless. Shursui remarked, giving Kyuka a thumbs up. All right. Let and Amp, Appo's go find Obito. Have you forgotten? The Three Tails is also in our possession. Tanu stated, and without waiting for a response, he activated his Mangekyō Sharingan, employing Kamui to transport them to the hidden mist village. As the space distorted, the three figures swiftly materialized above the ocean. Sensing the spatial fluctuations from Kamui outside the village, Obito hurried over. Ah, Tanu, have you come to take me home? Upon seeing them, Obito opened his arms and ran towards Tanu. Tanu shot him a disdainful glance and quickly ducked behind Kyuka. Stop. We're here on serious business. Where and Appo's Three Tails? We need it for a few days. Tanu explained their intention to use the Three Tails to locate the Two Tails and Eight Tails Jinchuriki. However, Obito and Amp, Appo's expression grew troubled as he scratched his head and replied, While I have controlled the Three Tails with my Sharingan, I cannot communicate with it. Getting it to guide you may be quite challenging. Find a location for battle that one and Amp, Appo's impact this area, release it, and we and Amp, Appo's speak with it. Obito agreed and transported everyone to a small island deep in the ocean. The moment he released the Three Tails, he dispelled the illusion cast by his Sharingan. As soon as it appeared, the Three Tails fixated its furious gaze upon the trio, its colossal eyes ablaze with rage. The terrifying chakra ravaged the island, sending fierce winds that snapped nearby trees in half. With three powerful tails, it struck towards the group. Anticipating its attack, the trio swiftly leapt in different directions. Boom. With a thunderous crash, debris flew everywhere, and the spot they had just occupied was transformed into a massive crater, surrounded by countless cracks. Seeing its initial strike fail, the Three Tails opened its gaping maw and unleashed a powerful jet of water toward them. Tanu quickly formed seals, summoning a Doton, earth barrier to defend, while Shursui also hastily performed hand seals. Would Dragon Jutsu. A robust wooden dragon emerged from the ground beneath the Three Tails, coiling around its neck. The trajectory of the water jet veered off course, soaring above the trio and crashing into the ocean, creating towering waves. Yet this did not quell the enraged Three Tails. It closed its mouth and used its front claws to seize the wooden dragon, tearing it apart. Doton, Yellow Spring Swamp. A vast swamp formed beneath the Three Tails, causing its four legs to sink deeply into the muck, submerging a third of its body. But that was not the end. Kyuka began forming seals, and 8 massive stone pillars erupted from the swamp and Appo's edge, encircling the Three Tails. Sparks flickered atop the pillars as arcs of electricity struck down towards the beast. Lightning release. For pillar binding technique, Uchiha Tanu continued to weave hand seals, opening a colossal portal in the sky from which torrents of clay cascaded down, enveloping the Three Tails and restricting its movements. Doton, clay falling technique. Subsequently, Kyuka unleashed an even more potent 16-pillar binding technique, encasing the Three Tails within a colossal cage. Then, Uchiha Shursui stepped forward and unleashed fire release, igniting flames within the immense cage, accompanied by the agonized howls of the Three Tails. Have we succeeded? Tanu wondered aloud. But all he received in response was a furious roar. The entire cage erupted, the explosion shrouding the trio in a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, the enraged Three Tails curled its body and rolled toward them, rapidly emerging from the smoke. In the blink of an eye, it charged towards the four. Boom. 3 colossal figures composed of chakra extended their arms forward to brace against the onslaught. Due to the urgency, the trio could only manifest the second form of Susanoo. The fierce collision caused Susanoo to crack with numerous fissures, teetering on the brink of shattering. Would golem technique. Tanu swiftly formed seals, summoning a wooden golem from the ground, which struck the curled-up Three Tails, sending it flying. As the Three Tails hit the ground, it raised its head and instantly fired a small-tailed beast bomb toward the golem. Boom. The golem obliterated the small-tailed beast bomb with a punch. But half of its body was also destroyed in the explosion. However, this delay allowed Tanu and the others to successfully unleash their complete Susanoo. Seeing the dire situation, the Three Tails let out a furious roar, its terrifying chakra surging toward the nearby ocean. The sea erupted in a tempest, with dark clouds gathering above. The ocean appeared to boil violently, the waves rising hundreds of meters high, while the ominous clouds above drew in torrents of water, forming hundreds of colossal water tornadoes that spiraled toward the island under the Three Tails' command. Hey, Obito, is this really the place you chose? What were you thinking? Fighting the Three Tails on the ocean? Chapter 26. Tianyu versus the Eight Tails, stand back. Allow me. Tianyu bellowed, clapping his hands together with great force. Chakra surged from his Susanoo, flooding into the small island beneath him. The ground trembled violently, and a colossal wooden giant erupted from the earth. Unlike the previous wooden figure, this giant possessed a well-proportioned physique, resembling that of a human. Its face was sharply defined, with large, protruding oval eyes. Would release. What I call will come forth, Digga. Yet Tianyu did not cease his actions. He maneuvered Susanoo towards the wooden and Appos, Digga and Appos. The golden armor of Susanoo began to disassemble, enveloping the form of and Appos, Digga and Appos. At last, just before the water vortexes reached the island, the fusion was complete. Would release, mighty armor, Susanoo Digga, lowering his stance. He gripped a massive ninja blade with his right hand, channeling chakra into both his arm and the blade. Just before being engulfed by the water vortexes, he swung his sword in a wide arc. The overwhelming blade aura sliced through the air, cleaving hundreds of water vortexes in half simultaneously. The sea fell momentarily silent beneath the sheer force of his strike. Feeling the blade aura sweep past him, the Three Tails exhibited an unusual flicker of fear in its eyes. Were that sword aimed at him, even his shell could be uprooted. However, it soon returned to its ferocious demeanor, raising its head to gather energy for a massive tailed beast ball forming above. Tianyu, unwilling to allow it the time to complete its charge, bestowed the power of End Amp, Appos, Future and Amp, Appos, upon Susanoo, enhancing its speed tremendously. With a single leap, he positioned himself before the Three Tails and struck downwards at the incomplete tailed beast ball. As the sphere split in two, the blade's momentum remained undeterred, crashing heavily onto the Three Tails' head, embedding the blade deep within. Were it not for the high defense of its shell, the blow would have severely injured any other beast. The Three Tails let out a furious roar, but was met with a resounding slap from End Amp, Appos, Digga and Amp, Appos. Be quiet, you wretched beast. Yet the Three Tails did not comply, growing even angrier. It swept its tail, dislodging the ninja blade from its head, and lunged at Digga with a bite. Tianyu commanded Digga to leap, evading the mighty turtle and Appos' attack, and landed heavily atop the Three Tails, raining down blows upon its head. Stop hitting. Stop, please. I'm going to die. After delivering 365 punches, a faint plea for mercy finally escaped the Three Tails. Countless times it had been knocked unconscious and awoken again, enveloped in sheer terror. If only it were not a tailed beast, it could have perished from a single blow, but as a conglomerate of chakra, it could not succumb, even with its head nearly reduced to mush. Are you convinced? Tianyu inquired, delivering another punch. Convinced, convinced. Please stop, my head is a mess. Then follow me, heed my command. Do you understand? Tianyu descended from the Three Tails, gripping its neck shell, his fist wavering before its cracked eye. I understand, I understand. Lead the way to the Eight Tails and Two Tails. I know you beasts can sense each other's positions. What? Just that? If you had said so earlier, I would have taken you there without needing to beat me up. This beating can end Amp, Appos, TB mine alone. That bull demon must experience it as well. 3 days later, at the border of the Land of Lightning, far from the coast, an island bristling with spikes floated upon the sea. 2 kilometers away, 3 figures advanced towards it side by side. What? You say this thing is another giant turtle? We just finished battling 3-tailed turtles, and now we face this spiky one? Little brat, who are you calling a turtle? Want to compare skills with me? Watch me unleash my water release. Pop, pop, pop. On Tianyu's shoulder, a miniature 3 Tails jumped, spitting in the direction of Uchiha Kuga. To facilitate movement, the 3 Tails had condensed a small clone resting on Tianyu's shoulder while its main body remained within Tianyu's Kamui space, simultaneously atop the turtle island. The would-release wielder wore a grave expression. Moments ago, the 2 Tails had informed her of the 3 Tails and Appos' approach, likely indicating that Konoha had allied with the mist to confront them. Nearby, Killer Bee also expressed through song and dance that the 8 Tails had sensed it as well. Killer Bee, would release, you must leave quickly. We will hold them off. The Cloud Ninja responsible for protecting the Jinchuriki prepared to rush out. Wait, with the 3 Tails aiding them, hiding will be futile. We must go. Relay what has happened here to Reikage-sama swiftly. The would-release wielder restrained the departing Cloud Ninjas, pulling Killer Bee away as they moved outward. Boom. A tremendous noise erupted from outside, causing the entire island to tremble violently. The inhabitants staggered, struggling to maintain their balance. Upon rushing outside the cave, they witnessed another massive turtle, its gaping maw clamped onto the neck of Turtle Island, 3 tails entwined around its upper body, attempting to overturn the entire island. The group hastily fled towards the distant sea, but upon landing on the water, they encountered 3 youths clad in black. "Hey, I thought who it was. So it's the brats from Konoha. You dare provoke me. I shall tear you to shreds." Bakayuru. As Uchiha Tanu approached, his eyes sparkled with excitement. "TSK, TSK, TSK. The youthful would-release wielder is quite adorable. I should let Kuga, who understands how to cherish beauty, handle her. As for the young killer bee, I shall endure. B. Go assist the elder of Turtle Island. I will hold them off." Okay. Killer bee transformed, the massive 8 tails materializing instantaneously, several large tails lashing towards the 3 tails. "Foolish 3 tails. Why are you aiding these humans, you traitor?" As the words echoed, the 8 tails delivered a heavy punch to the 3 tails. Seeing this, the 3 tails broke free from the 8 tails and Oppos, grasped and retreated, a dull voice following. "Your opponents are those human brats. I am merely here to watch. Just a few humans." Before the sentence could finish, a colossal green fist slammed down on the 8 tails' head, causing him to stagger. This blow ignited his fury. He let out a furious roar, ready to retaliate, when a golden foot landed heavily on his bull head. "Why are you roaring? Be quiet." Chapter 27. The end of the game with a swift kick, the formidable 8 tails was sent sprawling. Following this, Uchiha Tenyu's golden Susanoo and Uchiha Shirsue's green Susanoo seized the opportunity, drawing their long swords and spiraled blades to strike at the 8 tails. Have you had enough? With a thunderous roar, the 8 tails unleashed its massive tails from the depths of the ocean, ensnaring the Susanoo and Oppos' legs and pulling forcefully, causing it to lose balance and topple towards the sea. Rising to its feet, the 8 tail seized Shirsue and Oppos' Susanoo by the head, while its colossal bovine visage turned towards Tenyu's golden Susanoo, launching a tailed beast bomb with ferocious speed. The enormous golden Susanoo was engulfed in a cataclysmic explosion, its armor shattering, and the remnants of its form were thrust down into the ocean and Oppos' depths. Meanwhile, the green Susanoo, held captive, took the opportunity to hurl Inyasaka Magatame at the 8 tails, sending it flying. As the 8 tails collapsed, several wooden dragons surged from beneath the sea, coiling around and biting its tails, limbs, and neck. A massive golden sword pierced upward, entering through the 8 tails and Oppos' back and exiting through its abdomen, creating a grievous wound. With a heart-wrenching wail, the 8 tails broke free from the wooden dragons constraining its arms, grasping one by its neck while snapping the sword protruding from its belly. At that moment, Shirsue and Oppos' green Susanoo took to the sky, opening its chest armor and unleashing a barrage of countless chakra arrows towards the 8 tails. Susanoo, 99. In agony, the 8 tails glared at Shirsue with furious bovine eyes, parting its lips to unleash 3-tailed beast bombs in a triangular formation, sealing off Shirsue and Oppos' escape. Do not underestimate the power of the Uchiha. Shirsue charged forward instead of retreating, pointing his spiraled sword at the 8 tails as he descended. Just as he was about to collide with the 3-tailed beast bombs, his colossal form seemed to teleport, evading the bombs and closing in on the 8 tails, aiming the spiraled sword directly at its immense head. Mew. With an irate feline cry, a blue figure collided with the side of the green Susanoo, causing its massive form to lose balance and tumble towards the 8 tails. Hey, an angry little cat is hardly adorable. And your opponent is me, Susanoo. A third complete Susanoo emerged upon the sea, revealing Kyoka and Oppos' Susanoo, resplendent in bright silver, with wings gently flapping, hovering above the water, brandishing a long spear aimed at the 2 tails in the distance. A group of cloud shinobi gazed longingly at the scene, wishing to aid their Jinchuriki. But their powers were inadequate. Is this still the realm of ninjas? Such power that rivals tailed beasts. What on earth is this? A female ninja and Oppos' eyes filled with despair as she sank to her knees on the sea and Oppos' surface. Come on, pull yourself together. The Reikage has received word and is on his way. We must place our faith in him, another cloud Jonin urged. Boom. As they spoke, the battlefield erupted in another fierce clash. The 8 tails, disregarding its injuries and sacrificing 2 severed tails, lunged at the green Susanoo, unleashing a tailed beast bomb at point-blank range. The green Susanoo was sent reeling, its head blown off, but Shirsue skillfully evaded the lethal attack in the nick of time. Seizing the opportunity, Tenyu grasped the 8 tails' remaining horn, striking down with his sword, severing it with a decisive blow. Just as Tenyu prepared to continue his assault, the 8 tails curled into itself, wrapping its tail around its body. Understanding the impending threat, Tenya hastily guided his Susanoo upward into the sky. Noticing this, the two tails also disengaged from its battle with Kyoka, leaping away into the distance. Whoa! Something big is coming. Shursui, hurry over here. Kyoka, foreseeing the imminent danger, swiftly grabbed Shursui as he teleported to her side, both ascending into the air. I am Kurabi. Oh hey tail beast, 8 tails. As the 8 tails began to spin, an overwhelming gust of wind surged around it, rapidly forming a colossal tornado. With the tremendous pulling force of the vortex, the two Susanoos were gradually drawn towards it. Kyoka used ranged attacks to interrupt its technique. With such powerful suction, it cannot evade. Alright, Yasaka Magatama. In unison, they unleashed their Susanoo and Appo's ranged abilities, the massive Magatama hurtling towards the base of the tornado. In the next moment, a thunderous explosion erupted, sending the 8 tails spiraling away. Before the sea could settle, the two colossal Susanoos surged through the remnants of the explosion, diving towards the fallen 8 tails. The long spear and sword pierced through its shoulders simultaneously, pinning it firmly to the sea's surface. Yet, the sensation was almost weightless, devoid of the expected resistance. Indeed, the next instant, the 8 tails detonated, showering the two Susanoos in a deluge of ink that rapidly solidified, binding them and rendering them immobile. Sealing technique, infinite fury flowing servants. By the wooden man, quickly dispatched them. On the surface of the sea, Kurabi leaned against a severed bull and Appo's horn, gasping for breath. In the distance, the two tails gathered energy rapidly, preparing a large-tailed beast bomb. Brothers, enough of the games. Appo's time to show our true abilities. Shursui, handle the big cat. Kyoka, come. Let's capture the 8 tails Jinchuriki. With a swish, the two Susanoos disintegrated instantly. Simultaneously, Shursui utilized his instant body technique to appear before the cat spirit, activating his Mangekyō Sharingan. Immerse yourself in the light of Kodo Amatsukami. In an instant, the massive-tailed beast bomb dissipated, and the cat spirit lowered its head, nuzzling against Shursui and Appo's outstretched hand, emitting a soft meow that resembled a docile cat. Meanwhile, as Tenu and Kyoka landed on the sea, they activated their respective ocular techniques. Mangekyō Sharingan. Now, Mangekyō Sharingan, illusionary realm reflection. The space around Kurabi froze, and an invisible figure approached rapidly, striking him at the neck, causing him to lose consciousness. In truth, given their strengths, they could have executed a lethal strike through the coordination of their ocular techniques. However, in pursuit of honing their skills, they chose to engage in the most primal form of combat. Yet the outcome mirrored the process. They were still too youthful, lacking crucial battle experience, often falling victim to counterattacks. Moreover, Tenu discovered a significant issue during the fight. Their Susanoo was far too fragile, often dismantled by a single heavy blow. And even their wood-release techniques struggled to exert control over the tailed beasts. Upon returning to the village, they would seek counsel from Madara. Chapter 28, Uchiha Tanu vs. Fourth Reikage. Why not give them a good thrashing, just as they did to me? Observing the conclusion of the battle, the 3 tails leisurely swam over, having anticipated a more thrilling spectacle, only to be met with this anticlimactic scene. You are different. You are the original, merely enduring a beating without the threat of death. They, however, are Jinchuriki in their tailed beast forms, linked by pain. If the Jinchuriki succumbs to agony, the tailed beast perishes alongside them. Your survival holds value. I have no desire to endure the lengthy process of waiting for a tailed beast's resurrection. Let us depart from here. We can extract the tailed beasts from within them upon our return. With that, Tanu hoisted the unconscious killer bee onto his shoulder and gestured for everyone to draw closer. Preparing to activate his Kamui, Yomiuri released his tailed beast form and walked towards them, arm in arm with Shursui. Upon seeing the delicate and gentle Yomiuri, Jyogao's eyes widened, gazing longingly at Shursui. Tell me, Shursui, how do you perceive my treatment of you? Shursui shook his head, positioning Yomiuri protectively behind him. Very well. This sister belongs to you. That must be the otherworldly deity, right, Shursui? How about we swap eyes? Your ocular technique has truly piqued my envy. Clang. In response, Shursui unsheathed his ninja blade, placing it firmly between them. Do not even consider it. Should this ocular power fall into your hands, countless maidens would befall your mischief. Let us not broach this topic again, or I will not hesitate to alter your will, compelling you to favor grandmothers instead. I apologize, Shursui. Upon hearing Shursui and Appo's words, Jyogao was taken aback, his hair standing on end as he swiftly ducked behind Tanu. At that moment, Tianyu instinctively took a half-step back. Truly, the otherworldly deity is fearsome. It would be wise to avoid provoking Shirzue in the future. Amidst their playful banter, as Tianyu prepared to unleash his Kamui, Shirzue suddenly raised his head, glancing behind Tianyu. A bolt of lightning sliced through the ocean's surface, rapidly approaching them, arriving in the blink of an eye. Be careful. Before he could finish his warning, a figure surged through Tianyu, colliding with Shirzue and Appo's chest, who stood directly opposite Tianyu, meeting the electrifying fist head-on. Gush! A mouthful of blood erupted from Shirzue as he and Yomiuri were sent hurtling backward. At that moment, a gaping wound appeared in Yomiuri and Appo's chest. In truth, just before Shirzue was struck by that azure fist, Yomiuri bravely stepped forward, absorbing the fatal blow intended for him. Shirzue was not faring well either. A significant dent marred his chest, indicating shattered ribs. He appeared gravely weakened, sinking into the ocean alongside Yomiuri. With a splash, Tianyu, having activated his intangibility, caused the unconscious killer bee to drop into the sea from his shoulder. The figure turned to face them, furiously bellowing, "What have you done to my brother?" The sudden blue silhouette was none other than the fourth Hokage, now in his lightning chakra mode. His entire being crackled with blue lightning, his light blonde hair standing on end, accompanied by the sound of crackling electricity. Upon witnessing his brother and Appo's precarious condition, he entered a full power state, maximizing the output of his Raijin armor. He may be fine, but what follows next? Humph. Tianyu scoffed, lifting his foot to stomp on Killer Bee and Appo's head. However, at such close range, he was evidently too slow for the Hokage. In an instant, the Hokage lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick to Tianyu and Appo's chest. Foreseeing this attack, Tianyu swiftly activated Susanoo. Golden chakra enveloped him, forming a skeletal structure. Boom. The bone shattered, and Tianyu was sent flying, skidding to a halt over 20 meters away. Heavy flow destruction. Before he could regain his footing, the Hokage's thunderous voice resonated in his ears. So swift. Just as Tianyu steadied himself on the water's surface, the Hokage had already teleported to his side, delivering a devastating elbow strike aimed at Tianyu and Appo's head. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Future. Channeling the power of time upon himself. Tianyu and Appo's speed surged dramatically. He leaned back to evade the brutal elbow strike, simultaneously using his left hand to slap an explosive tag onto the Hokage and Appo's armpit. Then, activating Kamui, he raised two fingers to his lips and shouted, "Ha!" Boom. The sound of explosions echoed incessantly as Tianyu swiftly distanced himself, retreating to a safe distance. "You are the second to evade my full-force strike." The Hokage shrugged off the remnants of the explosion, stepping forward through the smoke. But how would his next blow unfold? He stomped on the water and Appo's surface, sending sprays of water soaring, and his form vanished from sight. When he reappeared, it was above Tianyu, his right leg raised high, ready to deliver a ferocious downward strike. Thunderclap rage. Yet, this attack too was deftly dodged by Tianyu, in the midst of accelerating his own temporal flow. Though the Hokage strikes arrived in an instant, they appeared no different than to an ordinary observer in Tianyu's eyes. Thanks to the Sharingan's extraordinary dynamic vision, he was able to respond in a timely manner. "You wish to compete in speed, do you?" Very well, very well." Repeating the phrase thrice, Tianyu fully activated his ocular prowess, causing the space around him to warp slightly. In a similar instant, he vanished, reappearing behind the fourth Hokage, his body horizontal as he aimed a kick at the back of the Hokage's head. Thud. With a resounding impact, the Hokage was propelled forward, a trickle of blood seeping from his mouth and nose due to the force of the blow. As his form flickered, it was met by a colossal fist conjured by Susanoo, aimed squarely at the Hokage's face with an uppercut. From the very first strike, Tianyu had sensed that while his speed had increased, his power was lacking. Thus, he activated Susanoo, allowing its skeletal frame to encase him, using its fists in place of his own. Another thundering impact echoed, sending the Hokage soaring upward. The golden figure flickered continuously, appearing in various positions simultaneously, relentlessly attacking the airborne Hokage. In a mere 3 seconds, the Hokage endured hundreds of strikes, the cacophony of impacts merging into a deafening rumble akin to thunder rolling across the sky. Jiogao, retrieve. Shirzue, and the Two Tails. Eight Tails. We must leave this place swiftly. Tianyu, now panting heavily upon the water's surface, was drenched in sweat, beads glistening on his forehead and merging with the sea. To the outside world, perhaps only 3 seconds had elapsed, yet for Tianyu, he had been furiously throwing punches for nearly 10 minutes, depleting both his chakra and stamina at an alarming rate. If we do not leave soon, any unforeseen circumstances will leave Jogao to handle it all alone. Chapter 29. The Pursuit Across Time by Otsutsuki Urashiki. Outside Konoha Village, in an abandoned training ground, 6 figures tumbled from the distorted space above, landing clumsily on the ground. Except for Uchiha Kyuka. Tenu struggled to sit up, his head spinning as he surveyed the scene. 2 lifeless bodies and 2 unconscious figures. The deceased were the Jinchuriki of the 2 tails, Uchiha Shursui and the other, both having succumbed to a full-force attack from the wreckage. Submerging deep into the ocean before Kyuka retrieved them, their breaths extinguished. The other 2 were the unconscious Abi brothers. Kyuka, retrieve the 3 tails, Tenu instructed. Kyuka nodded, biting his finger to form a seal before slamming his hand onto the ground, summoning the creature. A massive turtle, the 3 tails, materialized amid a cloud of smoke just outside Konoha. As Tenu and Appo's chakra dwindled, he could not bring the 3 tails into the Kamui space. So he allowed Kyuka to form a contract with it, intending to summon it again upon returning to the village. What transpired? Is that the 3 tails? We must report this immediately. The Leaf and Appo's Nin guarding the village gate was horrified upon seeing the sudden appearance of the 3 tails and rushed towards the village. However, he was halted by Uchiha Tetsubana, who was patrolling nearby. Wait, friend. You must guard this area. No one is to approach. This is an order from the Uchiha clan. After stopping the Nin, Tetsubana dashed towards the clan and Appo's district. Approximately 2 minutes later, Fugaku arrived with a dozen Uchiha clan members. Their expressions turned to shock upon witnessing Tenu and the others in such disarray. They were aware of the 3's formidable strength, having undergone the transplantation of Hashirama's cells, making them the pinnacle of the clan and Appo's combat power. What kind of battle had they faced to find themselves in such dire straits? Let us return to the clan. My chakra is nearly depleted. I need to recover before I can assist Shursui. Tenu pointed towards the 3 fallen figures. Those are 2 Jinchuriki from the Cloud Village and the 4th wreckage. Goodness, I sent you to search for Jinchuriki, and you brought back the village chief instead, Tetsubana exclaimed. Curiously kicking, the muscular man sprawled on the ground, checking for signs of life. Under Fugaku and Appo's direction, several Uchiha ninjas moved to carry Shursui, and the 2 Jinchuriki back to the village. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A faint buzzing sound resonated, and a red thread shot towards Tenu's chest. Kyuka instinctively leaped in front of Tenu, the thread piercing his chest. Who is it? The Uchiha clan members were alarmed, drawing their weapons in defense. Oh, so close to success. Kyuka, you remain as bothersome as ever. Suspended in the air was a figure with pale skin, grayish-white hair, donned in a flowing white robe. The red thread was tethered to a long red fishing rod in his hand, with a red basket suspended at his waist. With a flick of his rod, the thread was retracted, extracting a pale blue chakra from Kyuka's body. Otsutsuki Urashiki glared at Tenu with intense loathing. Realizing that his presence had drastically altered the original timeline, with the minor antagonist from Boruto appearing over 20 years early. But why now? He was utterly powerless. Was this to be his end? Oh, you recognize me? Not surprising, given that you are also a manipulator of time. Urashiki surveyed his surroundings, his eyes lighting up upon seeing the 3 tails and the 2 Jinchuriki. Ah, what luck. For tail beasts from this era are all here. Once I deal with you and refine these 3 into chakra, I shall seek out the remaining 1 in the village. With a swift motion, Urashiki sent the red thread, now adorned with a hook, hurtling towards Tenu once more. Fugaku stepped forward, shielding Tenu, effortlessly deflecting the incoming hook with the kunai. Tenu. Is this the formidable foe you spoke of from the future? Yes, he belongs to the Otsutsuki clan, known as Otsutsuki Urashiki, and is perhaps the weakest among them. Time is of the essence. There is no opportunity to elaborate on his details. Just ensure his hook does not touch anyone or any tailed beast. He can absorb chakra. We must suppress him using taijutsu to deplete his chakra. He also possesses the ability to open portals to escape before Tenu could finish. Urashiki dove down, engaging the Uchiha in combat. Foolish child, in the future, your knowledge of our intelligence has cost us dearly. Do you believe the Otsutsuki clan will not evolve? Urashiki boasted, having arrived in this timeline days prior, making extensive preparations. With a swift incantation, Urashiki sliced his finger, summoning massive figures from the back of an Uchiha ninja. Summoning technique. Booms echoed as 5 colossal creatures emerged, shaking the ground and causing buildings in Konoha to tremble. 1 tail, Shikaku 4 tails, Son Goku 5 tails, Koku 6 tails, Seiken 7 tails, CH may indeed. Upon arriving in this timeline, Urashiki had traveled to various ninja villages to collect tailed beasts and learn numerous jutsu, secretly tailing Tanu and the others, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. As the five-tailed beasts manifested, Shikaku and Koku charged towards the three tails, stirring a tempest of sand that enveloped the area. Hey, little brothers, I'm your elder brother. Why are you attacking me? Meanwhile, the other three-tailed beasts launched an assault on Fugaku and the others. The seven tails scattered shimmering scales to obscure the Uchiha and Appo's vision, while the four tails plunged its hands into the ground, unleashing torrents of magma toward Konoha. The six tails spewed corrosive liquid, merging with the rolling magma. Panic engulfed Konoha as the village trembled under the chaos. Goodness! Six-tailed beasts have appeared at the village entrance, battling fiercely and advancing towards the village. A kunai whizzed past, landing before the Uchiha as a figure materialized. Have I arrived too late? Chapter 30. The Flying Thunder God Technique. Just in time, Master Minato. Wave Wind Minato is the teacher of my brother, so it is only proper to address him as master. The Nine Tails, sensing the presence of its companion, remained restless. Although I had left a clone with Kushina to assist in suppression, I could not linger here. With that, Minato produced dozens of kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God seal and launched them in all directions across the battlefield. First, he would send the tailed beasts away from the village, then swiftly deal with that individual. Flying Thunder God Technique. With a flash, Minato vanished from his position, only to reappear beside a kunai that had just grazed the four tails, Son Goku. Grasping the kunai with one hand, he pressed his other palm onto Son Goku's arm, leaving behind the Sword of Compassion seal. Before the four tails could react, he reappeared next to the kunai embedded in the vicinity of the six tails, swiftly inserting it into the six tails' body, simultaneously marking it with the seal. Almost simultaneously, the legs of the five tails, Mu, and the posterior of the Shikaku were also marked with the Appo's, Sword of Compassion and Appo's seal. Amidst the sandy embrace of the three tails, whose large head lay sprawled out, a yellow figure flashed by. Hey, we're on the same side, don't touch me. Ignoring the three tails' shout, Minato left a seal on the face of the three tails, Isabu. Finally, as the kunai hovered just below the seven tails, Chome, Minato teleported to grasp the kunai, forcefully throwing it towards Chome, and vanished once more. How swift. Is this space-time ninjutsu? Otsutsuki, Urashiki, and Appo's pupils contracted in astonishment. Next to Urashiki, who was closest, Minato appeared, charging a Rasengan in his hand aimed at Urashiki and Appo's lower back. Urashiki had no time to evade, and the Rasengan struck him, sending him flying forward, crashing heavily to the ground after traveling over 10 meters. At that moment, the final kunai also caught up with the seven tails. Did it succeed? Minato and Appo's figure flickered again, seizing the kunai just before it touched Chome, pressing his palm against Chome and forming a seal, transporting all six-tailed beasts away. From the moment he marked the four tails to the successive markings of the other four-tailed beasts, and then to the Rasengan that knocked Urashiki away, culminating in the teleportation of the tailed beasts, it had been less than 2 seconds. Transferring the tailed beasts consumed a considerable amount of chakra. And as Minato returned to the ground, he panted heavily, his gaze fixed intently on the fallen Urashiki. Was he the one controlling the tailed beasts? A rather troublesome foe. But how much strength do you have left? Urashiki glared viciously at Minato, his Byakugan shifting to the blue Rinnegan. I see. Minato and Appo's brow furrowed as he hastily summoned the scant chakra remaining within him for the Flying Thunder God's second stage, Rasengan. With a swoosh, he appeared behind Urashiki, who was just attempting to rise, launching the Rasengan at Urashiki's head. However, this time, it did not go as planned. Urashiki raised his hand to block the Rasengan, his Rinnegan rapidly absorbing the attack, before seizing Minato and Appo's wrist and flinging him aside. In that instant, Minato and Appo's figure vanished. I told you, I see. Suddenly raising his palm towards a clear area beside him, Urashiki's Rinnegan emitted a brilliant light as 5 elemental ninjutsu erupted forth, aimed at the empty space. Just as the ninjutsu was unleashed, Minato and Appo's figure suddenly appeared there. He anticipated my location? This thought raced through Minato and Appo's mind. Yet, the envisioned scene of tearing the enemy apart did not materialize. Just as the fastest lightning ninjutsu was about to strike Minato, he had already returned home. Urashiki scoffed, brushing his hand against his waist to erase the Flying Thunder God mark left by Minato. A mere rodent that can only flee. With a dismissive huff, he decided it was time to eliminate you, Uchiha Tenyu. With that, he extended his palm towards Tanu, a purple-black energy sphere coalescing and launching towards him. But before the energy sphere could reach Tanu, a kunai shot through the air, colliding with the energy sphere at the moment of impact, causing both to vanish. 2 seconds later, a violent explosion echoed from the back mountain of Konoha. Flying around like a swarm of flies, "Do not let me catch you," Minato returned, appearing less fatigued than before. Upon returning home and finding the Ninetales stable, he dispelled the clone left at home, causing the chakra shared with the clone to flow back into Minato and Appo's body. Master Minato, his blue Rinnegan allows him to glimpse fleeting futures and rewind time, enabling him to discern his opponent and Appo's techniques and determine the most effective countermeasures. Tanu shouted to Minato. So he can see? But can his body keep up? Minato remarked, a faint shadow appearing around his eyes as he swiftly entered sage mode. From his ninja tool pouch, he retrieved a scroll, slowly unfurling it, placing his hand upon it to summon a multitude of flying thunder god kunai, beckoning the few remaining Uchiha ninjas nearby to assist in launching them. At this moment, Uchiha Taika stepped forward, asserting that he alone was sufficient. He then activated his ocular technique, and hundreds of kunai inscribed with the flying thunder god seal floated in the air under his command, shooting out in all directions. Almost every meter saw a kunai embedded in the ground. Minato glanced at Uchiha Taika in surprise, giving him a thumbs up. Meanwhile, Urashiki's brow furrowed. In the future, he perceived, no matter how he responded, he would be crushed by this yellow-haired monster with astonishing speed. In his current state, he had no chance of victory, unless he resorted to that. I shall end this here. I have matters to attend to. Urashiki activated Otsutsuki, opening a spatial door, and his figure began to drift towards it. Are you leaving? How dare you covet my disciple? Suddenly, a deep, furious voice resounded as a figure clad in warring state's armor strode toward them. As Urashiki's half-submerged body began to be pulled back from the spatial door by some unseen force, he was abruptly yanked back. Universal Pull. Chapter 31. Uchiha Madara vs. Otsutsuki Kinshiki. With such a tremendous commotion, the ninjas of Konoha promptly sprang into action. After evacuating the civilians into underground passages leading to shelters, they gradually made their way to the gates of Konoha. The swiftest among them, leading the charge, were the hundreds of Uchiha clan ninjas, headed by Madara. Buzzing. With a swift motion, Kinshiki propelled himself towards Madara, who conjured a black rod in his left hand, aiming to pierce the approaching figure. Those were the Rinnegan eyes. How could they exist in this era, and with such immense power? Kinshiki gazed in astonishment at Madara and Appo's Rinnegan. However, amidst a shock, he did not allow the black rod to penetrate his body. The moment the rod made contact, Kinshiki activated his own ocular technique. His form rapidly transformed into a flurry of red origami cranes, soaring into the distance, where he reformed his shape 30 meters away. The oppressive aura was far more formidable than that of the earlier golden-haired adversary. Kinshiki thought to himself, and then, swinging his fishing rod, the hook shot towards Madara with great speed. Swish. Minato appeared behind Kinshiki, slashing upward with a kunai infused with flying thunder god technique, causing blood to spatter as Kinshiki's right hand, gripping the fishing rod, was severed. You seem to have forgotten me. With this arm gone, you can no longer absorb ninjutsu. Can you? Kinshiki looked back in shock, noticing a kunai embedded in the ground behind him. After severing Kinshiki's right arm, Minato swiftly gathered chakra into a Rasengan, launching it towards Kinshiki's midsection. Damn it. As red light flashed again, the Rasengan exploded against Kinshiki, who transformed into a multitude of origami cranes once more. This time, he dared not reform nearby. Instead, dozens of red cranes scattered, darting towards the distant woods. Unbeknownst to him, hundreds of Uchiha clan members had already surrounded the area. As they formed hand seals, a radiant crimson barrier rose to block the cranes and Appo's escape, soaring to a height of 100 meters in an instant. Uchiha Crimson Flame Formation. Not enough, he can fly. Then, would release, cover. Madara clapped his hands together, summoning a massive disc that descended upon the Uchiha Crimson Flame Formation. Step back, everyone. Let me see how much weight the legendary Otsutsuki can bear. Madara slowly approached Kinshiki, who had solidified into his true form. Though Madara and Appo's pace was deliberate, to Kinshiki, he appeared as a harbinger of death, each step resonating like a crushing weight upon his heart. His wide-open blue Rinnegan was filled with despair. In the countless futures he envisioned, he was relentlessly crushed by this man's absolute power. As Madara drew nearer, Kinshiki's despair gradually morphed into a frenzied resolve. Grasping his fish basket, he swiftly refined it and consumed it. Having prepared adequately and previously extracted a substantial amount of tailed beast chakra into the basket. Merely consuming it was sufficient for his transformation. A flash of white light enveloped the scene as the long-haired sage crane Kinshiki emerged. His severed right arm had regrown. Yet the Rinnegan capable of absorbing ninjutsu remained absent. The original blue Rinnegan had transformed into a golden six-tomo Rinnegan, significantly enhancing his powers while retaining his original ocular techniques. A dazzling golden Rinnegan sparkled within the vertical eye on his forehead. Extending his palm, beams of purple light surged towards Madara, signifying Kinshiki's heavenly spear meteor, Spirit Strike. Madara deftly maneuvered, evading most of the purple beams, while a few he deflected with his fan. In an instant, explosions echoed across the ground, leaving craters and upheaved soil surrounding Madara. Witnessing Madara easily neutralize his long-range attacks, Kinshiki scoffed, extending his arms and leaping into the air, coalescing a black rod in his hands as he dove towards Madara with ferocity. Clang! The clash of metal rang out, causing nearby onlookers to wince and cover their ears. Kinshiki struck down with the rod, wielding it like a mountain-splitting force. Madara, holding the fan, effortlessly blocked the blow with the other hand supporting the fan and amp. Oppo's backside. Oh. After your transformation, your strength and speed have greatly increased. Is that your confidence to attack me? Boom. Madara, with a powerful thrust of his right hand holding the fan, sent Kinshiki flying backward. In a swift motion, he formed hand seals, unleashing a torrent of flames that erupted from his mouth, transforming into an arrow aimed at Kinshiki. As Kinshiki was propelled backward, a hint of mockery crossed his face. He pointed his right hand at the incoming fire arrow. Celestial Spear Meteor, Dragon Palace. A serpent of purple energy formed, coalescing a massive purple energy sphere that not only countered the fire arrow, but also retaliated towards Madara. In the blink of an eye, it reached Madara and Oppo's vicinity. He raised his palm and fan to defend, yet the tremendous force still propelled him back 2 meters. Feeling the immense power coursing through his arm, a smile crept upon Madara's lips. The side of the fan that blocked the celestial spear meteor, Dragon Palace, suddenly erupted with brilliant light, and a violent shockwave surged towards Kinshiki. Uchiha rebound. Ha 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 ha. Kinshiki and Oppo's wild laughter echoed as he extended his arms, the golden six-tomo Rinnegan flashing momentarily. A repulsive force radiated from him, completely isolating the shockwave. Simultaneously, a portal to the underworld opened behind Kinshiki, and another celestial spear meteor, Dragon Palace, was launched towards that portal. At the same time, a portal to the underworld quietly opened behind Madara. Madara's pupils constricted as he sensed the impending danger from behind. However, it was too late to evade. The ripples within his Rinnegan shimmered, and a similar repulsive force enveloped him. Shinra Tensei. Humph. My power is the culmination of years of arduous training, always ready to respond. You, who rely solely on external forces, have no right to laugh before me. Madara and Oppo's expression twisted into a snarl as an invisible wave of energy radiated outward from him, enveloping the vicinity. The expressions of those within the barrier, including Minato, shifted dramatically. This sensation was akin to the overwhelming pressure they had felt earlier against the tailed beasts, a suffocating chakra unlike any they had encountered. Unlike the tailed beasts, this pressure was saturated with a murderous intent that even those who had fought through years of war had never felt before. It was the testament of a seasoned warrior, a proud and resolute god of battle who had emerged from a sea of corpses and blood. Kinshiki, you are indeed fortunate to stir such excitement in me. I wish you good luck, Tenya murmured. Before sensing this terrifying pressure, he had been dismissive in the face of Madara, believing that he possessed equivalent capabilities. However, now, his heart raced uncontrollably, truly grasping the chasm that lay between them. Chapter 32. Crushing and capturing Otsutsuki. Urashiki felt the overwhelming chakra and dense killing intent emanating from Madara, comparable to that of a tailed beast. At this moment, he no longer harbored any thoughts of underestimating his opponent. With his long staff, he gracefully executed a flourish, striking towards Madara once more. Do you wish to dance as well? Madara's Rinnegan locked onto Urashiki's, the murderous gaze causing a tremor within him, weakening the force of his strike by a third. With a sweeping motion, Madara sent Urashiki hurtling through the air. As he landed, several trees swiftly grew, ensnaring him tightly. Madara leapt high, blue bones materializing around him, a skeletal arm wielding a massive lightsaber that descended with tremendous force. Simultaneously, 2 wooden clones emerged from Madara's back, rapidly forming hand signs, unleashing fire-style jutsu that struck Urashiki almost simultaneously. In a desperate attempt, Urashiki invoked Shinra Tensei for defense, but it was too late. Though his life was spared, his body suffered extensive burns, and a massive gash was carved into his shoulder. Without a moment and Appo's respite, several black rods pierced his limbs and torso, pinning him firmly to the ground. Urashiki hastily employed his ability to rewind time, returning to the moment before his injuries. However, Madara was right on his heels. A blue sword of light swept towards him. Realizing he could not evade, with his ocular power still recovering, Urashiki gritted his teeth and braced the black staff horizontally at his side. Clang! The black staff, forged from chakra, shattered upon impact, and amidst a spray of blood. Urashiki was severed in two. As he faced imminent death, he resolutely reached for his Rinnegan. In the distance, Tanu furrowed his brow, fully cognizant of Urashiki and Appo's intentions. Unbeknownst to Urashiki, the moment Minato appeared, arrangements had already been made for the fate of his Rinnegan. Indeed, Tanu's plan was straightforward. Should this pair of eyes fall into Minato's possession, combined with the fastest ninja in the shinobi world who could glimpse fleeting futures and rewind time, it would create an invincible alliance. A splatter of blood erupted as Urashiki extracted one of his Rinnegan and attempted to swallow it. Suddenly, time froze. Two streams of blood flowed down Tanu and Appo's cheeks as he exerted the last remnants of his chakra to activate the Mangekyō Sharingan, pausing the flow of time in Urashiki and Appo's vicinity. Quickly, Minato, seize that eye before he consumes it, and procure another. It is of great importance. Whoosh. Boom. Two figures instantaneously materialized beside Urashiki. The first, having arrived earlier, was Minato, who utilized the Flying Thunder God technique. A golden flash illuminated the air as Minato and Appo's kunai sliced through, severing Urashiki and Appo's arm that clutched the Rinnegan. In a swift motion, he retrieved the eye and vanished back to Tanu and Appo's side. The second figure was Madara. Upon hearing Tanu and Appo's command, he stomped the ground, his figure blurring as he swiftly reached for Urashiki's remaining Rinnegan, claiming the last of the 6 Tomo eye. At that moment, Tanu could no longer sustain the power of his ocular technique, shutting his eyes and wiping away the blood and tears. "Ah, you bastards! I will kill you." With his final trump card snatched away, Urashiki descended into madness. He was now a mere shell, stripped of mobility and sight, despite being a member of the Otsutsuki clan. Endowed with Rinnegan and numerous secret techniques, he found himself at a severe disadvantage here. Why not remain in the future? Why come here? Not to mention Minato and Madara. Even the current Uchiha clan alone was more than enough to overwhelm him. What could his Rinnegan accomplish? In this world, power dynamics dictated survival, with hundreds of Mangekyō Sharingan. One glare would suffice to bring him to his knees. Fugaku and his men approached, binding Urashiki with seals and chains, preparing to take him back for interrogation. A living member of the Otsutsuki clan held immeasurable value in the current shinobi world, especially with the Rinnegan capable of absorbing and releasing ninjutsu, if utilized correctly. It could forge an immensely powerful force. "Minato, where were the tailed beasts transported?" Fugaku inquired as he approached Minato. To an uninhabited forest on the border of the Land of Fire, Minato replied, "We cannot allow the tailed beasts to roam freely, even if they are currently uncontrollable. They pose a catastrophic threat to nations and villages alike." With that, Fugaku turned to Madara. "Please, subdue those tailed beasts and bring them back. We cannot allow them to wreak havoc." Indeed, with all 9 tailed beasts gathered, Konoha could engage in some intriguing endeavors. Madara nodded, glancing towards Minato. Minato understood, placing a hand on Madara and Appo's shoulder. With a flash of golden light, the two vanished from sight. As the barrier was lifted, the crowd, led by Fugaku, made their way towards the village gates. At this moment, the entrance to Konoha was teeming with people. Aside from the Nin and Jinin left behind to protect the villagers, all other shinobi had gathered here, including the semi-retired 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. What has transpired? Was that figure Uchiha Madara? And who is this person attacking Konoha with tailed beasts? Hiruzen's mind was filled with questions. Sensing that the Uchiha were orchestrating something monumental, yet he remained in the dark. Moreover, he was certain he could not mistake that silhouette. He had seen it from afar in his youth, the very same Uchiha Madara who once walked alongside the 1st Hokage. He recalled how the elders in the clan often used Madara to frighten unruly children, claiming he was a devil who devoured disobedient ones, silencing their cries. Was and Appos, he said to have been killed by the first Hokage? How could he reappear in the Uchiha clan? What were they plotting? Just an inconsequential individual, third Hokage. Fugaku coldly dismissed Hiruzen and Appos' inquiries as he brushed past him, heading towards the Uchiha compound. Hiruzen parted his lips, yearning to speak, but ultimately refrained from pursuing further questions. With a sigh, he turned and walked back to his residence. Forget it. I am but a remnant of a bygone era. Konoha belongs to the youth now. Fortunately. The next Hokage that the Uchiha are promoting is Jiraiya and Appos' disciple, Minato. I suppose I can trust him not to allow the Uchiha to harm his own clan. Chapter 33. Unearthing the grave of a brother upon returning to his clan, the utterly exhausted Tanu fell into a deep slumber. When he awakened, it was already the following morning, although his chakra had recovered significantly. The lingering fatigue of his spirit and the physical aches throughout his body suggested that complete restoration would require several days of rest. The sensation of being thoroughly drained was quite distressing. Had he known, he would not have showcased his transcendent martial arts before Jyogu and the others. Struggling to rise, he performed a brief cleansing ritual before opening the door, only to find that someone had been waiting for him in the courtyard. Tanu, the clan leader has instructed me to wait for you. He wishes to see you once you awaken, announced Uchiha Tiehua, who had arrived early that morning under orders. Tanu nodded, gesturing for Tiehua to lead the way. A few minutes later, he followed Tiehua into an underground chamber of the Uchiha clan. The floor was strewn with several corpses, and both Fugaku and Madara awaited him there. Tanu, you've arrived. How was your rest? Fugaku inquired with genuine concern as he observed Tanu's arrival. I feel much better now. With another couple of days of rest, I should be fully recovered, Tanu replied. Indeed, I had hoped you could rest properly, but circumstances compel us otherwise. The chakra of the two-tails Jinchuriki is already beginning to dissipate. If we delay for another 2 days, I fear that even if we revive the Jinchuriki, the beast will not return, Fugaku said. Pointing to the corner where the two-tails Jinchuriki, a wooden figure, lay, Tanu nodded and approached the corpses, his Sharingan swirling with kaleidoscopic light as he invoked the power of time upon them. Moments later, the wounds on the corpses healed, their pallor restored to a healthy hue. And even the previously still chests began to rise and fall gently. However, while their injuries had healed, their tattered clothing remained in disarray, leaving the delicate skin of the wooden figure exposed to the air. Madara, closest to her, felt a flush of embarrassment and turned his gaze away. This was not Tanu's intention. He merely sought to conserve chakra. After a brief wait, Shursui, the wooden figure, AI, and several Uchiha ninjas who had perished at the entrance of Konohagakure began to awaken one by one. The Uchiha clan members were accustomed to this phenomenon, having experienced it before when Tanu used his ocular techniques to revive them. Thus, upon their souls venturing to the afterlife, they had merely engaged in reminiscing with their departed loved ones while awaiting their rebirth. In contrast, the two from Kumogakure were bewildered, momentarily dazed by their unexpected revival. AI was the first to regain his composure, and upon noticing several Uchiha ninjas around him, he sprang to his feet, prepared to retaliate. Yet just as he activated his lightning release armor, a colossal blue chakra hand seized him firmly. Meanwhile, the wooden figure leapt towards a corner, assuming a combat stance. However, upon observing the other's intent gazes directed at her exposed skin, she instinctively looked down. A sharp, piercing sound reverberated through the underground chamber, echoing throughout the universe. After draping her form with a cloak, the wooden figure hid behind Shursui, her demeanor alert, resembling a frightened kitten seeking refuge behind its master. AI was bound and taken to another chamber. Within the depths of this chamber, seated in a corner, was the already awakened Killer Bee. Leading to a moment of shared bewilderment between the brothers, orders had already been dispatched to the front lines once the Konoha army received the message. They would soon besiege Kumogakure. At that time, negotiations would be held with the Reikage, Fugaku explained, glancing at the perplexed duo. I believe that is unnecessary. The political power within Kumogakure is highly centralized in the Reikage's hands. We could have Shursui cast a Kodo Amatsukami on these brothers and then send AI back. He would undoubtedly resolve any ensuing troubles himself, Fugaku suggested. Shursui nodded in agreement, deeming this approach viable. Ending the conflict without bloodshed was undoubtedly the best course of action. The priority now was to bolster the strength of the ninja world and resolve internal issues through peaceful means. After a moment of contemplation, Fugaku turned his gaze toward Shursui, who nodded and focused on the Kumogakure brothers, employing Kodo Amatsukami to forcibly alter their will to cherish peace, safeguard the ninja world, and obey the Uchiha. The brothers' gazes toward the Uchiha clan grew notably clearer. I intend to extract the tailed beast from within them. Rest assured. I shall retain a portion of their chakra to prevent the Jinchuriki from perishing, Uchiha Madara interjected. What do you need the tailed beast for? You're not still fixated on your Eye of the Moon plan, are you? AI retorted. Such a trivial matter is beneath me. My goal is to revive the Ten Tails, become its Jinchuriki, and unleash Kagaya for a proper confrontation. As he spoke, Madara's eyes gleamed with fervor. Ever since he glimpsed the so-called future through Tianyu, he had been plotting this endeavor. His confidence surged after effortlessly overpowering Urashiki, making him eager to confront the remaining Otsutsuki. This matter requires careful deliberation. Should we not first revive Hashirama and Izuna to keep you company? Tianyu remarked, wiping the cold sweat from his brow at Madara's fervent ambitions. Oh, is that possible? However, my brother and Hashirama have been gone for many years. Though I could locate their remains, I am uncertain whether your ocular powers can accomplish this, Madara mused. There is a method, the impure world reincarnation. We can summon them using that technique, and then find someone to utilize your Rinnegan to perform the Rinne Tensei. After all, you were revived in this manner, Tanu explained. Very well, prepare accordingly. I have Hashirama's viable cells. I shall now go and unearth my brother's grave. A flicker of joy crossed Madara's eyes as he spoke, turning to exit. Curious, Shursui approached Tianyu, filled with a hint of anticipation, and quietly asked, Brother Tianyu, can this method truly revive the deceased? I wish to bring my father back. Yes, but I hope to keep this matter confidential. Reviving too many individuals may disrupt a certain balance. I have sensed an ominous presence watching me since I began using ocular techniques to reverse death. Each time I employ these techniques, the sensation intensifies, Tianyu cautioned. In addition to his previous dream, he had felt increasingly scrutinized with each use of his ocular powers. By the way, Uncle Fugaku, please retrieve the sealing scrolls from the village and summon Orochimaru to the Uchiha compound. The current version of the impure world reincarnation likely requires his expertise for enhancements, Tianyu instructed. Fugaku nodded, expressing concern for Tianyu's condition. After confirming that he was temporarily untroubled, he ordered everyone present to keep the day's events confidential. Chapter 34. Impure World Reincarnation and the Cycle of Life in the days that followed. Tianyu spent his time either resting at home or delving into the study of forbidden techniques alongside Orochimaru in the secret chamber, examining the scrolls on sealing. On the very day they retrieved the sealing scroll, Orochimaru had graciously accepted an invitation from Fugaku to visit the Uchiha clan. At Tianyu and Appo's behest. The Uchiha clan spared no effort in supporting Orochimaru and Appo's scientific research on ninjutsu, mobilizing the entire clan and Appo's resources. Need advanced equipment? Summon forth individuals to transport the most cutting-edge experimental apparatus from various ninja villages. Require live specimens? Dispatch agents to capture dozens of white Zetsu. What? The white Zetsu are not to your liking? Then fetch the rogue ninjas from the wanted list. Interested in studying the Sharingan? Fear not, for we have ample stock from recent years. Of course, the enhancement of impure world reincarnation was prioritized, with Tianyu's assistance. A wealth of experimental materials and state-of-the-art equipment enabled them to complete the technique's modification in just 2 days, successfully resurrecting Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju. Today, Uchiha Madara returned to the Uchiha clan grounds, a coffin slung across his back, sprinting with fervor from the clan's entrance. Even before reaching the village boundary, he sensed a familiar chakra that ignited an exhilarating thrill at the prospect of reuniting with an old comrade. Meanwhile, the impure Hashirama felt Madara's chakra and dashed toward the clan entrance. Hashirama, Madara. The two collided with a resounding impact. Madara struck Hashirama in the face, and in retaliation, Hashirama delivered a knee to Madara's abdomen. Both staggered back a couple of paces. Observing this spectacle, the Uchiha clan members could not help but stifle their laughter. At that moment, a figure clad in blue armor and possessing white hair appeared beside Hashirama, pointing accusingly at Madara's nose. It was none other than Tobirama Senju. Evil Madara. You had better explain to me what on earth is happening here. Huh? Explain? Who brought this white-haired fellow back? Get rid of him quickly. He irritates me. Madara. You shall not harm my brother. You are preparing to resurrect your brother, so why can't I resurrect mine? Hashirama stepped forward, positioning himself between Madara and Tobirama. Initially, Tianyu had intended only to revive Hashirama, but upon learning that Madara aimed to resurrect himself and Izuna, Hashirama insisted on bringing Tobirama back as well. reasoning that it was a simple task and he could not abide a world where only Madara had a brother. Thus, Tobirama was summoned back. To prevent further public disturbances, Tanu swiftly intervened, directing both Hashirama and Madara to Orochimaru's laboratory. After a patient explanation lasting half an hour, Hashirama finally accepted the situation. He was initially reluctant, believing that the deceased should return to peace and not meddle in the affairs of the living. However, upon learning that the ninja world was facing a grave threat and his assistance was required, he acquiesced, stating he would take his own life after the crisis had passed. Tobirama and Appo's reaction, however, was far more pronounced. Upon hearing that nearly half of the Uchiha clan had awakened their Mangekyō Sharingan and were in the process of transplanting Hashirama and Appo's cells, he became visibly agitated, sensing an overwhelming aura of malevolence surrounding him. Madara-senpai, shall we commence? Tanu gestured to the coffin still resting on Madara's back. Madara, momentarily taken aback, set down the coffin and opened the lid, revealing a heap of long-decayed bones. Tobirama, witnessing this, covered his mouth, struggling to suppress his laughter. Truly, what a devoted brother to so thoroughly disturb his sibling and Appo's remains. Orochimaru soon approached, requesting a portion of genetic material from Izuna and Appo's remains. Madara casually handed over a bone, his gaze fiercely fixated on the still-laughing Tobirama, harboring a desire to vent his frustration by transforming the annoying white-haired figure into a porcupine. After scraping some powder from the bone, he dissolved it in a vial filled with potion, then sprinkled it over the pre-drawn impure world reincarnation formation. As he formed the hand seals, the white zetsu at the corner of the formation rapidly became enveloped in a cloud of dust, soon taking the shape of a young man, Uchiha Izuna. With no time for nostalgic reminiscences, Tanu had a rogue ninja, his eyes gouged out, unceremoniously cast at Madara and Appo's feet. Madara understood precisely what to do. He reached into the eye socket to extract his Rinnegan, placing it into the rogue ninja and Appo's empty eye socket. Utilizing his right eye and Appo's genjutsu, he compelled the rogue ninja to form the seals for the outer path, reincarnation of heaven's life technique. As a flash of white light enveloped them, the traces of impure world reincarnation on Hashirama, Tobirama, and Izuna dissipated, wisps of white mist emerging from their bodies as the cracks healed, their once pallid skin regaining a healthy hue. Madara extracted the Rinnegan from the rogue ninja and Appo's eye socket and inserted it into his own, nonchalantly kicking the nearly lifeless rogue aside before leaping into his brother and Appo's embrace. Oh, Izuna, do you have any idea how I have survived these years after several minutes? The others managed to soothe Madara and Appo's emotions, and they engaged in cheerful conversations about life and death. Meanwhile, Tanu and Orochimaru found themselves unable to interject. In a moment of distraction, Tanu caught a glimpse of Orochimaru gazing at Madara with an expression of longing, licking his lips. Goodness, Orochimaru cannot possibly have thoughts of Madara. Can he? Orochimaru, what are you planning? I advise against having any designs on Madara, if he wishes to crush you. Even the first Hokage's resurrection would not be able to stop him. No, I am merely intrigued by those eyes. Are they truly the Rinnegan? Said to hold the power of the six paths? Orochimaru unabashedly revealed the greed in his eyes, his tongue continuously flicking at his lips. If it is merely the Rinnegan you desire, there is a way. I recall that 5 Rinnegan are held within the Uchiha clan. I shall procure 2 for your research. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru turned to Tanu, his gaze aflame with fervor, causing Tanu to feel an uncomfortable sensation, as if he were about to be ignited by that intense stare. Is that true? Tanu-sama, you are truly my lucky star. From now on, Orochimaru shall be at your beck and call. Whoever you command me to bite, I shall comply. Upon arriving at the Uchiha clan, Orochimaru had learned of his future from Tanu. At this juncture, he was just beginning to grasp the fragility of life and had resolved to explore the mysteries of existence. Tanu and Appo's appearance had effortlessly guided him along a path that would have otherwise taken decades to traverse, akin to a fine steed encountering a discerning jockey. Chapter 35. Itachi, why on earth did that villain come to school to confront me? I was unaware of the quarrel erupting among a few individuals nearby, as Madara and Hashirama had stepped out to settle their differences. Before their departure, they cautioned Tobirama and Izuna to keep a watchful eye on each other, forbidding either of them from sneaking a peek. They were determined to prevent their younger brothers from being caught in the aftermath of battle. Naturally, Tenu chose not to join in the commotion, for he had matters of greater intrigue awaiting his attention. He hurriedly made his way to Fugaku and Appo's residence to retrieve the pair of Rinnegan from Uchiha and Appo's possession, which he entrusted to Orochimaru for further examination. Before hastily heading towards the Namikaze household, it is worth noting that Tanu had also unearthed a significant treasure from Uchiha's belongings, a powerful artifact known as Li. To safeguard against any further temporal manipulations, Tanu, with Uchiha's assertiveness, claimed the artifact, leaving it in Fugaku's care. After Uchiha had been deprived of his Rinnegan, he was subjected to relentless interrogations by the Uchiha clan and the intelligence division of Konoha. Following the extraction of all pertinent information regarding the Otsutsuki, Uchiha and Appo's mind, having been long stimulated by various ninjutsu, had sadly deteriorated to that of an imbecile, devoid of any intelligence value. The only remnant left of Uchiha was the worth of his Otsutsuki bloodline. Thus, along with the Rinnegan, a piece of flesh cut from Uchiha was also sent to Orochimaru and Appo's laboratory for study. Upon arriving at the Namikaze residence, Tanu discovered that he had arrived after some guests. At that moment, Minato and Kushina were engaged in conversation with Jiraiya in the living room. Tanu and Appo's entrance cast a slight awkwardness over the atmosphere. Seated in the corner, he and Minato's couple found themselves at a loss for words. Minato-senpai, I actually came to inquire about those eyes. Tanu broke the silence, scratching his head. Oh, that? Minato replied. Fortuitously, I harmonized remarkably well with those eyes, and the transplantation process went exceedingly smoothly. As he spoke, he removed the bandages covering his eyes, revealing a pair of golden Rinnegan adorned with 6 tomo. However, having just undergone the procedure, my body is still adjusting to the Rinnegan. Tsunade-senpai advised me to refrain from using them for the time being, hence the bandages. The day after the battle concluded, when Tanu had resolved to assist Madara in resurrecting Hashirama and Izuna, he had informed Fugaku that these eyes were undoubtedly suited for Minato. After securing Minato's consent, Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, personally performed the surgery to implant the 6 tomo Rinnegan into Minato. Minato-senpai, you must have already reviewed the intelligence obtained from Uchiha. Although his arrival has altered what was once his envisioned future, it has also provided us with information regarding his companions. What are your chances of victory against Taosher and Ichishi? Tanu inquired. Minato did not answer, but instead raised a finger. 1% chance. What? That cannot be right. Tanu exclaimed. With the Rinnegan now in your possession, you should be thriving in power, not merely at 1%. The next moment, Minato shook his head and simply uttered. 1 second. Gasped. The room echoed with the sound of 2 sharp intakes of breath, as Tanu and Jiraiya, who had both perused Uchiha and Appo's intelligence, exchanged incredulous glances. Defeating the Otsutsuki in just 1 second? Is that truly possible? Of course, I can repel them in less than a second, but during my battle with Uchiha, I discerned my glaring shortcomings. I lack effective means to inflict lethal damage upon the Otsutsuki clan. Indeed, it was true. Minato's Rasengan, when striking Uchiha's torso, had sent him flying, yet he merely rose unharmed, his attire slightly dirted. After a moment of contemplation, Tanu suggested he might possess a solution, urging Minato to rest well and await full integration with the Rinnegan before he disclosed his plan. Subsequently, Minato re-wrapped his eyes, and the group engaged in light-hearted conversation, the atmosphere lightening considerably. Kushina then informed Jiraiya of her pregnancy, seeking his assistance in naming her child. Following the original storyline, Jiraiya suggested the name Naruto. Tanu found himself lost in memories, recalling the nights he had spent binge-watching that very segment in his past life. He had once been an untroubled student, spending his days indulging in leisure, often daydreaming about how he would dominate the ninja world, rectify regrets, and pursue the beauties of the story. Yet, unbeknownst to him, a decade had slipped by since his arrival in this world, and the images of his family had begun to fade. The initial fantasies he had nurtured had transformed into mere illusions upon witnessing the harsh realities of the ninja realm. When dreams collide with reality, it seems the first instinct of all is simply to survive. Now, he felt as though he were being relentlessly pursued by an invisible beast, compelled to grow stronger at any cost in order to endure in this world of ninjas. Tanu, what is the matter? Kushina leaned closer, waving her hand in front of his face, rousing him from his reverie. Ah, nothing much. Just reminiscing about the past, Tanu replied sheepishly, scratching the back of his head in apology. By the way, what do you think of the name and Appo's, Naruto and Appo's? Kushina asked. It is splendid. I sense this child possesses the potential of a great emperor. What emperor? What nonsense are you speaking? Kushina retorted in annoyance, returning to Minato and Appo's side, ignoring Tenu further. After exchanging pleasantries for a while longer, Tenu stood to take his leave, citing other matters to attend to, ensuring not to impose any longer. With Naruto on the way, Sasuke should have arrived as well. If memory serves, Sasuke is slightly older than Naruto. It has been a while since I visited Fugaku and Appo's home. Perhaps I should stop by later. I had promised to take Itachi for training, and I had delayed far too long. Upon departing from the Namake's residence, Tenya spent the better part of the day meandering through the streets, visiting former teammates, Jukita and Koyuki, inviting them to dine together. They strolled until the afternoon. And then Tenya procured some delightful sweets and Itachi and Appo's favorite rainbow dumplings before making his way towards the Ninja Academy. He arrived just in time at the school gate. Hearing the bell signaling the end of classes, a throng of children, having completed their studies for the day, rushed eagerly towards the gate. The older students dashed home, while the younger ones were escorted by their guardians. After a brief wait, Tenya finally spotted a figure among the crowd that stood out from the rest. Due to his precociousness and the title of genius, Itachi found himself largely isolated at the Ninja Academy, with few peers willing to engage with him. Unlike other children, who wore smiles, Itachi maintained a cold demeanor, causing even older students to shy away from him. "Hey, Itachi, over here," Tenya called out, waving from a distance. Upon catching sight of Tenya, a flicker of unfamiliar emotion crossed Itachi's typically stoic face, fear. What is he doing here? That bully who only ever tormented me under the pretense of training? What should I do? Frozen in place, the young Itachi found himself at a loss. Just then, a group of students who had previously sought to bully Itachi passed by, jeering at him. "Hey, Itachi, still needing your parents to pick you up at your age? Of course, it must be your father who sent someone to fetch you, the Uchiha heir. Oh my, are you angry, Itachi? Haha. Quick, brothers, let us run. Itachi and Appo's going to get us." They laughed, darting past Itachi. Chapter 36. A summons from Myoboka Mountain. The fall of Gamamaru. Before long, the students had dispersed, leaving only Tianyu and Itachi standing several meters apart, gazing quietly at one another. "Do I appear that intimidating?" Tianyu inquired. "Look, I bought your favorite meatballs and an assortment of desserts." As he spoke, he retrieved a paper bag from his backpack, unveiling a skewer of meatballs, which he tossed into his mouth with a satisfying gulp. Itachi, unable to resist the sight of his beloved treat being devoured by that rascal, swallowed hard. No. I must resist. I cannot indulge in the whims of that scoundrel," he thought to himself. "Do you desire them? Come over." Itachi huffed, turning his head away in a display of pride, determined not to look. Nevertheless, his stomach betrayed him with a loud growl. All right, I'll give you the rest," Tianyu said, moving closer to Itachi and offering the paper bag, affectionately ruffling his hair. With a haughty grunt, Itachi decided to relent, reasoning that the more he resisted, the more amused this rascal would be. He snatched the bag and began to eat joyfully. Tianyu then led Itachi toward the Uchiha clan and Appo's territory. Perhaps due to the meatballs, Itachi was unusually chatty today, seeking clarification on many concepts that had eluded him in school. His questions were quite intricate, prompting even Tianyu, once an exemplary student of the Ninja Academy, to scratch his head in confusion. Indeed, there exists a disparity even among geniuses. As they rounded a corner, Tianyu caught a glimpse of two figures that surprised him, yet he chose to ignore them and continued on his path. What brings them to Konoha? Surely, they wouldn't come in person unless it were a coincidence. The two figures he noticed were none other than Sage Fukasaku and Sage Shima of Myoboka Mountain, who stood quietly in the shadows of a narrow alley, watching Tianyu's retreating silhouette. "Is it him? Our esteemed guest summoned by the ancestor," Sage Shima remarked, holding a hastily drawn portrait and comparing it with their surroundings. Tianyu, sensing he was being followed, chose not to address it, instead prioritizing Itachi and Appo's return home. Upon arriving at the clan leader's residence, he found Fugaku absent, while Mikoto greeted them warmly. "Ah, Tianyu, Itachi has returned as well. Come inside, dinner will be served shortly." "No, thank you, Aunt Mikoto. I have matters to attend to," Tianyu politely declined. After exchanging a few pleasantries and learning that Mikoto was expecting a child and had decided to name him Sasuke, Tianyu felt no surprise. During the past 6 months of assisting his clansmen, Fugaku often returned home in the evenings and had once mentioned his desire to have a second child during a casual conversation. Leaving the Uchiha residence, Tianyu returned to his small courtyard, activating his Sharingan as he fixed a cold, piercing gaze upon the shadowy corner of the wall. Come out. You followed me long enough. It must have been tiring. Join me inside for a moment. Oh, you've noticed us already, Sage Fugaku emerged, scratching his frog-like head. Slightly embarrassed, Tianyu opened the door and led the two frogs to the table, pouring them each a cup of hot water. You and Appos. VE come specifically to see me. Speak. What is it you seek? Hey, father, you take this one. Sage Shima nudged Fugaku, whispering, feeling awkward about requesting the favor of a young boy. Ahem. The ancestor wishes to meet you, and we were sent to bring you to him. Do you know what this is about? Tianyu surmised the reason might be related to a prophetic dream, yet he remained uncertain about the elder frog sage and Appos' disposition toward him. Should he approach recklessly? It could lead to unfortunate consequences. He lacked the confidence to evade the elder frog who had survived since the era of Sage of Six Paths. The ancestor merely instructed us to present you with this, and you will naturally understand the rest. With that, Sage Fugaku produced a scroll from behind him and handed it to Tianyu. Curious, Tianyu unfurled the scroll, which bore a succinct message, Outlander, amidst the turmoil of war. My sage arts may assist you. As he gazed upon the scroll, the distorted characters twisted by an unknown power, Tianyu and Appos' brow furrowed in contemplation. This was not merely a dream, it was a directive. Now that even the elder frog had prophesied concerning the future of time, he could no longer afford to ignore it. If he claimed that sage arts could aid him, then a visit was necessary. Casting a cold glance at the two sages before him, a flicker of flame ignited in his palm, instantly reducing the scroll to ash. The implication clear. Should the contents of the scroll be divulged, they too would meet a fiery end. What a terrifying gaze. Rest assured, we have seen nothing. They both assured him. Very well, let us proceed. At Myōki Mountain, beside an ancient well, the two sages emerged sequentially, followed closely by Tianyu, who clumsily climbed out of the well. Why must we resort to such absurd methods? Apologies, without a contract, we cannot directly utilize reverse summoning techniques. After hastily drying his clothes with his ocular technique, Tianyu urged Sage Fugaku to take him to meet Gamamaru. 15 minutes later, the trio finally stood before Gamamaru. Yet the elder frog appeared gravely unwell, a stark contrast to the image of the ancient sage etched in Tianyu and Appos' memory. Gamamaru's form was gaunt, resembling a sun-dried shell, with loose, wrinkled skin sagging, revealing the large joints at his elbows. What has befallen the elder sage? We do not know. 3 months ago, the ancestor spoke of a dream, after which he fell gravely ill, remaining in a stupor until recently, Sage Fugaku explained. Indeed, after awakening, he hastily summoned us, instructing us to find you in Konoha. The two frogs recounted the events in detail. At that moment, Gamamaru, seated prominently, addressed Tianyu. Uchiha Tianyu, a traveler from another land. Your arrival has ushered numerous changes to the ninja world. I am uncertain if these changes are for better or worse. Hence, I wish to hear your response before deciding whether to assist you. Have you ever contemplated slaying your own brother? No. That suffices. Fugaku. Impart upon him the Myōki sage arts. Tianyu was taken aback by the query. He had never considered harming Obito. Before he could voice his confusion, the elder frog waved his hand, summoning a powerful gust that swept the trio down the mountainside. The two frogs and Tianyu stumbled as they regained their footing. And Gamamaru's voice echoed once more. Having meddled with time, you must not recklessly alter the threads of fate. With these words, the heavens raged. A formidable bolt of crimson lightning cleaved the sky, instantly leveling the mountain where Gamamaru resided. Chapter 37, The Art of Wood Sage. An hour later, the exhausted Shimizu and Shima lay among a pile of rubble, panting heavily, while Tianyu sat on a nearby stone, wiping the fine sweat from his brow. The two despondent frogs had plowed every inch of the ground in the lightning-struck pit several meters deep, yet they found not even a trace of the frog pills. Such a degree of lightning was the wrath of heaven. It must have been that the foreseen future had touched upon certain taboos, and all of this surely concerned you. Do you know something? The sorrowful Shima demanded of Tianyu. Do not despair, my dear. There must be a reason for our ancestors' actions. All we can do is trust him and follow his last wishes, Shimizu said as he embraced Shima, attempting to soothe her agitated emotions. Let us proceed. I shall now impart to you the art of Wood Sage. Mastering this technique will allow you to descend the mountain sooner. After comforting Shima for a while, Shimizu, without glancing at Tianyu, waved his hand and walked away. The frog pills had indeed perished due to prophecy, and Tianyu had no words to offer. Rather than console the two sages, it was more prudent to focus on his own responsibilities. He knew that if he was willing to sacrifice himself to remind himself, it must hold profound meaning. After walking to a pond filled with frog oil, Shimizu paused, saying little, but turning to Tianyu and gesturing towards the frog oil fountain. Apply it to your body and attune yourself to the natural chakra, he instructed. As he spoke, Shimizu produced a black stick from behind him. His gaze fierce as he fixed it upon Tianyu. Tianyu understood the method of practicing the wood sage art. The human body is akin to a vessel, within which exist two energies, physical energy and spiritual power. These energies maintain a delicate balance while simultaneously attracting one another. The practice of sage arts involves introducing a third energy, natural energy, into this vessel to disrupt the existing equilibrium, thus establishing a new balance. The first step is to draw natural energy into the body, to perceive and familiarize oneself with it. Most beings are unaware of the existence of natural energy, with only a select few innately attuned to it. Hashirama was one such entity. Endowed with the sage body, he could master the sage mode with minimal effort. Tianyu, possessing Hashirama and Appo's chakra, believed learning the wood sage art would not pose a significant challenge. Following the memory of Naruto and Appo's training regimen seemed sufficient. With that thought, Tianyu extended his hand towards Shimizu. Hand me that stick. I know how to practice the wood sage art. Also, could you prepare a few more? After acquiring several sticks, Tianyu raised his hand to form seals. 10 shadow clones emerged, all proceeding towards the pond and Appo's edge. They split into two groups. One group sat cross-legged while the other stood behind, wielding sticks to scoop up drops of frog oil and apply them to their seated counterparts. Should any of the seated clones exhibit signs of transformation, a swift blow would be delivered to the back of their heads to dispel the natural energy. Meanwhile, the original Tianyu activated his Sharingan, observing the chakra flow within the clones, ready to replenish their numbers as needed. Initially, Tianyu and Appo's clones struggled to adapt. As frog oil dripped onto their skin, signs of transformation appeared. However, as time passed, Tianyu, relying on the acute perception of his Sharingan, gradually discerned some techniques. After several rounds of new clones, he successfully absorbed natural energy with the aid of the frog oil, achieving a preliminary balance among chakra and spiritual energy. Alright, let us move to the next location. Impossible. You've already grasped the balance of the three energies in just an hour. I recall Jiraiya took several days just for the first step. How did you accomplish this? The curious Shimizu could no longer contain his inquiry. I perfectly transplanted Hashirama and Appo's cells, and he is naturally attuned to natural energy. I believe the second step involves meditating without relying on frog oil, solely depending on oneself to absorb natural energy, correct? Indeed. Follow me. The next step is meditation. They arrived at a stone forest, and once again, Tianyu utilized the shadow clone technique. Hundreds of clones raced towards the nearest large tree, chopping it into planks, then leaping onto a towering stone spike with their boards. The original Tianyu remained, observing with his Sharingan. Hey kid, this is cheating, Shimizu exclaimed, taken aback by Tianyu and Appo's unconventional method of training. Reflecting on those who had previously come to learn the wood sage art, he wondered how they had diligently pursued their studies, while Tianyu seemed to take shortcuts. Is this cheating? If there exists a quicker method, why shouldn't I utilize it? Now, I must closely observe the chakra flow of my clones. Shimizu, rendered speechless, snorted and turned away. Since you understand the training method, then there is no need for you to stay here. Practice on your own. Without relying on external forces to absorb natural energy, Tianyu spent an entire day before achieving a preliminary mastery. At that moment, his original self sat cross-legged atop a plank on the stone spike, lost in thought as he sensed the initial balance of the three energies within him. Due to the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, his spiritual energy far exceeded his chakra, making it challenging to maintain this balance. While he could initially absorb natural energy, combining the three energies into sage chakra proved difficult, as the internal equilibrium would falter. Indeed, absorbing natural energy was merely the beginning. The third step, refining sage chakra, was the crux. To enter sage mode, one must amalgamate the three energies, extracting the chakra specific to sage techniques. However, each time he attempted to blend the energies in equal measure, the residual spiritual energy within his vessel would destabilize, causing his inner self to lean towards a frog-like inclination. This inner transformation manifested as an insatiable craving for insects. It appeared that cultivating sage mode using the physical body as a vessel was unsuitable for the Uchiha clan. He must first resolve the issue of energy balance. Seated on the plank, deep in contemplation until late into the night, Tanu finally conceived two potential solutions to this dilemma. The first was to activate the Mangekyō Sharingan, concentrating his yin attribute chakra in his eyes to balance the other energies within his body. The second was to establish a second vessel within, infusing it with equal amounts of spiritual and physical energy, before subsequently absorbing natural energy into it in equal measure. Chapter 38. The Golden Elixir Path. After deducing a general method, Tanu commenced his initial attempt with the first approach. By activating the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, he ensured that his physical and spiritual energies maintained a harmonious balance of 1, subsequently absorbing the natural energy from the surroundings. Upon achieving this equilibrium, he endeavored to refine the Sage Chakra. Initially, sustaining this balance proved to be quite challenging. However, after numerous attempts, as the first light of dawn graced the horizon, Tanu finally succeeded in refining Sage Chakra for the first time. A faint shadow adorned his eyes, yet his elation was short-lived. Within approximately 1 minute, the shadow dissipated, and the Sage Chakra within him was entirely depleted. How could this be? The quantity of Sage Chakra that could be refined through this method was exceedingly minimal, resulting in his Sage mode lasting for less than a minute. After a brief respite to recalibrate his physical state, he attempted several more times, with the longest duration barely reaching 1 minute and 20 seconds. Frustrated, he pondered whether the continuous activation of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan had diminished his overall energy. Was it true that the Uchiha constitution was ill-suited for mastering Sage mode? Although a minute could serve a purpose in combat, if he could not incapacitate his adversary within that time frame, what would ensue in the subsequent battle? Was he to resort to using clones for replenishment? Quickly dismissing this notion, Tanu realized that employing clones would merely siphon off his chakra, yielding only a minute of Sage mode, ultimately weakening him. It would be wiser to explore the second method, creating a separate container within his body for the purpose of refining Sage Chakra. After a moment's contemplation, he recalled certain esoteric texts and web novels from his past life, all of which emphasized a crucial part of the human body for cultivation, the dantian. Revered as the Sea of Chi and the dwelling of life, the dantian is situated just above the golden ratio of the human form, making it an optimal location for establishing the second endopos container. Endopos, seated in a meditative posture, Tanu concentrated his mind and spirit, gathering his mental energy and chakra 3 inches below his navel, merging them into a singular entity. He then began to draw in the external natural energy, intertwining it with the previous 2 forces. Initially, when the natural energy was scarce, it faced rejection, but as its volume increased, a delicate balance was achieved. However, as Tanu prepared to refine the Sage Chakra using this method, he encountered a new dilemma. The limited chakra produced would rapidly dissipate within his body due to the absence of a vessel to contain it. Anticipating this, he mobilized a trace of his yang-type chakra derived from the cells of Hashirama, constructing a thin membrane in the dantian to encase the swirling energies. Consequently, the Sage Chakra he gathered not only remained intact but also began to actively draw upon the 3 intertwined energies, transforming them into Sage Chakra autonomously. Elated by this discovery, Tanu increased the output of the 2 energies at the dantian while continuously channeling natural energy into that region. As the quantity surged, the Sage Chakra in his dantian began to solidify. What once flowed through his cells gradually transformed into a gaseous substance. This transition significantly slowed the energy circulation. With each rotation, beads of sweat the size of mung beans emerged on his forehead, a testament to the pain of his flesh being forcibly torn apart. Enduring the agony, he persisted in maintaining the condensation and rotation of the Sage Chakra. After 2 hours, a void, forcibly created by the Sage Chakra vortex, manifested in his dantian. Surrounding this approximately 2-centimeter diameter hollow was a barrier formed from a delicate golden membrane. At this moment, the membrane composed of yang-type chakra had nearly solidified, and its unique would release resilience ensured that even if Tanu ceased infusing energy, the membrane would not dissipate, thereby sustaining the vortex of energy within the dantian. Sensing the stabilizing Sage Chakra vortex within him, Tanu summoned a wisp of Sage Chakra to circulate throughout his body, manifesting a faint golden shadow upon his upper eyelid. He had succeeded, and astonishingly, upon channeling that strand of Sage Chakra, the vortex began to autonomously absorb various energies and replenish itself. This meant that as long as he synchronized the speed of chakra usage with its recovery, the Sage mode could remain active indefinitely. Overjoyed by this revelation, Tanu wasted no time in immersing himself once more into the vortex of energy. A month passed, and the vortex in Tanu and Apos, Dantian had fully solidified. The once gaseous sage chakra gradually transitioned into a liquid state, and at the very center of the vortex lay a droplet of successfully transformed liquid sage chakra. Now, Tanu could maintain sage mode during combat, and even when employing various ninjutsu, the consumed sage chakra could be swiftly replenished, once all the energy transitioned into liquid form. A qualitative transformation in strength was inevitable, allowing for the potential integration of sage techniques with ocular prowess. Additionally, Tanu cultivated a consciousness space dominated by spiritual energy in the dantian of his head, and a blood-red vortex primarily fueled by his own vitality within the dantian of his chest. He designated the 3 vortices, from top to bottom, as Divine Path, Source of Life, and Fountain of Immortality. Just 2 days after mastering the energy, Tanu returned to Konoha. Thanks to the presence of this energy, his training in sage techniques continued unabated, even after departing from Myōki Mountain. During this period, the Ninja World War had finally subsided, and Minato Namikaze had officially succeeded as the 4th Hokage. The entire ninja realm flourished with vitality and prosperity. Yet, Tanu understood that peace was merely ephemeral, and he diligently prepared for the future. After pioneering a new cultivation method, Tanu did not hoard this knowledge but instead shared it publicly in Konoha after refining it. All individuals who had perfectly integrated Hashirama and Apos cells could utilize this method for training. Simultaneously, the Uchiha clan unveiled the transplantation technique for Hashirama and Apos cells, screening numerous candidates within Konoha for compatibility. Fortunately, following collaborative research between Madara and Orochimaru, it was determined that 1 in every 10 individuals in the village could adapt to Hashirama and Apos cells. This meant that nearly 1/10 of the young adults in Konoha could now practice the sage cultivation method pioneered by Tanu. After compiling and organizing this training method into a tome, he aptly named it the 3 Danshin's Cultivation Method. While the overall system of training received an imposing title, the Golden Elixir Path. Chapter 39, The Revolution of the Ninja World, the Great Sniper. In the winter of the 53rd year of Konoha, Tanu sat cross-legged atop the Hokage rock, extending his palm as snowflakes danced down, melting into glistening droplets that coalesced in his hand. Retracting his hand, he gazed wistfully at the small pool of water in his palm, his thoughts drifting far away. Over the span of 3 years, the ninja world, once rife with conflict and discord, had transitioned to a state of collaborative advancement, akin to the snowflakes that fall to the ground and eventually merge into water. At this moment, under Konoha and Apos' leadership, research institutions sprang up like mushrooms after rain, and scientific ninja tools emerged decades ahead of their time. Under Tanu and Apos' guidance, the development of scientific ninja tools became increasingly accessible to the populace, aimed at enhancing productivity and improving living standards. Concurrently, factories and markets began to flourish in response to the burgeoning demand for civilian scientific ninja tools. Consequently, ninjas gradually shed the traditional reliance on state funding and mission rewards. In Konoha, for instance, most ordinary ninjas chose to join these research institutions for sustenance, while those capable of training in sage techniques all enrolled in the sage sect established by Uchiha Tanu. Ninja academies transitioned to a compulsory education system, allowing all children to attend school free of charge, with subjects tailored to their needs. After 3 years of foundational studies, students would undergo an assessment to determine their aspirations and talents, subsequently being assigned to specialized classes in research, ninjutsu, or sage techniques. The application of ninjutsu for public welfare and the empowerment of ninjas through technology had become the primary development direction for various ninja villages over the past 2 years. Hello. Calling Tanu. This is the first scientific research institute of Konoha. Please respond. Tanu fished a black rectangular device from his pocket, topped with a few centimeters long metal antenna. This was one of the earliest scientific ninja tools. A simple walkie-talkie crafted from a black rod, capable of receiving chakra, a feature derived from the 6 paths power. Tanu here, what is the matter? We have achieved a significant breakthrough in our research and require your assistance for the final experiment. Understood. I shall be there shortly. A smile involuntarily grazed Tanu's lips. Was that contraption finally ready? In the next moment, Tanu's form twisted through space, reappearing at the entrance of Konoha's first scientific research institute. After confirming his identity and signing in, he made his way to the innermost depths of the facility. This institute, founded through a collaboration between Konoha and the Uchiha clan, specialized in the research of sage techniques and six paths power. The director was the serving Hokage, responsible for approving funding, while the vice directors were Uchiha Madara and Orochimaru, with Tanu holding merely an honorary title of vice director. The research capabilities here were unparalleled in the ninja world, complemented by formidable defenses. At the entrance alone, 4 elite Uchiha J-nin and 4 direct ANBU operatives guarded the premises. Inside, countless barriers existed, with no fewer than 13 seals specifically designed to counter various spatial powers. Even with Obito's eternal Mangekyō Sharingan and sage techniques, he could not breach the defenses undetected. Tanu proceeded to the deepest part of the institute, entering a password at a device, causing a heavy door to creak open. Upon entering, a woman with thick glasses and disheveled long hair rushed toward him, grabbing his wrist and pulling him inside. Her name was Sakurai Ryosuke, the head of this laboratory, who had been recommended here by Nagato 2 years prior. "We created the sniper you mentioned. Come quickly and see," she exclaimed, pointing toward the experiment table. Upon closer inspection, Tanu beheld a cannon resembling a sniper rifle. While it bore resemblance to the design he had provided, it was exceedingly large, measuring over 3 meters in length. The barrel's diameter was such that an arm could easily fit inside. "Is this truly what you call a sniper? You said it must have a scope and be capable of one-shot kills. That's what we constructed." Observing her earnest expression, Tanu scratched his head in bemusement. Approaching the enormous sniper, he initially struggled to lift it. Only after channeling chakra to enhance his strength was he able to hoist it into his embrace. "This must weigh 200 to 300 pounds. What on earth is it made of?" "To meet your requirement of compatibility with sage chakra, we utilized 18 different chakra-conducting metal alloys, and tests confirm it meets your specifications. There's no turning back now. We must see it through." Thus, Tanu, cradling the colossal sniper, proceeded with Sakurai toward a massive circular platform deeper within the lab. After channeling a significant amount of chakra, a white glow emanated from the platform, and in the next instant, Tanu found himself on a vast island. The platform was a teleportation array that fused the Flying Thunder God technique with technology. However, due to the exorbitant costs, Konoha possessed only 3 of these platforms, and the one in the Research Institute connected to an overseas island designated for large-scale weapon testing. Regaining his composure, Tanu first infused ordinary chakra into the sniper. The weapon shimmered with blue light, and a small display showed a rapidly advancing progress bar. Soon, the bar filled, and the entire gun radiated a ghostly blue glow. Aiming at a distant boulder, he pulled the trigger. A dark blue energy sphere shot forth, accompanied by a beam of light, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that rivaled a small-tailed beast bomb. The tremendous recoil knocked Tanu to the ground, his shoulder tingling from the impact. "Goodness, that recoil. Were it not for my enhanced physique, my arm would surely be rendered useless." Rubbing his shoulder, he focused on the explosion site, where a crater with a radius of several dozen meters had been created. "What? That's the extent of its power at maximum charge? It pales in comparison to the weapon Orochimaru-sensei crafted." Seemingly dissatisfied with the sniper's performance, Sakurai pouted and muttered softly. "Wait, what exactly did Orochimaru create?" "The Mecha Nine Tails. You should have seen it. A single shell sank an entire island. Look over there. There used to be an island of similar size." She pointed toward the distant sea. "However, that Nine Tails was confiscated by Lord Madara. Otherwise, you would witness its power firsthand. Now, stop daydreaming and test the Sage Chakra Projectile's power." Chapter 40. Nuclear Blast. Sniper Tanu closed his eyes in deep concentration, channeling the mystical power of the sacred spring into the sniper rifle while simultaneously harnessing the spiritual energy from the divine realm within his mind. After 3 years of rigorous training, the energy within the sacred spring had coalesced into a liquid form, exhibiting an inclination for further densification. Meanwhile, the spiritual energy in the divine realm had gathered into a vast ocean, shimmering with a faint golden hue. As strands of golden mystical chakra gradually infused into the sniper rifle, it began to radiate a golden brilliance. In his perception, as the golden mystical chakra flowed through the specially crafted alloy charging module, it spun and compressed to an extreme before being transmitted into the energy reservoir within the gun barrel. The process was excruciatingly slow. In the heat of battle, there was simply no opportunity for such a leisurely buildup. Frustrated with the pace, Tanu forced a drop of golden sacred liquid from his fingertip directly into the rifle's body. The progress meter instantly filled, causing the entire rifle to tremble and emit a subtle vibrating sound, while the muzzle flickered with strands of fine golden electric light. Unable to contain himself any longer, he pulled the trigger. A sphere of compressed golden energy shot forth like a bolt of lightning, piercing deep into the ocean. The specially crafted alloy body of the rifle disintegrated in the wake of the shot, scattering fragments of metal across the ground. Wherever the energy sphere traveled, it carved a deep chasm into the ocean's surface. Moments later, a golden sun seemed to rise from the distant sea, casting the sky in hues of gold, as though a divine miracle had descended. With a thunderous roar echoing after a full 20 seconds, a terrifying sound wave engulfed the two men like a tidal wave. Sakurai Ryosuke let out a muffled groan, blood seeping from his mouth, nose, and ears. Tanu, astonished, glanced at Sakurai Ryosuke and quickly enveloped them both with Susanoo. Using his ocular power to heal Ryosuke, even from a distance of over 10 miles, the explosive sound wave was enough to injure an ordinary person. Seizing Sakurai Ryosuke, he formed Susanoo in an instant, flapping its wings and ascending into the sky. This was nothing short of apocalyptic. It turned out that the weapon modified by Lord Madara with the power of the Azura Path possessed such terrifying might. Gazing at the unextinguished golden sun on the horizon, Sakurai Ryosuke murmured, Tanu stared at the golden sun, lost in thought. Such power could rival that of a small nuclear bomb from his past life. If such a weapon could be mass-produced, once the overall cultivation level of the immortal sect increased, would they still fear the Otsutsuki? They could directly lead an army to counterattack the Otsutsuki and seize the divine fruit. Could it be mass-produced? Ideally, it should be made in various sizes, including portable versions for individual soldiers and larger ones suitable for armed Susanoo. While speaking, Tanu gestured continuously, ultimately pointing to the massive arm of his Susanoo. Do you even realize what you and Appos were saying? Do you know how much effort and resources the entire research institute invested into that? Sakurai Ryosuke, already feeling disgruntled, flared up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, angrily retorting, "Tell me what you need, where to find it. I'll steal or rob it if I have to. Find gold, secret silver, misty sea jade, cloud thunder magnet." Dragon Sand. Sakurai Ryosuke rattled off more than 20 types of materials, many of which were rare and unfamiliar to Tanu. Eventually, feeling overwhelmed, Tanu interrupted, asking him to compile a detailed list of materials with their sources after returning. Hey, are you really planning to rob? You are a key figure in this peaceful era. ISN and AMP. Appos. See that inappropriate? Peace? I have my ways. You just follow my lead. Without sufficient power, so-called peace is merely an empty dream before destruction. From the beginning, Tanu had desired absolute military might to suppress. If faced with stronger enemies, he would spare no expense to obtain the power necessary to dominate them. Upon returning to the research institute, Tanu awaited briefly before receiving the list of materials. He promptly headed to the Hokage and Appos' office, presenting the list to Minato Namikaze, stating he needed several dozen tons of each item. Minato and Appos' expression darkened. Are you sure you're not joking? Some of these materials are exceedingly rare. The entire ninja world couldn't gather a ton. I don't care. Don't forget the purpose of our technological advancement. The latest achievements from the Research Institute require these materials. Really? Minato stood up, excitement evident. I will find a way to gather as many of these materials as possible. Indeed, whatever means necessary. The Uchiha clan will unconditionally support you. Even if it means waging war after leaving the Hokage's office, Tanu hurried back to the clan grounds to find Uchiha Madara. Recalling that Ryosuke had mentioned he had a mechanical nine-tails. Upon reaching the courtyard, he overheard a heated argument inside. Madara, let me borrow the mechanical nine-tails for a few days. Such power is too dangerous in your hands. Don't make me beg you. If you kneel and beg me, I might let you play for a day. Indeed, the Uchiha were wicked. They would never let me, the elder brother. Neil thought at that moment. Tanu opened the courtyard door, witnessing a rather shocking scene. Hashirama was kneeling before Madara, gripping Madara's pant leg, gazing up longingly. Madara wore a cunning smile, hands on hips, looking down at Hashirama. Izuna stood helplessly beside Madara, munching on a watermelon while watching the chaos. While Tobirama tugged at Hashirama and Appos' arm from behind, trying to pull him up. Gentlemen, you are indeed indulging in some perverse play. Boom. Hashirama quickly stood up. Releasing an aura of terror that belonged to the god of ninjas, his fist cracking as he approached Tanu. "Young man, you didn't see anything just now, right?" "Ahaha. Yes, the weather is quite nice today." Truth be told, Tanu was startled by Hashirama's overwhelming presence. Ever since he began revealing his training methods, he had completely lost the ability to gauge Hashirama's strength. It had been a long time since Madara had sparred with Hashirama. Perhaps he had already surpassed him. "Speak. What brings you here?" Hashirama asked, his expression grim. "I heard that Madara has a mechanical nine-tails. I came to see what it's about." "Oh, that is mine now." "You can't see it." Madara immediately interjected, displeased. "Hey, we agreed I would only borrow it for a day. I, Hashirama, am known for borrowing without returning. What of it? If you both want it, let us fight. The winner keeps it." Tanu and Madara exchanged glances. Hashirama had become so arrogant? Let us take him down. Chapter 41. Sagemode Obito versus Hashirama. Far away from the land of fire, on the surface of the sea, Hashirama stood with his arms crossed over his chest, slightly lifting his head to cast a sidelong glance at Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Tanu, who were 100 meters away. This imperious posture naturally provoked Madara, who let out a cold snort and lifted his right leg to stomp forcefully on the surface of the water. Instantly, a towering wave over 10 meters high surged toward Hashirama. Beside him, Tanu's kaleidoscopic pupil shimmered, and with a subtle distortion of space, he vanished into the Kamui dimension in an instant. Blue chakra coalesced around Madara, forming a colossal figure that was only half-formed. The giantess arms behind it formed seals while the arms in front clutched at the air, several pitch-black tomo taking shape. The moment it was completed, he hurled it towards Hashirama with great force. Although Hashirama outwardly appeared to disdain his opponent, he did not dare to underestimate him. As the wave surged, he heightened his perception, sensing Madara's intentions. He lifted a finger, and from the depths of the sea came a rumbling sound as 8 enormous wooden dragons burst forth. One of them simply swatted its tail, dispersing the wave. 8 black tomo shot forth from the splashing water. Boom. 5 consecutive explosions echoed as the heads of 5 wooden dragons detonated, creating 5 black holes at the sites of the explosions. The remaining bodies of the wooden dragons and the flying wooden splinters were drawn into the black orbs, and in the next moment, the 5 wooden dragons were crushed into powder by a powerful gravitational force. A large volume of seawater was also drawn upwards, forming 5 gigantic water spheres suspended in the air. Oh, 3 of them were transferred by Tanu? Whoosh. 3 pitch-black tomo shot out from the distorted space beside Hashirama, nearly sticking to him upon their appearance. Sage art, would release. Birth of 1,000 trees. Hashirama did not evade. He merely raised a second finger, forming an unusual seal with both fingers. In the next instant, the tomo exploded Hashirama's form, creating an even larger water sphere. Quite the idea. A combination of the Yotsuka tomo and the Earth explosion star, isn't it? 3 wooden dragons that had dived into the sea resurfaced, with Hashirama standing atop the massive head of one, maintaining his earlier stance. This is a newly developed sage technique. As long as my wood release is not completely destroyed, you shall not defeat me. Having spoken, Hashirama finally moved, slowly bringing his hands together. Facing both of you, it seems I must take this seriously. Perhaps slightly altering the terrain. Sage art. Wood release. Descent of the tree sea. As the words fell, the entire sea seemed to boil. The waters violently churning as monstrous trunks, each several dozen meters in diameter, pierced the surface like swords, shooting towards the heavens. Madara's eyes shimmered with rippling patterns as he activated the Rinnegan, 3 tomo spinning within its waves. Having extensively trained in sage techniques, Madara's ocular power had evolved, manifesting as the 3 tomo Rinnegan. You're not the only one progressing, Hashirama. Buzz. A tremor resonated through the air, and the previously boiling sea was as if struck by a bomb, with Madara at the epicenter, a terrifying repulsive force sweeping across everything in its path. In a flash, the repulsive force engulfed the wooden dragon upon which Hashirama stood. After several moments, Tanu emerged from the spatial vortex above, gazing downward, only to find the surface of the sea had vanished, replaced by a basin filled with countless tree stumps and wooden debris, nestled within an endless sea of trees. At the bottom of the basin, a blue Susanoo giant was engaged in battle with hundreds of wooden figures. Boom. Golden chakra surged as the complete form of Susanoo dove toward the battlefield. However, before Tanu could land, a dozen winged wooden figures, indistinguishable from Susanoo, soared up to meet him. What the? Is that a wooden Susanoo? A glimmer flashed in Tanu's eyes as he activated future. instantly causing the golden Susanoo to appear 100 meters below, with the dozen wooden Susanoo figures splitting at the waist, crashing down toward the ground. Madara, your 9 tails are fully charged. As he spoke, he released a metallic sphere from the Kamui dimension, which Susanoo seized and hurled toward Madara. At the onset of the battle, Madara had concealed the mechanical 9 tails within the waves, allowing Tenu to find an opportunity to return to Konoha for a recharge. To expedite the process, Tenu had activated and Amp, Oppos, Future and Amp, Oppos, to accelerate time, nearly draining the captive-tailed beasts. Upon seeing the metallic sphere, Madara and Oppos' eyes gleamed with fervor as he manipulated Susanoo to leap toward it, simultaneously activating the universal pull, a terrifying force emanating from Susanoo and Oppos' hand. Not so fast, Madara. That belongs to me now. Boom. Several wooden dragons erupted from the nearest wooden figures, entwining around Susanoo's legs and forcefully pulling downward. Simultaneously, dark golden shadows appeared on Hashirama's face as celestial gates marked with golden patterns plummeted from the sky, pinning Madara and Amp, Oppos' Susanoo to the ground. Several wooden dragons took this opportunity to climb onto Susanoo, tightly wrapping around it. Tenu in the sky was not spared either, becoming a target for the celestial gates. Caught off guard, he was struck down from above, plummeting toward the ground. Sage Art. Almost simultaneously, Tenu and Madara summoned Sage Energy, augmenting their Susanoo. The former and Amp, Oppos' figure expanded several times, breaking free of the restraints and swatting away the nearest wooden figures, while grasping the metallic sphere firmly in hand. Meanwhile, Madara's enormous golden Susanoo vanished, reappearing above Hashirama, as a colossal golden sword descended upon him, cleaving Hashirama and the wooden figures beneath him in half. Haha, Hashirama, do you know what this is? It's the mechanical 9 tails, a product crafted from the abilities of my Rinnegan's Azura Path. You can't even play with it. You can only watch while I, your Lord Madara, take center stage. With a series of metallic clangs, the metallic sphere rapidly transformed, and in the blink of an eye, a massive mechanical 9 tails emerged beside Madara's Susanoo. The Susanoo stepped forward, enveloping the mechanical 9 tails in armor formed of chakra, and as the helmet sealed, 2 red lights ignited in the mechanical 9 tails' eyes. Taking a step forward, it let out a silent roar directed at Hashirama. Sage Art, Armor of the Mechanical 9 Tails Susanoo. Chapter 42, The Stricken Depression of Obito, adorned in his mechanical Susanoo, wielded a blue lightsaber that he conjured with a sweeping motion, causing hundreds of wooden figures before him to explode simultaneously. Meanwhile, Tetsuya enveloped his golden Susanoo with the power of the past, accelerating time, and within a mere breath, he obliterated hundreds of wooden figures that had escaped the blue sword and Amp, Oppos' onslaught. At this moment, Hashirama summoned his true 1,000 hands, a multitude of arms stretching from the revolving wheel behind him, all crashing down upon the mechanical 9-tailed fox clad in Susanoo armor. Madara, it belongs to me. Seeing the precarious situation, Tetsuya summoned his own true 1,000 hands, albeit smaller in scale compared to Hashirama's. Yet, bolstered by the presence of Susanoo, he managed to maintain a semblance of momentum, manipulating the golden Susanoo atop the colossal Buddha beneath him to intercept Hashirama and Amp, Oppos' assault directed at Obito. The air was filled with the thunderous sounds of battle, shaking the very earth. Noticing Tetsuya and Oppos' assistance in warding off Hashirama and Oppos' attack, Obito unleashed his sage power, continuously infusing chakra into the mechanical 9-tailed fox, accumulating energy for his recently researched ultimate strike. Suddenly, a brilliant red light emanated from the chest of the mechanical 9-tailed fox, its metallic exterior shimmering with a faint crimson hue. The iron maw opened wide, and a dark cannon barrel extended from its throat, pulsating with terrifying red lightning at its mouth. Boom! An atomic breath erupted towards the Buddha, the overwhelming energy casting the sky into a dark crimson hue. Hashirama furrowed his brow, uncharacteristically serious as he began forming seals. Sage Art, Wood Release, Eternal City. A towering wall, hundreds of feet high, erupted from the ground. Its thickness nearly 100 meters, adorned with faint golden patterns that glimmered upon being struck by the breath, dispersing the horrific attack outward. Yet, a single wall was evidently insufficient to withstand such a formidable force. The moment the first wall was hit, countless fine cracks appeared upon its surface. With a thunderous roar, Hashirama's face erupted with radiant golden lines, raising 2 more walls that rose to stand behind the first. The subsequent walls were shattered, Yet they managed to mitigate most of the atomic breath and Appo's ferocity. The mechanical nine-tailed fox closed its mouth, seemingly drained of energy as many of its indicator lights dimmed. The third wall, now riddled with cracks, stood as a testament to the fierce confrontation. Damn it. Why does it feel like Hashirama is always hiding something during our sparring? Let us test the power of the Azura path. With the three tomo of the Rinnegan swirling with brilliance, the mechanical nine-tailed fox began to disassemble beneath the cloak of Susanoo, its metallic parts merging with the armor, while the weapon systems reconfigured within the left arm of Susanoo. Jet thrusters ignited behind the mech Susanoo, lifting it slowly off the ground. Its right arm extended, forming a colossal blue-gold sword composed of sage chakra in midair. As the flight apparatus behind it flared dramatically, breaking the sound barrier as it surged towards Hashirama. Wow, this is truly impressive, Tetsuya exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. Hashirama stood atop the wall, his long black hair billowing without wind, his left and right hands forming two distinct seals. Enough already, Madara. Don't destroy my beloved toy. You bastard. Sage Art. Earth Release. Earthquake. Sage Art. Water Release. Silver Waterfall. As the incantation concluded, the earth seemed to awaken, tremors resonating from the depths as the entire world shook. Amidst the violent earthquake, Tetsuya and Obito struggled to maintain their Susanoo and Appo's stability, both crouching to the ground. In tandem with the quake, a terrifying fissure emerged from below the wall, a massive chasm spanning hundreds of miles appearing in an instant. Both Obito and Tetsuya fell into the abyss. Before they could regain their footing, a monstrous spatial rift tore through the sky, unleashing torrents of ocean water that cascaded into the chasm below. Under the immense pressure of the water, both Susanoo forms disintegrated. At that moment, a colossal wooden arm stretched from afar, grasping the now disassembled mechanical nine-tailed fox, dragging it into the earth without granting the two any time to react. This. Good grief. You can end Appo's. Just take our toys without regard for our lives. Well then, I'm out of here. Kamui. A spatial vortex swiftly engulfed Tetsuya and Obito, transporting them into the Kamui dimension. 10 minutes later, the three found themselves back in Obito and Appo's courtyard. Hashirama bounced around Obito, pleading desperately, while Obito rested his head on the table, ignoring him completely. Whenever Hashirama jumped to one side, Obito simply turned away. Oh, Madara. For the sake of our long-standing friendship, please fix the nine-tailed fox for me. Madara, I beg you. Look at this heap of scrap metal. Can it possibly be more important than your brother? Say something. I'm begging you. Fix it, and I'll return it after a couple of days, all right? Brother Obito. Please. After Hashirama's pleas rendered him hoarse, Obito remained resolute, refusing to assist in repairing the mechanical nine-tailed fox. Hashirama turned to Tetsuya, his gaze filled with unspoken words. Hey, don't look at me. You need someone with Rinnegan. Only the power of the Azura path can fix this. Upon hearing this, Hashirama leaped up, smacking Obito and Appo's forehead as he headed outside. I'm going to find Orochimaru. Don't bother saving me any food. With 3 pairs of Rinnegan in Konoha. And seeing that Obito was unwilling to help, he decided to seek out the other 2. The other pairs belonged to Minato, who had implanted Uchiha eyes, and Orochimaru. Once Hashirama departed, Obito lifted his head to look at Tetsuya, his eyes devoid of their usual spark, a sense of despondency enveloping him. Tetsuya, do you think the gap between me and Hashirama is truly this vast? I feel like he is just playing with me, like an adult amusing a child. I used to think that with a little more effort, I could defeat him next time. But today, he didn't even pretend. We were obliterated in a 2-on-1 battle. Obito's tone was undeniably disheartened. Even when he realized that his Moon Eye plan was merely a meticulously crafted dream set by others. He had never felt as sorrowful as he did today. The more sorrowful he became, the more he recalled his past experiences with Hashirama, memories flooding his mind. And tears began to cascade down his cheeks. Decades ago, that rascal even tricked him with a kunai, claiming he was going to commit suicide. Chapter 43, The Incantation of Self-Immolation. All right, brother, Izuna gently reassured his elder sibling. Hashirama is a natural sage body, inherently attuned to the forces of nature, which explains his rapid progress in cultivating the 3-Dan transformation technique. Tenu, what is your current level of cultivation? Madara inquired, lifting his gaze towards Tenu. The celestial energy within the divine spring had completely transformed into liquid, yet the path to solidifying it into a tangible golden Dan remained long and arduous. I speculate that Hashirama is nearing the formation of his golden Dan before me. Such monumental techniques can only be executed at that stage. However, do not be disheartened. Each individual and Appo's path is unique, and we should not compare our weaknesses to others and Appo's strengths. You possess the Rinnegan, which can be integrated with sage techniques, allowing you to develop its potential to the fullest. I believe your idea of utilizing the power of the Azura path to create mechanical-tailed beasts is quite promising. Just imagine, if we could manufacture an army of stronger and more numerous weapons, we might stand a chance against Hashirama. Madara and Appo's eyes gradually sparkled with newfound determination. And upon hearing the last words, he could not contain his excitement. Indeed, if I could create mechanical-tailed beasts that surpass the original versions, thousands of them, I would have the confidence to defeat Hashirama. Not just tailed beasts, we could also enhance other entities, such as the summoned beast from the animal path, augmenting their combat capabilities. However, I must remind you that quality trumps quantity. The first priority is to ensure that each individual possesses formidable strength, and only then should we focus on increasing their numbers. Additionally, the issue of energy must be addressed. With so few tailed beasts, relying on them for energy replenishment will ultimately lead to their demise. When you have the time, you may visit the research facility. Orochimaru has recently been delving into the Otsutsuki clan and Appo's alchemical techniques, hoping to derive insights that could resolve our energy dilemma. Madara nodded in agreement, grasping Izuna's hand as they turned to leave, eager to consult Orochimaru. In the once lively courtyard, only Tenu and Tobirama remained, exchanging glances but momentarily at a loss for words. Over the past few years, Tobirama had devoted himself solely to cultivating and researching forbidden techniques. His immersion in sage techniques had unveiled infinite possibilities, resulting in the emergence of a new sealing scroll each year in Konoha. In contrast, Hashirama had reprimanded Tobirama countless times. Yet this only fueled Tobirama and Appo's fervor. Breaking the silence, Tenya scratched his head and spoke first. Tobirama-senpai, do you have any forbidden techniques that can place a curse mark on numerous enemies, enabling control over their lives and deaths with a mere thought? Tobirama smirked mischievously. Indeed, I possess such techniques, 108 of them, to be precise. With that, he produced a scroll from his waist and unfurled it upon the table. Summoning technique. Boom, boom, boom. 4 enormous scrolls appeared, each inscribed with the titles: Konoha Forbidden Technique Scroll, Upper, Middle, Lower, and Lower. Is it possible to do this? Tenu exclaimed in astonishment. The foolish Hashirama would never suspect that I had tampered with the sealing scrolls, allowing me to reclaim them at any moment. Tobirama opened the lower scroll and casually pointed at one of the numerous forbidden techniques. Here, this is the Phantom Spirit Prison Seal, which forcibly projects the deepest fears of the target through genjutsu. If the target succumbs to fear, a fragment of their soul is imprisoned. If they remain unafraid, their terror deepens until they can no longer escape the illusion. Once the soul is captured by the caster, the target and Appo's life and death may be controlled at will. However, this technique has its limitations. It is ineffective against targets with stronger mental fortitude. Tobirama then opened the middle scroll, indicating another technique. This one is designed for adversaries with superior mental strength, known as the self-immolation curse. It forcibly acts upon the body, allowing one to incinerate the energy within the target at will. The drawback is evident. The speed of inscribing the curse mark is exceedingly slow and can only be inscribed upon the target and Appo's wounds. He continued to introduce a dozen similar forbidden techniques, though the effects of the subsequent techniques were noticeably less formidable than the first 2. Having committed the methods of the 2 techniques to memory, Tenu rose to take his leave, heading towards a secret laboratory of the Uchiha clan located outside the village. This site was originally the lair of the sealed Madara, which had been transformed into a laboratory due to the need for a substantial amount of living material for experimentation, housing hundreds of thousands of white zetsu for convenience and resource gathering. Upon entering the laboratory, Tenu found several Uchiha clan members gathered around a dissected white zetsu, engaged in heated debate. However, upon noticing Tenu's arrival, they ceased their discussions and approached him respectfully. Please bring me several white zetsu with robust individual strength and vitality. I have a technique I wish to test. The individuals nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded deeper into the experimental facility. Before long, 5 white zetsu were ushered forward. These specimens were notably taller and exhibited slight differences in appearance compared to the mass-produced variants. Approaching one of the white zetsu, Tenu activated his Sharingan, its 3 tomo swirling with brilliance. In an instant, the white zetsu and Appo's S head tilted, collapsing to the ground. Let me see what you fear the most. A minute later, Tanu found himself retching against the wall, having cycled through several white zetsu, only to discover that their minds were devoid of fear. Filled instead with an array of nonsensical responses. He beheld a world constructed of these responses, vibrant with colors. I should have known to seek out some normal living beings instead. After a considerable time, he managed to suppress the nauseating sensation. Observing Tanu and Oppo's determined approach towards the remaining white zetsu, the laboratory staff exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting sympathy. I truly admire Lord Tanu for his dedication to science, one remarked. Indeed, we must strive to keep up. I have resolved to dissect 10 more white zetsu today to discern the secret of their vitality. Ignoring the fervent musings of the enthusiastic researchers, Tanu drew a short blade and plunged it into the abdomen of one white zetsu. A glimmer of pale golden sage chakra coursed through the blade, infusing the wound and slowly inscribing a fiery red curse mark upon it. Withdrawing the blade, he concentrated his thoughts, and the crimson curse mark swiftly expanded, enveloping the white zetsu and Oppo's entire body. As if subjected to scorching flames, the white zetsu screamed in agony. Its pallid skin quickly suffusing with a hue of crimson. The flesh that the curse mark clung to began to dissolve, emitting a hissing sound. The entire process unfolded over the span of approximately 5 minutes, during which the white zetsu succumbed to its suffering, devoid of all life. Its once vibrant body now bore the appearance of being thoroughly roasted, releasing tendrils of steam into the air, as the laboratory became permeated with the aroma of cooked flesh. Chapter 44. Not the past and Oppo's past. Tanu undertook numerous attempts, resulting in several baiju being thoroughly roasted. During the process, he experimented with halting the incantation and Oppo's combustion. And at the moment he relinquished control over the spell, the searing energy within the baiju swiftly dissipated. Through repeated trials, Tanu discerned that this incantation not only affected flesh but also penetrated the soul. Once the spell was activated, it would ignite not only the physical body of the target, but also their very essence. Clearly, this was an effective means of subjugating others. Once branded with the incantation of self-immolation, the recipient faced 2 fates, submission or demise. The sole drawback was the protracted duration required to inscribe the spell. It necessitated contact with the opponent and Oppo's wound and demanded at least 5 seconds for completion. For most individuals, achieving this in combat would be exceedingly challenging. However, for Tanu, endowed with the power of time, it posed no significant obstacle. While inscribing the final baiju with the incantation of self-immolation, he utilized his ability to accelerate time. Completing the inscription in the fleeting moment the blade pierced the skin. Rather than hastily investigating the soul-restraining illusionary prison, Tanu returned home. For he had a pressing matter to attend to. With the cultivation of the golden core within his dantian, Tianyu's ocular prowess was rapidly evolving. Though he had yet to reach the threshold of awakening the reincarnation eye. Nonetheless, the temporal fluctuations perceptible within the divine might space had grown increasingly pronounced. Gazing upward, the void appeared as a starry night, with countless luminous points flickering and undulating, akin to a galactic expanse. These celestial lights represented distinct temporal nodes. In Tanu and Oppo's perception, these nodes interconnected various timelines, some linking to the past and others to the future. He had made many attempts in the past, but each time he neared these nodes, they would vanish despite his efforts. The most recent attempt had occurred half a month prior, marking his closest proximity to a node, where he could even glimpse the world beyond. Yet, at that time, his strength remained insufficient, and just as he was about to breach the threshold, the node shattered like a bubble. Following his battle with Hashirama, his ocular ability seemed to have enhanced once more. Now, as he gazed at the twinkling lights, he felt capable of connecting with a fragment of them. With a motion of his hand, the nearest star slowly descended. As it approached, the light intensified, gradually transforming into a portal. Without hesitation, Tanu stepped into the luminous gateway, and in the next moment, he found himself in a new temporal realm. Outside of Konoha, it appeared that his arrival point was randomly situated nearby, though he was uncertain of the exact time. At present, Tanu stood within a grove just outside of Konoha, and it was now deep into the night, with only a few distant lights flickering in the village. Aside from the occasional chirping of insects in the thicket, the world was enveloped in silence. Navigating the familiar boundaries with ease, he infiltrated several houses until he finally spotted a calendar resting on a table. Konoha, you're 53. July 22nd. For months prior to the current timeline, he thought it best to seek out his past self. replacing the calendar. He turned and made his way towards the Uchiha clan compound. A few minutes later, he arrived at the small courtyard he knew so well. Upon entering, he was met with a familiar yet strange aura. "Who goes there?" a deep voice inquired, accompanied by the swift flight of 3 kunai aimed in his direction. "Uncle Liang, what are you doing here?" Tanu recognized the voice as belonging to Uchiha Liang, a neighbor with whom he had a relatively close relationship. "Who are you, little brat?" Why are you wearing the Uchiha clan emblem?" A scruffy middle-aged man emerged from within, his 3-tomo Sharingan particularly striking against the night backdrop. It's me, Tanu. Dawn and Amp. Oppos, do you recognize me?" At that moment, Tanu sensed something amiss. Uncle Liang should not be in his home at this hour. And he distinctly recalled being at home on July 22nd. You must be an enemy spy. Capture him," Uchiha Liang declared, drawing a kunai and charging at Tanu. Something was definitely wrong. Nearly everything felt off. "My apologies, Uncle Liang, but it seems this is not the world I am familiar with. Let me delve into your memories." With a flicker of brilliance in his eyes, the 3-tomo began to spin rapidly, transforming into a kaleidoscopic pattern. Uchiha Liang, who had been rushing toward him, halted in astonishment, exclaiming, "Kaleidoscope? How can it be?" Before he could finish, Liang fell into a stupor, the kunai slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground. Tanu stepped forward, placing a hand upon Uchiha Liang and Oppos' forehead, his mental energy surging into Liang and Oppos' consciousness. 5 minutes later, Tanu slowly opened his eyes, a frown creasing his brow as he murmured, "This is not my world?" The historical trajectory remains entirely unchanged. As if to confirm his suspicions, Tanu returned to the Divine Might space. In the center of the realm, a golden portal opened automatically as he entered. Approaching, he stepped through, and the portal instantaneously transformed into a crimson orb, ascending into the sky. Could this be a return to my original timeline? What was the significance of that orb? Not only had it changed color, but it also felt entirely distinct from the other nodes. After pondering for a moment, Tanu summoned another beam of starlight to descend. The moment the starlight morphed into a portal, he stepped inside. Still within Konoha, yet this time it was the future. In the distance, the Hokage rock bore the sculptures of 5 Hokage. Was this during Tsunade's tenure? This time it was daylight, making it unwise for him to infiltrate openly. After using a transformation technique to assume the guise of a common passerby, he traversed the Konoha barrier using divine might. He ambushed a ninja within the village using illusionary techniques, and after retreating to a secluded area to probe their memories, he discovered it was Konoha, year 58, May 18th. This timeline still lacked his presence, and the narrative had undergone no alterations. If memory served correctly, the Uchiha clan was also annihilated in this year. Tanu lingered only briefly, determined to validate another hypothesis in his mind. He returned to the Konoha year 53 timeline. This time, rather than entering Konoha, he ventured into a desolate mountain range, activating Susanoo to cleave a mountain peak in two. Subsequently, Tanu scoured both the original timeline and the future Konoha year 58 timeline for the cleaved mountain. Only one timeline bore the evidence of the mountain and Oppos' division, leading to the conclusion that these timelines were indeed independent and devoid of any connections. Chapter 45. Obito, allow me to express a heartfelt sentiment. Does my very existence give rise to an independent timeline, thus creating what is referred to as parallel universes? After meticulous analysis, Tanu arrives at this conclusion. Possessing the ability to traverse different dimensions necessitates the exploration of ways to harness this power. The primary timeline's weapon research demands substantial resources, which can conveniently be acquired through these alternate realms. While military conquest may seem the most straightforward approach, it carries significant drawbacks. Even if the indigenous peoples are subdued, they may not willingly assist in resource extraction. Perhaps a mutually beneficial exchange could be viable. Utilizing the intelligence and technological advancements of the primary timeline as leverage to procure the resources needed. By supporting a faction in each timeline, one can assist them in achieving their objectives while enabling them to trade for what they require. With a preliminary strategy in mind, Tanu returns to the primary timeline. After selecting some technological equipment from the Research Institute, he teleports to the hidden mist village in search of Obito. Since assuming the role of the 4th Mizukage, Obito has brought Rin and Kakashi along, ostensibly to serve as his assistants. Initially intending to take Rin alone, she insisted on bringing Kakashi along, citing friendship and bonds. At that moment, Obito, Rin, and Kakashi were engaged in a board game within the Mizukage and Oppos' office, while the Mizukage, Yagura, sat behind the desk. numbly reviewing a stack of documents. Hey, Obito, can't you take your work a little seriously? Kakashi and I have been here for 2 years. And it's always either playing with you or playing with you. How can you possibly aspire to be Hokage like this? Rin exclaimed, pouting in dissatisfaction. Ugh, I absolutely loathe being a leader. You've seen it yourself, the paperwork never ends. How can I enjoy myself when I'm buried under such a mountain of documents? Obito retorted. You're just too incompetent, Kakashi chimed in, tossing down his last 2 game pieces and sauntering over to the Mizukage and Appo's desk. He casually ripped a note from the pile of documents and slapped it on Obito's head. Seeing Obito's head adorned with paper notes, Rin stifled a laugh. All right. Let us call it a day. You're running out of space on your head. Just as Obito prepared to whine and roll about. The air in the office shimmered slightly, and Tanu appeared. I seem to have arrived at an inconvenient time. Shall I leave you to your game? Hey, Tanu. Come help me get my revenge. Look at how they've bullied me. Obito exclaimed, pointing to his paper-covered head. With a resigned shake of his head. Tanu helped Obito remove the chaotic array of notes. I have matters to discuss with you. We may need to embark on a journey together. Please brief your team here. Huh? What matters? All right, fine. Obito opened the office door and called in 2 guards stationed outside. These individuals were also members of the Uchiha clan, sent by Fugaku to assist Obito after he took control of the hidden mist village. Most of the time, they disguised themselves as Mizukage guards to prevent outsiders from approaching the office and discovering that the Mizukage was under someone else and Appo's control. They also covertly aided Obito in facilitating reforms within the Blood Mist. After several years of development, the hidden mist village had transformed significantly. While promoting tourism to bolster the economy, various aquatic resources and underwater mining ventures were continuously supplied to the ninja world. Gentlemen. Tanu has asked me to leave for a while, so I'll entrust the matters here to you. With a deep bow towards the desk behind him, Obito gestured towards the Mizukage's office. Rest assured, we will manage everything here, the 2 guards assured, patting their chests confidently. Subsequently, Tanu led Obito into his Kamui space. After explaining his ability to traverse different timelines and his intentions, Obito and Appo's eyes brightened with excitement. As expected of my dear brother. You thought of me first when it comes to good fortune. You can trust me with one timeline. I shall create a world where only Rin and I exist. I'm taking you to a timeline without Rin, but you may bring this Rin along. Upon Obito's eager insistence, Tanu reluctantly returned to the hidden mist village to bring Rin into the Kamui space. Meanwhile, Kakashi outside was left in a daze. Recalling how Tanu had nonchalantly told him to return to Konoha after briefly re-entering the Mizukage and Appo's office before vanishing. So, I've been abandoned? Never mind, I'll head back. I recently discovered an incredibly captivating novel, supposedly authored by Lord Jiraiya, and having Rin around is severely hampering my studies. In the 58th year of Konoha. As they arrived, the sky had dimmed slightly, with the sun nearing the horizon. The trio navigated through the barriers set up outside the village with familiarity. After a short while, a figure blocked their path. Obito? Rin? Is that you? This individual was none other than Kakashi from this timeline, who had just completed an A-rank mission and was fortunate to have 2 days off. He was on his way to the bookstore to check if the next installment of his favorite series had been released when he caught sight of 2 unforgettable figures from a distance. Initially thinking it was some prankster using a transformation technique, he soon realized that these were no imposters, suppressing his excitement and confusion. He rushed over to intercept Obito and the others. What terrible luck, running into familiar faces right after arriving. Obito, your buddy has come, Tanu remarked playfully, poking Obito expectantly. Eager to witness the unfolding of this serendipitous reunion. How unfortunate. I wanted to have some private time with Rin, and now I run into another Kakashi. Obito internally grumbled, but wore a smile as he waved to Kakashi. Hey Kakashi, long time no see. Obito jogged over to Kakashi and whispered something before leading him into a nearby alley. Tanu smirked slightly, as if struck by a thought, and held Rin back, suggesting they allow the 2 to converse privately for a moment, sharing their innermost thoughts. The current Obito was neither the kind-hearted youth nor the pawn manipulated by Madara. Only Tanu, who knew his brother well, comprehended that this version of Obito was far more formidable. Within Obito and Appo's Kamui space, Kakashi knelt on the ground. Clutching the wound in his chest, disbelief etched on his face as he stammered, Why? Don't ask. It's simply that I intend to create a world where only Rin and I exist. You may rest easy now. Chapter 46. The Night of Annihilation. In a parallel world moments later, Toby emerged from the narrow alley, having wiped the blood from his hands. Lin tilted her head, glancing at Toby, where and Amp, Oppos, Kakashi? Oh, Don and Amp, Oppos, T worry about him. He mentioned he had a mission and hurried off after chatting with me for a moment. With no further idle chatter, the trio made their way towards the Uchiha clan's territory. 10 minutes later, the sun had set, casting a veil of darkness over the land. As they passed by the Konoha Police Department, they spotted a figure clad in a black cloak, adorned with a tiger-striped mask. Isn't that a coincidence? Is tonight the night of the clan and Amp, Oppos, extermination? Tianyu tugged at Toby and Amp, Oppos, sleeve and pointed toward the masked figure in the distance. Before Toby could respond, the masked man charged towards them, accompanied by a resounding shout. Lin? In that moment, Toby, sensing Lin and Oppos' confusion, launched a swift kick aimed at the masked man and Oppos' forehead, exclaiming, "Damn it, you worthless piece of trash, Lin is mine." With a whoosh, Toby and Oppos' attack pierced through the masked man and Oppos' body. "This place ISN and Oppos, T's safe. I'll send you to my space for protection," Tianyu said to Lin as the masked man approached. He activated his Kamui, drawing Lin into the dimension of his divine power. Each pair of Kamui is separate and does not communicate with one another. Is that Kamui? I never imagined someone from my clan would awaken a power similar to mine. Regardless, I Don and Oppos, know why Lin has been revived here. But if I eliminate you and seize your eyes, Lin will belong to me. The masked man spoke in a low tone, producing a metallic chain from his voluminous sleeves. You and Amp, Oppos, have to deal with me. I am Uchiha Toby, came Toby and Amp, Oppos' voice as he confronted the masked man. The masked man and Amp, Oppos' pupils constricted as he turned to face Toby. Upon recognizing his visage, he could no longer maintain his composure. You, how is this possible? You are. At that moment, members of the police department, alerted by the commotion, rushed out, surrounding the four. Who are you? Why are you causing trouble here? That Mangekyō Sharingan? And all three of them possess it? The leader, the 8th Uchiha of this timeline, was furious that anyone would dare to fight outside the police department. However, upon seeing the trio's eyes, the group exchanged glances, none daring to approach. The masked man was equally taken aback by their reaction. Was and Amp, Oppos, this individual with similar ocular powers on his side? And what did this look like, possessing the same Mangekyō? Except for Tianyu and the original Toby, who remained calm. The others were overwhelmed, momentarily frozen in place. 8th, this ISN and Oppos, to your concern. If you hurry home now, you might still save your family. By the way, that guy and Oppos, accomplice. Your clan and Amp, Oppos' young leader, is probably already at your home, taking them out one by one. Tianyu pointed at the masked man, addressing the still confused 8th Uchiha. Upon hearing this, the 8th Uchiha panicked, disregarding the identity and truth of Tianyu's words, leaving 5 of his men to observe from a distance while the rest hastily ran towards their clan and Amp, Oppos' territory. Kamui. The space before Toby twisted violently, and in an instant, the cloaked man vanished, leaving behind a bloodied shoulder. Almost simultaneously, both men activated their Kamui, one wielding the power of dual Kamui, while the other possessed only one right eye. The outcome was evident. Upon witnessing the dual Kamui, the masked man was filled with trepidation. He sensed that he was no match for this other version of himself unless he too possessed dual Kamui. In the ensuing exchange, the dual Kamui proved marginally faster. Had the space not been distorted, the masked Toby would have likely met a grimmer fate. Curse be it, he escaped. Toby seethed, clearly dissatisfied with allowing his opponent to flee. Ah, you and Oppos, were quite ruthless to yourself, Tianyu remarked, giving Toby a thumbs up. I will not allow anyone in this world to covet Lin, not even another version of myself. His Lin is dead, and he should join her in the afterlife. Toby declared resolutely. Tianyu, resigned to Toby and Amp, Oppos' determination, decided to let him have his way, as this timeline was now his to navigate. A loud explosion echoed from the direction of the Uchiha clan territory, prompting Tianyu and Toby to hasten their steps towards it. It seems the 8th has caught up. They must be engaged in battle with Itachi, Tianyu mused, glancing at Toby, curious how he would react. Upon their arrival at the Uchiha clan territory, the battle was nearing its conclusion. Itachi stood amidst the ruins, clutching his eyes in agony, his once mighty Susanoo barely holding its form. The cruel flames of Amaterasu mercilessly consumed the bodies of fallen clan members surrounding him. A contingent of Uchiha ninjas had encircled Itachi, some of whom having witnessed the tragic fates of their families, activated their Mangekyō Sharingan, contributing to Itachi and Amp, Appo's dire predicament. Itachi, why? Why did you raise your blade against our kin? You beast! A middle-aged man shouted, tears of blood streaming down his face as he confronted Itachi. He had been one of the few who followed the Eighth. And upon returning home, the first sight he encountered was his fallen father, igniting his fury and awakening his Mangekyō. At this point, I have no words left. However, I cannot fall here. The Umbu should be on their way. I must, before then, find Sasuke and take him to safety, Itachi gasped, spitting out a mouthful of blood. With a fierce determination, he tore off his chest armor and let out a primal roar, reforming Susanoo into its Tengu form. Brandishing the Totsuka blade, he swept away the Uchiha elite before charging out of the clan territory. Chase him. We cannot let this beast escape. Avenge our kin. At the entrance of the clan grounds, a small figure dashed in, Uchiha Sasuke. Upon entering the territory, he was met with the sight of countless fallen clan members and a bloodied Itachi staggering toward him, pursued by dozens of clansmen wielding knives. Their furious shouts overwhelming his young heart. Run. Sasuke, quickly. Chapter 47. Your brother dies before your eyes and you awaken the Mangekyō? No. Dawn and Amp, Appo's, come any closer. The young Sasuke, terrified by the scene before him, collapsed to the ground, crying out loudly. No one heeded Sasuke and Amp, Appo's, cries. As Itachi reached Sasuke, 3 gleaming kunai pierced through his chest. The blades that pierced Itachi's heart were but an inch away from Sasuke, who was shielded beneath Itachi and Appo's kneeling form. Agonizing pain caused Itachi and Appo's body to tremble slightly, and beads of sweat mingled with blood dripped on his Sasuke and Appo's cheek, merging with his tears. Grief and fear rendered Sasuke nearly breathless. Sasuke, forgive me. I can no longer protect you. Itachi and Amp, Appo's trembling right hand gently tapped Sasuke and Amp, Appo's forehead. As his voice dwindled, his hand slid down, and he fell to the side, lifeless. In that moment, something shattered deep within Sasuke's mind. Emotions of fear, despair, and helplessness engulfed his tender soul. His tear-filled eyes shifted from black to a dark crimson, and a single tomo quietly emerged within his gaze. I see that this beast's brother bears the same beastly nature. Go join your family. A clan member, following closely behind, withdrew the kunai from Itachi and aimed it at the young Sasuke. No, please don't kill me. No. Sasuke pushed away Itachi's lifeless body and scrambled toward the direction from which he had come. However, the kunai descended faster, striking Sasuke's back in an instant. He felt a searing pain, nearly causing him to faint, yet the instinct to survive urged him to keep crawling toward the entrance. What a useless child. Awakening the Mangekyō, yet only thinking of escaping. The clan member lifted the kunai again, intending to stab Sasuke and Appo's back. But just before the blade could pierce him, Tanu appeared, gripping the wrist of the clan member holding the kunai. He is an important asset. Indra and Amp, Appo's reincarnation must not perish like this. With a forceful twist, Tanu caused the clan member to wince, and the kunai slipped from his grasp. Tanu then side-kicked the clan member in the abdomen, sending him flying, and deftly retrieved the fallen kunai. You are that kid I saw at the police department, Uchiha? But I've never seen you in the clan. The surrounding individuals gazed at Tanu in astonishment. Though he was unfamiliar, his Sharingan and classic Uchiha attire made it clear he belonged to their clan. A lost clan member? Why would you save this child? Are you in league with this beast? Other clan members closed in, drawing their kunai and glaring at Tanu. Tanu gently shook his head, saying, You could say that, but I am not allied with him. This child holds great potential. You cannot kill him. He then turned to the rooftop, addressing Fugaku. How long will you watch? Come down and help clean up this mess. Fugaku, having waited at home with his wife Makoto after witnessing his son's ruthless actions, had hidden her away upon learning that clan members were returning to defeat Itachi. Now, as he saw his youngest son on the brink of being murdered, he instinctively wanted to intervene. However, someone was quicker. Not recognizing Tanu, he decided to observe his intentions before acting. But now that he had been discovered, he had no choice but to reveal himself. I don and Amp, Appo's, know who you are, but thank you for saving my son. He leaped from the rooftop into the throng, locking his gaze on Tanu, realizing he had no alternative but to side with his clan. The Uchiha members glared furiously at Fugaku, their hearts filled with hatred and anger for Itachi and Amp, Appo's actions. As Fugaku was Itachi's father, he too became a target for their vengeance. Itachi's choices are a reflection of my failures as a father. I deeply apologize for this. but we must unite to overcome this crisis. Itachi's actions were surely instigated by the Hokage. There must be numerous umbu surrounding us. We should fight our way out together, and afterward, do as you see fit. With that, Fugaku activated his Mangekyō Sharingan, casting a profound glance over the gathered crowd. The clan members were taken aback. They were aware of their leader's strength. But seeing the Mangekyō for the first time instilled a sense of caution. If Fugaku was willing to assist them in breaking through, their chances of success would significantly increase. Sasuke, I beg you. After bowing deeply to Tenu, Fugaku drew his kunai and led the remaining few dozen clan members toward the village and Appo's exit. Moments later, a deafening battle cry erupted outside the Uchiha clan and Appo's territory. The slaughter continued into the late night, with Fugaku leading the charge. With the cooperation of several clan members who had awakened their own Mangekyō, they tore through the umbu and Appo's encirclement like a spear, ultimately escaping the village with a handful of survivors. Those who remained, witnessing their comrades fall, awakened their own Mangekyō Sharingan. The pursuit continued. As Konoha unleashed nearly all its umbu forces alongside the clans led by the Hokage. By dawn, 7 Uchiha shinobi found themselves cornered on a cliff, each bearing numerous wounds. As if they had been drenched in a river of blood, droplets cascading from their soaked garments. At this moment, Fugaku was gravely injured. The overuse of his ocular powers rendering him nearly blind, yet he summoned the last vestiges of his strength to shield his comrades behind him. Gazing at the Konoha shinobi blocking their escape, a young Uchiha exclaimed in despair, "In the end, we cannot escape. Is this the fate that awaits our clan? Why? Why must a clan that participated in the founding of Konoha meet such an end?" As if to answer his lament, a path opened in the crowd, revealing the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and his close ally, Danzo Shimura, stepping forward. Due to the Uchiha's ambition and power. The second Hokage once remarked that the Uchiha are an evil clan, akin to a malignant tumor within the village. No one knows when this tumor will turn malignant. And our actions are all for the sake of a peaceful and stable future for the village. Chapter 48. Assistance, Agreements, Transactions. At this juncture, I found myself with no alternative. With a cough, Sarutobi brandished his golden staff, pointing ominously at the 7 Uchiha. The Konoha ninjas, like arrows released from a bow, rushed forth brandishing their weapons against the group. How tragic for the Uchihas. What do you say to a transaction? Just then, a voice echoed from the void, Obito's voice. The Uchiha were taken aback, scanning their surroundings but finding no one in sight. I can lead you away. You shall serve me. Yes. At last. Someone could no longer contain their desperation and shouted. Only those who have faced utter despair can truly comprehend the yearning for life. Under the shadow of death, the sudden glimmer of survival stirred the most primal instincts within them. A space vortex materialized, with Obito's figure blocking the advance of the Konoha forces. Alongside the vortex came a raging inferno. Senjutsu, fire release, storm dance. It resembled a colossal dragon of flames, twisting and spiraling as it surged toward the Konoha ninjas. The first to react was Sarutobi, who, as he created 2 shadow clones, swiftly formed hand signs. 3 torrents erupted from his mouth. Water release, water barrier. The water wall barely held back the fiery dragon for an instant before being reduced to a cloud of steam by the searing heat. The anguished cries of the Konoha ninjas rose and fell, echoing in the wake of the evaporating barrier. Withdraw immediately. This scale of fire release is too much. Sarutobi commanded decisively, urging those Konoha ninjas who had not yet been engulfed by the flames to retreat. However, just as he issued the retreat order, a faint blue lightsaber cleaved through the dense mist, aimed directly at him. With a resounding clash, Sarutobi and Appo's agonized scream pierced the air. The ground where he stood was carved into a deep chasm, and both he and the almost bisected Sarutobi were left embedded at the bottom. 100 meters away, Danzo fled for his life. Upon hearing Sarutobi's cry of agony, his heart sank. He could not fathom what kind of enemy could devastate Konoha's elite forces with a mere jutsu and eliminate Sarutobi in a single stroke. At this moment, he dared not look back, only wishing to return to the village and find a safe refuge. Do you understand the disparity between you and Sarutobi? Do you comprehend why he is Hokage and you are not? Obito's voice rang sharply in Danzo's ears, startling him into a stumble that nearly sent him sprawling to the ground. The space vortex distorted, and Obito and Appo's figure gradually emerged before Danzo. As soon as he appeared, his right fist struck Danzo's abdomen with tremendous force, causing him to bend over in pain. A knee to the face followed, and with a swift motion, Obito tore away the bandages from Danzo and Amp Appo's head, revealing Shursui and Amp Appo's Koto Amatsukami Sharingan. And no, please Don and Amp Appo's kill me. If Sarutobi is dead, I can become Hokage. I can give you anything you want, Danzo implored, suppressing the agonizing pain of his eye being gouged out, kneeling in desperation, hoping this Reaper-like youth would spare his life. Seeing Danzo's pleas, Obito appeared to deliberate, but just then, a fierce glint flashed in Danzo's left eye. He drew a kunai and lunged at Obito's abdomen. With a swift motion, Obito seized Danzo's arm, crushing it with a sickening crack, causing the kunai to clatter to the ground, accompanied by Danzo and Appo's heart-wrenching cries. I was considering whether to let you manage Konoha, but now, it seems I must send you on your way. A cold glint flickered in Obito and Amp Appo's eyes as he grasped Danzo and Amp Appo's throat, twisting fiercely until Danzo and Amp Appo's body went limp. With a casual flick, he discarded Danzo's lifeless form as if it were refuse, spitting disdainfully upon the corpse. You thought you could ambush me? I know your true nature all too well. Meanwhile, Tenu had led the remaining 7 Uchiha into a cave, tending to their wounds. Children, thank you. You must be my clan and Amp Appo's lost members. Before Fugaku could finish, Tenu interrupted him. No, this is a long story. We are, in a sense, Uchiha from another timeline. No need for gratitude. Simply follow Obito's orders and fulfill your tasks. Obito? Isn't he dead several years ago? He is not dead. However, the Obito you just encountered is not the one you knew. The Obito from your timeline is someone you have seen before. The masked man in black who fought with us last night at the police department. After briefly tending to their wounds to ensure they would not succumb to blood loss, Tenu explained his and Obito and Appo's origins from a parallel timeline, as well as their purpose for being there. Initially shocked, the group gradually reconciled with the reality of their temporal journey and agreed to assist Tenu and Obito in gathering resources. Tenu also promised to help them unify the ninja world and restore the Uchiha clan, stating that all required resources must be exchanged. With sufficient resources, he could fulfill most of their wishes, including resurrecting fallen comrades. Whether it was during the previous night at the Uchiha compound or while being pursued by Konoha ninjas, Tenu and Obito had collected the bodies of their fallen kin. They left untouched the 3-tomo Sharingan and lower-grade 2-tomo eyes. But they took the open Mangekyou as a form of recompense for the retrieval of the dead. It was not until half an hour later that Obito returned to the prearranged cave. Where have you been? It and Amp Appo's been ages. I and Amp Appo's been parched explaining everything here. Have you finished your little errands? Tenu shot Obito a reproachful glance. I had a bit of personal business to attend to in Konoha. Here. I brought back this little brat who sealed the Nine Tails. With that, Obito tossed a blonde child from the Kamui space. It was none other than the Vortex Naruto from this timeline. Simultaneously, Tenu released Uchiha Sasuke, tossing him alongside Naruto. Hey, Fugaku, your second son is now in your care. But once he awakens his Mangekyō Sharingan, we will need to reclaim his eyes. Ha ha ha, that useless brat from the Fugaku family? Can he even unlock the Mangekyō? Laughter erupted among the group, as they all recalled the previous night's ambush on Itachi, having witnessed Sasuke's terrified awakening of his single Tomo Sharingan. Fugaku's face turned as dark as the sole of a shoe, yet he dared not speak. He too felt profound disappointment in his inept son. Chapter 49. Stripping the Nine Tails without acknowledging the few individuals present, Tenu turned to Obito and inquired about his next course of action. I want and Appo's to linger here for too long. Once things stabilize on your end, I must venture to other dimensions. First, we must eliminate this dimension and Appo's Obito. His presence makes me uneasy, as I feel he could emerge at any moment to thwart my plans. Obito understood his own nature. If he disregarded this dimension's Obito, it would only be a matter of time before he would appear unexpectedly to cause trouble. Even if the other posed no direct threat, he could severely disrupt his plans. However, the pressing issue was that he had no idea where this dimension and Appo's Obito was hiding, if the latter was intent on avoiding him. Even digging through the entire Shinobi world would yield no results. Little brother, do you know how to locate him? He looked to his brother Tanu for assistance. Anticipation evident on his face. After a moment and Appo's contemplation, Tanu raised 2 fingers and beamed a radiant smile. Well, I do have a method. I and Appo's LL give you a family discount. Help me acquire Madara and Apos, Rinnegan, and I shall reveal it to you. What do you say, dear brother? Obito, with a resigned expression, shook his head. You truly are a shrewd businessman. How about this? Just one eye for one favor. Tanu chuckled. Oh, I was merely jesting. In truth, there are two methods. The first, you could attempt to extract the Rinnegan, and he will undoubtedly appear to stop you. After all, the Rinnegan is of paramount importance. Madara Uchiha and Apos, Moon Eye plan hinges on that pair of eyes. If you were to seize them, their plans would be utterly thwarted. He shrugged and wiggled his fingers before Obito. The second method involves the Flying Thunder God technique. This dimension and Apos, Obito has previously clashed with Minato, leaving behind the Flying Thunder God seal on him. This mark cannot be erased by the current Obito. We simply need to enlist Minato and Apos help to locate him. However, Minato has been deceased for several years now. Obito looked puzzled and asked, have you forgotten that I can use the impure world reincarnation? I recommend the second method. This way, He-1 and Apos escape. You should first find a suitable sacrifice. Upon hearing this, Obito instinctively gazed towards the Uchiha members deep within the cave. But ultimately his gaze settled on Naruto at his feet. With a swift motion, he seized Naruto by the collar, lifting him into the air. He will do. Extract the Nine Tails from him, but do not let him perish. I shall seek out Minato and Apos' life essence. With that, he thrust Naruto into Tanu and Apos' arms, and in a flash, Obito vanished into the Kamui space. You and Apos, requite the tyrant, using someone and Apos' son as a sacrifice to resurrect your father. Oh well. I suppose I should leave some Nine Tails chakra for little Naruto. I'll find another sacrifice, Tanu muttered. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth as he carried Naruto out of the cave. Arriving in a forest, he hung Naruto from a tree branch, lifted his shirt, and placed his right hand upon the 8 trigram seal. 5 orbs of faint golden chakra illuminated from Tanu and Apos' fingers as they slowly merged into the 8 trigram seal on Naruto and Apos' abdomen. Naruto was jolted awake, letting out a pitiful wail, but no matter how he struggled, he lacked the strength to resist. Within the dim confines of the ceiling space, Tanu opened his eyes and stepped deeper into the void. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, he found himself before a massive closed door, where the Nine Tails opened its enormous eyes to gaze at him. Who are you? A low, gravelly voice echoed, reverberating through the space. Tanu did not respond. Instead, he lightly tapped his toes against the ground, levitating into the air, and grasped the corner of the ceiling paper talisman. Roar! A torrent of red chakra surged forth from the crack in the door, enveloping Tanu and Apos' palm entirely. Sensing the intense heat emanating from the Nine Tails and Apos' chakra, Tanu smiled faintly, channeling his sage chakra to repel the Nine Tails and Apos' energy. With a gentle tug, he tore off a corner of the talisman. At that moment, Minato and Apos' figure appeared, grasping Tanu and Apos' wrist firmly, which was still clutching the talisman. This is troublesome. I knew you would show up. Regardless of who you are, I cannot permit you to harm Naruto. Humph. Even a remnant soul dares to speak so boldly. Golden skeletal structures materialized, massive arms clenching into fists aimed at Minato. However, at the last moment, Minato evaded the oncoming blow. Boom. The fist of Susanoo collided violently with the ceiling door, producing a thunderous sound that caused the entire ceiling space to tremble. Behind the door, the Nine Tails and Apos' pupils constricted. It clearly saw numerous fine cracks forming on the door that had kept it imprisoned for years. With Minato and Apos' retreat, Tanu naturally tore the sealing talisman from the door. You remain there quietly. I seek only the Nine Tails and shall not harm your son. Should you feel compelled to obstruct me, you are welcome to try. The Susanoo outside rapidly evolved, swiftly reaching its second stage. Tanu lacked the key to the 8 trigram seal and was utterly unfamiliar with such sealing techniques. He only knew that before absolute power, all obstacles were mere illusions. In Susanoo and Apos' right hand, a golden sword of light coalesced, aimed directly at the keyhole. With a tremendous crash, the golden sword pierced through the door, shattering the keyhole. The door was violently pushed open from within, and the Nine Tails and Apos' roar echoed forth. As the door swung open, dozens of gigantic chains erupted from the ground and walls, ensnaring the Nine Tails tightly. Minato, what in the world is happening? Who is he? Is it Naruto? Kushina appeared at the moment the seal was broken, her face etched with concern as she looked toward Minato. I do not know, but I am powerless to stop it. I can only hope he does not harm Naruto, Minato replied, shaking his head, deep resignation evident in his eyes. With a swift swing of his sword, Tianyu severed half of the chains binding the Nine Tails. Just watch from the sidelines. Freed from its restraints, the Nine Tails tore away the remaining chains, letting out a mighty roar. Yet, that single roar was all it managed, and the next moment, a colossal golden hand clamped down on its neck, pinning it to the ground, silencing it completely. In the external world, Tianyu opened his eyes. His right hand, still embedded in Naruto's abdomen, yanked outward, directly extracting the Nine Tails' immense chakra, sending it soaring into the sky. Just before it completely exited Naruto and Appo's body, Tianyu wielded Susanoo once more, using his sword to slice off the latter half of one of the Nine Tails and Appo's tails. Minato. I know you can hear me. Seal this back up. We shall meet again soon. Chapter 50, Impure World Reincarnation. Konoha's F4 from the shattered seal on Naruto's abdomen. Several chains emerged, entwining the severed half of the tail and gradually pulling it back into the seal. The dark-hued sealing technique reformed as the entire tail vanished within Naruto and Appo's body. Once these actions were completed, the chakra of Minato and Kushina dissipated entirely. The immense chakra of the Nine Tails fell onto a distant clearing, reforming into its corporeal form. The Nine Tails, while remaining silent, watched attentively, its several large tails thrashing violently, indicating a turbulent interstate. The presence before it was overwhelmingly terrifying. As a being of chakra, the Nine Tails could sense the formidable power emanating from this individual. Such a sensation had only been felt in the presence of two humans. One, the legendary Hashirama Senju, who claimed decades ago that he was too dangerous and needed to be sealed away. The other, Kaguya Otsutsuki, who had separated the Nine Tails from the Ten Tails. Judging purely by chakra, this person appeared far more perilous than Hashirama. Human, why have you extracted me from my seal? The Nine Tails queried. Shun and Appos, do you first show your fangs and then receive a beating in return? Tianyu, perplexed, scratched his head in confusion. The Nine Tails thought to itself, what are you even saying? You smashed open a door that has kept me imprisoned for so many years with a single punch and a sword. That blade was mere centimeters from my eye. Why shouldn't I show my fangs? Huh? Answer me. Despite such thoughts, the proud fox would never admit to fear. With a dismissive toss of its head, it huffed. I am not fond of violence, nor am I a vengeful fox. Since you have freed me, I may assist you in one task. Tianyu discerned the Nine Tails and Appo's contradictory nature. Its demeanor clearly revealed trepidation, yet he chose not to expose it. Suppressing a smile, he activated his Sharingan and pointed to his eyes. Hey, Nine Tails, do you recognize this? The Nine Tails turned its gaze towards Tianyu, its colossal crimson eyes transforming into the patterns of Tianyu and Appo's Sharingan. What is this? Not wishing to engage in lengthy dialogue, Tianyu employed Jinjutsu to show the Nine Tails the past and future of the Shinobi world, along with his ability to traverse multiple timelines. After a brief moment, clarity returned to the Nine Tails and Appo's eyes as Tianyu made his proposition. Nine Tails, how about becoming my companion? I will take you to other dimensions to search for female Nine Tails. Upon hearing this, a flicker of barely perceptible excitement passed through the Nine Tails. It lowered itself, bowing its head before Tianyu, and rumbled, I hope you will not go back on your word. All right, our destination is Konoha, Tianyu exclaimed. Leaping atop the Nine Tails and Appo's head and striking what he believed to be a heroic pose, directing his gaze towards the village. Howl, the Nine Tails. Misunderstanding Tianyu and Appo's intentions as a call to obliterate Konoha, leapt into action, galloping furiously towards the village. Meanwhile, Naruto, hanging from a tree, thought to himself, I feel like I might be facing imminent death. Konoha Village. The shinobi who had participated in the pursuit of Uchiha had returned. Initially a grand procession of hundreds, now dwindled to less than 100, many severely injured, requiring assistance from comrades to return. They had set forth with the hope of vanquishing a traitor, but instead brought back the lifeless body of the third Hokage, Sarutobi. A pall of despair and fury enveloped Konoha, as the villagers and clans awaited news. Suddenly, a tremor rippled through the ground, suggesting the approach of a colossal entity. A ninja sprinted towards the village entrance, shouting in panic, the Nine Tails is on the rampage. It has broken free. Atop the Hokage building, Narashikaku furrowed his brow, fixating on the entrance. With the demise of the third Hokage and the death of Danzo, the two advisors hastily appointed him as the acting Hokage. However, Shikako had scarcely entered the Hokage and Appo's office when he received news of the Nine Tails and Appo's rampage. Immediately notify all adult CH Nin and J Nin to intercept the Ninetales, ensuring it remains outside the village. All underage ninjas and genin must swiftly organize the evacuation of the civilians. Despite his keen intellect, he could devise no effective countermeasure, only hoping to minimize casualties. As Tanu rode the Ninetales to the entrance of Konoha, a multitude of ninjas had gathered. They looked on in shock at the sight of the massive beast bearing a stranger. A cacophony of kunai, shuriken, and ninja tools being drawn filled the air. As the crowd steeled themselves, eyes reflecting a fervor that bordered on madness. "Oh, is this the will of fire?" Tanu remarked, patting the Ninetales and Appo's head, signaling for it to halt. The Ninetales, confused, thought, "Isn't the goal to destroy Konoha? I could easily trample these weaklings without breaking a sweat. Why stop?" Reluctantly, it complied. "Kamui," with a mere glance. Tanu sucked a few unfortunate souls into his Kamui space. Then, he tugged on the Ninetales and Appo's fur, causing it to shake and turn back towards the direction they had come from. The Konoha ninjas, witnessing the Ninetales retreat, exhaled in relief. Who would willingly seek death if they could survive? Yet, they wondered, had such a grand display of force been merely to intimidate them? No, it seemed as though several had vanished. After departing Konoha, Tanu visited the ruins of the Uzumaki village, locating the death god mask within their shrine. In the northwestern border of the Fire Country, in a cave, Obito tossed Naruto beside Fugaku and others, urging them to render assistance. First, he adventured to the Konoha cemetery, only to find Minato's grave disturbed. He then scoured much of the Shinobi world until he discovered a hidden Akatsuki base underground. After capturing a minor character and extracting memories, he pinpointed Orochimaru's location, easily acquiring Minato and Appo's life essence. Unexpectedly, he also secured the life essences of both the first and second Hokage. After a tremor, Tanu returned to the cave. Obito glared at him. "You found the items, but without that brat's help." Just as he was about to question what to do with the offerings, he saw Tanu hurl several Konoha ninjas from the Kamui space. "Here, not just Minato's. I also have the first, second, and even some of Sarutobi's blood from the battlefield. Since there are so many offerings, let's resurrect them all to assist me." Taking the 4 vials handed over by Obito, a thought seemed to strike Tanu, and a faint smile graced his lips. He controlled a Konoha ninja through Jinjutsu to don the mask and perform the Shiki F gene, sacrificing himself to release the souls of the 3 Hokages. After preparing the impure world reincarnation technique, he knelt and placed his right palm on the ground, proclaiming, "Oh, those who know all." Impure world reincarnation. Chapter 51. Fierce battle against pain amidst the agonizing cries of several Konoha shinobi offered as sacrifices. A dense cloud of dust enveloped them, their visages gradually morphing into those of the 4 Hokage. As the dust dissipated, the 4 Hokage gazed around, their eyes filled with wariness. Tobirama Senju was the first to speak. "Where are we?" "In this body. It's the impure world reincarnation technique." Hashirama Senju turned to his brother, a look of bewilderment on his face. "What exactly is happening?" "It was them. Before my demise, the Uchiha launched a rebellion, and I was slain by that man while pursuing the remnants," Hiruzen Sarutobi declared, pointing towards Obito. He also extracted the 9-tailed beast from its Jinchuriki, Minato Namikaze added, also gesturing towards Tenu. Upon hearing this, a surge of formidable chakra emanated from Hashirama Senju, the sheer force causing fissures to appear on the cavern walls, killing Hokage and seizing tailed beasts. "So, your aim is to destroy the Hidden Leaf Village?" Boom. Hashirama took a step forward, causing the ground to crack beneath him. Thick branches sprouted from the surrounding rock walls, reaching towards Tenu in an instant. A smirk played on Tenu and Appo's lips as he coldly stated, "Hokage, perhaps you should all calm yourselves." He raised his right hand, forming a hand seal, and a chakra even more terrifying than Hashirama's surged forth, overwhelming the 4 Kage. The approaching branches shattered into fragments. With the exception of Hashirama Senju, who merely took a step back, the other 3 Kage visibly strained, as if enduring immense pressure. "Cease your futile efforts," Tenu scoffed. "Before absolute power, all struggles are in vain." He then lowered his arm, ceasing the suppression of the 4 Kage. "Are you all a bit more composed now? Obito, Waidon and Appo's, do you have a chat with them?" With that, Tenu turned and strode out of the cavern. The 4 Hokage exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of awe at the young man's power and a profound sense of helplessness. After a considerable time, Obito and the 4 Kage emerged from the cavern, followed by 7 Uchiha. Minato Namikaze approached Tenu, bowing deeply. "Thank you for sparing Naruto. We've come to understand the situation, and I will wholeheartedly assist Obito. Rise, Tenya said, lifting Minato up with a smile. Looking at the Hokage, the contemptuous air he had previously exuded was gone. Although we hail from another timeline, I was quite fond of your counterpart, Minato-sensei. So, I shall address you as Minato-sensei as well. Obito stepped beside Minato, adding, Minato-sensei. Can you sense the flying thunder god seal on this timeline and Oppo's, Obito? Minato closed his eyes, focusing his senses. After a moment, he nodded slowly. He now understood what this Obito required of him. Despite his reluctance to harm the Obito of this timeline, he knew it was necessary. Yes, I can locate him at any given moment. Meanwhile, in a secret hideout in the Land of Iron, the masked Obito was utilizing White Zetsu's cells to mend his severed arm. The sudden appearance of another Obito and Rin had thrown him into disarray. Not only had it thwarted his plan to annihilate the Uchiha, but it had also unsettled him, as if some unknown variable had emerged. Furthermore, a sense of impending doom had been pressing down on him, making it difficult to breathe. No good, the masked Obito thought to himself, instinctively attempting to activate Kamui. However, a golden flash outpaced him. Before he could react and activate his intangibility, a kunai bearing the flying thunder god seal pierced his abdomen, leaving a deep wound. Minato? How could you? The masked Obito exclaimed in horror. Before he could finish his sentence, Minato vanished in a flash, and Tobirama, along with several others, appeared. That's the first, the second, the third, he thought in alarm, hastily activating Kamui to escape. Kamui. Upon arriving, Obito immediately used Kamui, focusing on the masked Obito who was about to disappear. Let's establish that intangibility cannot defend against another Kamui. It simply depends on who is faster. Hey, Tobirama-senpai. Your flying thunder god is too slow. He got away again. Next time, I and Oppo's am riding with Minato-sensei. Obito grumbled, causing Tobirama to scowl. He had no retort, as he was indeed a step late, allowing his opponent to activate Kamui first. In a high tower within Mangekyou, the hidden rain village, the Devapath stared coldly at the disheveled masked Obito. His stoic expression momentarily gave way to a hint of astonishment as he asked, who could have possibly wounded you to this extent? There's no time to explain. They'll be here soon. Help me stop them. Before he could finish his plea, a kunai pierced his neck. Due to Minato's relentless pursuit, he had been forced to maintain his intangibility. Sensing Minato's approach, he had immediately attempted to take cover behind the Devapath. The space around the Devapath distorted as Obito, brought by Minato, activated Kamui. However, his opponent had taken cover behind the Devapath, resulting in the Devapath being pulled into the Kamui dimension. Summoning technique. At the same time, from another direction, the animal path's voice echoed as the Devapath pain was summoned from the Kamui dimension. Along with him, the other four paths were also summoned. Swish. Tobirama arrived, bringing the others with him. The 6 paths of pain versus the 4 Hokage and the 7 Uchiha. Without further ado, a fierce battle erupted. The animal path summoned several creatures, a Cerberus, a rhinoceros, and a centipede, to charge at the group, while the chameleon concealed itself, acting as their eyes in the sky. The Naraka path, protected by the Preta path, leaped onto a giant bird and soared into the sky. Upon seeing the approaching summons, Hashirama stomped his foot and initiated his wood dragon technique, ensnaring the creatures. Tobirama formed hand seals and executed water release, water-severing wave, unleashing a torrent of high-pressure water from his mouth, cleaving the summons in two. Can this thing not be killed? Tobirama muttered, frowning as he watched the Cerberus split apart. Stop dawdling, brother. Hashirama boomed, clapping his hands together. More thick wood dragons emerged, clamping down on the Cerberus. Boom. In the distance, the Azura Path and Oppo's arm transformed, launching dozens of missiles toward the group. The missiles seemed to possess eyes, weaving through the wood dragons and passing through the gaps at high speed. I'll handle this. These things are metal. I can control them. Uchiha Tekka stepped forward, activating his Mangekyō Sharingan. He manipulated the missiles in midair, redirecting them towards the 6 paths. In an instant, a barrage of artillery fire rained down, obliterating the tower. Chapter 52. Hashirama Senju vs. Pain's Devapath in a distant tower, 3 miles away. Nagato suddenly opened his eyes. Conan, standing guard beside him, quickly inquired, Nagato, what happened? That explosion. Foolish Obito has sent some formidable adversaries my way, Nagato replied, closing his eyes again to continue commanding the 6 paths of pain in battle. Upon hearing this, Conan swiftly created a paper clone to remain by Nagato's side while her main body darted towards the source of the explosion. Below, the battle raged on. The human path and Azura path had been caught off guard by the explosion and were rendered useless, while the animal path had summoned a panda to escape the calamity. The hungry ghost and hell paths leaped from the monstrous bird just as missiles struck it. Only the Deva path faced the explosion head-on, employing Shinra Tensei to withstand the blast. In the moment following the tower and Appo's destruction, the remaining 4 paths surged forth from the smoke, racing toward the distant sea. With the 4 shadows and the Uchiha clan in hot pursuit, Hashirama stood atop the head of a wooden dragon, cleaving through the waves as he approached the Deva path and its companions, summoning more wooden dragons to obstruct their path. Where do you think you're going? Would release. Birth of the forest. Hashirama clapped his hands, and an expansive forest of trees erupted from the sea. Massive trunks twisted and coiled, bearing down on Pain and Appo's group. A glimmer of astonishment flashed in the Deva path's eyes as he turned and extended his palm, unleashing a terrifying repulsive force that radiated outward from his center. All nearby tree trunks were repelled and shattered. Would release? With such power and attire, you must be Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage of Konohagakure. Although I know not the circumstances, it is fortuitous that I shall witness the strength of the god of Shinobi. As his words fell, a gravitational force emanated from the Deva path and Appo's palm, causing Hashirama to stumble momentarily, though he quickly regained his balance. His feet firmly rooted on the wooden dragon and Appo's head under the weight of the Deva path and Appo's formidable chakra. Is that the legendary Rinnegan? The foremost of the 3 great dojutsu. It seems I must employ some genuine skill. Sage art. A black facial mask materialized across Hashirama and Appo's visage as he clasped his hands tightly before his chest. And beneath the sea, something colossal stirred, causing the waters to churn violently. Would release. Would golem technique. Would release. Would dragon technique. A gigantic wooden figure rose from the depths, with the wooden dragon Hashirama stood upon coiling around its neck. Concurrently, dozens of thicker wooden dragons surged forth from the ocean, lunging ferociously at Pain's group. Faced with such overwhelming power, the remaining paths struggled to retaliate. The hungry ghost path was obliterated after absorbing 2 wooden dragons, while the animal path and hungry ghost path were swiftly incapacitated. The Deva path propelled himself backward with a kick against the water and Appo's surface, evading the swarm of wooden dragons that pursued him. However, as they neared, he employed Shinra Tensei once more to repel the onslaught. Yet, his expression was not one of ease. The might of the wooden dragons, empowered by Sage Chakra, far exceeded that of their ordinary counterparts. If he could repel them, why not evade? Was there a limit to his dojutsu and Appo's usage? Hashirama, with his seasoned combat experience, quickly discerned the Deva path and Appo's vulnerabilities upon their first encounter. He then amplified his chakra output, causing the surrounding forest to surge forward, relentlessly pressing upon the Deva path. Impressive that you discerned my dojutsu so swiftly. But how about this? The Deva path murmured, clasping his hands together once more. As he opened them, a black sphere of gravitational force materialized between his palms and was pulled upward into the sky. Shinra Tensei, with the ascent of the gravitational sphere, the surrounding forest, ocean water, and copious amounts of sediment from the seabed were drawn skyward, along with the wooden golem and Hashirama, who observed the colossal sphere of gravity coalescing above. If I can destroy that, it should neutralize the threat, he thought. The golem spread its massive palm, and Hashirama leaped onto it. The golem hurled him towards the source of the gravitational force. Hashirama clenched his fists, charging directly towards the sphere. With a thunderous roar, he pierced through the incompletely formed sphere, causing the gravitational pull to dissipate. He deftly leaped across the falling debris of wood, swiftly returning to the top of the golem, which descended back toward the ocean. Meanwhile, Tanu perched atop a building, casually munching on sunflower seeds while observing the distant battle, a smirk playing upon his lips. How amusing. Hashirama is battling the 6 paths of pain while others are held back by Tobirama, enjoying the show. Oh, is that the giant moth approaching? Conan? Hiki. A spatial vortex appeared, and Tanu vanished, reappearing above Conan. Koto Amatsukami. Time stands still at this very moment, he declared, freezing Conan and Appo's graceful form in midair, scattering paper fragments that danced like snowflakes towards the ground. No one on the ocean's surface took note of this ethereal spectacle, but as the paper fell toward the battlefield, the Deva path looked up just in time to witness Conan and Appo's figure being consumed by the distorted space. Almost instinctively, he attributed this to Obito and Appo's machinations. However, he soon noticed another figure vanishing alongside Conan, seemingly allied with her. He was consumed by a rage he could scarcely imagine, the pain of losing Conan already overwhelming him. The Deva Path closed his eyes, his body slowly levitating as he ascended to the center of the battlefield. How much weight can a sack of rice carry? How many flights of stairs must it ascend? Enough talk. Add water. With the utterance of this classic line, a tremendous repulsive force erupted from the center of the battlefield, accompanied by a blinding white light. All wood, mud, and seawater within the vicinity were crushed and repelled by this terrifying force. As the storm subsided, the Deva Path descended, only to catch sight of several figures from the hidden rain village in the distance. The space has widened. Tobirama and the fourth Hokage have fled. Wait. Hashirama is not over there, then. Just as he exhaled a sigh of relief, a colossal wooden head emerged from the water. A slender crack appeared on the golem and Appo's cheek, and it slowly opened, revealing Hashirama unharmed within. Sage art would release, great barrier technique. As he emerged, he formed a seal, sage art, heavenly gate. Several red torii gates descended from the sky, pinning the Deva Path to the ocean floor. Chapter 53. The divine messenger arrives from across the long river. Has it ended? The storm has calmed, and Tobirama and the others swiftly arrived. No, it has not. Hashirama gently shook his head, noting that those beings did not resemble living creatures but rather puppets. Under sage mode, I can sense the chakra controlling these puppets emanating from over there. Hashirama pointed toward another tower in the rain village, and the others turned their gazes in the indicated direction. Is the puppeteer over there? Let us go. Tobirama's eyes sharpened, and he immediately activated the body flicker technique, speeding toward the tower. Upon their arrival, they found a red-haired man lying on the ground, barely alive, with blood gushing from his body, staining the earth. This man was Nagato. Hashirama furrowed his brow and approached to examine him, discovering a gaping wound the size of a bowl in Nagato's chest. And his eye sockets were hollow. It was evident that his life was nearing its end. At that moment, the voice of the masked Obito echoed. As long as the Rinnegan is in my possession, I cannot be defeated. You know nothing of the supreme ocular power. He stepped out of the shadows, a smug smile adorning his face, and his left eye was unmistakably replaced by a Rinnegan. Just as Hashirama and the others were about to act, Obito interjected, "Leave this to me." Blocking their path, Tobirama coldly retorted, "Do you think possessing the Rinnegan grants you the right to act with impunity?" Ignoring the group, Obito formed hand signs, declaring, "No matter what powers you possess, this I can see through them. Surrender to the might of the Rinnegan." Thus, a new battle was set to erupt atop the tower. In the meantime, Tenu was torturing Conan in his divine space. Bound to a pillar, Conan, despite her numerous wounds, displayed unwavering defiance. "Uchiha Tenu, you can forget about my submission. Don't try to deceive me with your visions of the ninja world's future. They are merely illusions you have meticulously woven." She spat, gritting her silver teeth and glaring fiercely at Tenu. Tenu chuckled mockingly, flames igniting in his hand as he approached Conan's delicate face. "Stubborn and ignorant. You wouldn't want anything to happen to Nagato, would you?" At the mention of Nagato, Conan trembled, the thought of his potential demise sending a piercing pain through her heart. She understood that if harm befell Nagato, she might be driven to seek vengeance or join him in eternal slumber. "Just kill me." A tear rolled down Conan's cheek as she felt as though she had lost something profoundly significant. She realized that at this moment, Nagato was likely in grave danger. Tenu frowned slightly, sensing a powerful chakra disturbance from the outside. What is Obito doing? How can so many fail to handle just Nagato and a masked man? With a swift chop, he rendered Conan unconscious, hoisting her over his shoulder and exiting to the outside world. Upon emerging, he was greeted by a spectacular scene, a complete Susanoo clashing with a giant bound in handcuffs and shackles. The outer path, Gedomazo? That thing can fight without absorbing tailed beast chakra? Tenu mused, slightly surprised but without intention to intervene. He dropped Conan to the ground and sat upon her lap, observing the unfolding drama from a distance. Ultimately, the Gedomazo lacked sufficient chakra, unable to break free from its restraints and merely enduring the onslaught. Meanwhile, the masked Obito formed hand signs to unleash the Rinnegan's ocular technique, sending countless black spikes toward Obito's Susanoo. The masked Obito skillfully maneuvered his Susanoo to evade and counterattack with two glowing swords. Just as he managed to knock the Tentails down, the masked Obito suddenly activated the Rinnegan's power, summoning a massive gravitational vortex that forcefully drew in Obito's Susanoo. Obito raised an eyebrow, intrigued. He lifted his right hand to form hand signs, his Sharingan swirling, conjuring an even larger vortex that enveloped the Gedomazo entirely. Divine power. Future. With time accelerated. The Geto-Mazo and Appo's enormous form was swiftly consumed by the vortex. Before the Master Obito could react, he found himself in a familiar yet alien space. Familiar because it resembled his own divine space, but alien as he felt no connection to this realm. Footsteps echoed behind the Master Obito. As he turned, a large hand, reminiscent of a steel claw, gripped his neck tightly. In that instant, he realized he could not sense his own time-space within this domain, and the ability to phase out was rendered useless. A foolish and ignorant creature, he scoffed. You think possessing the Rinnegan enables you to triumph over me? Ridiculous. With that, he tightened his grip further. You are merely a Sharingan. The Master Obito gasped. Obito snorted disdainfully. Do you believe I am just an ordinary Sharingan user? I have a brother, while you do not. With a final surge of strength, he tightened his grip, causing the Master Obito's face to flush red as his legs flailed helplessly. Just as he was on the brink of unconsciousness, an enigmatic chakra surge erupted, causing Obito and Appo's hand to involuntarily loosen. The Master Obito seized the opportunity to escape, gasping for air. At that moment, a mysterious black shadow emerged from the Master Obito's feet, cloaked in a shroud of mist, rendering its features indistinguishable. Uchiha Obito, brother of Uchiha Tenyu. How delightful it would be if the two of you were to turn against each other, the shadowy figure spoke in a deep, eerie tone. Obito eyed him warily. Who are you? Why are you here? Oh, I'm from the other side of the river of time. They refer to me as the Divine Messenger. Enough to chat with a mere insect. The shadowy figure advanced toward Obito. Obito hastily retreated, attempting to distance himself from the shadow. Yet, no matter how far he withdrew, the fabric of time and space seemed irrelevant to that figure. Though he did not perceive the shadow's speed as particularly swift, the distance between them diminished alarmingly. Obito attempted to employ ninjutsu, but was unable to summon chakra. A profound sense of helplessness washed over him, coupled with an overwhelming fear. Despairing, he shut his eyes, anticipating a gruesome end, yet nothing of the sort occurred. After a prolonged silence, he cautiously opened one eye, only to find the shadow had vanished. Obito widened his eyes, scanning the surroundings, but found no trace. Yet unbeknownst to him, the memories of the encounter were gradually fading from his mind. Beneath his thick hair, a gray pattern began to manifest on the back of his head. Could it be that I am merely hallucinating? Chapter 54. The small yet adorable Uchiha Obito's gaze was cold as he stared at the recovering Master Obito, drawing a kunai from his sleeve and slowly advancing toward his counterpart. What are you exactly? You appeared out of nowhere, and now you inexplicably seek to kill me. Along with Rin. Who are you? The Master Obito's voice was deep and hoarse, laced with a hint of resentment. Obito remained silent, his eyes regaining their former sharpness. The Mangekyō Sharingan glimmered with a chilling light. No longer hesitating, he vanished in an instant, reappearing before the Master Obito. The kunai in his hand plunged unhesitatingly toward the other and Appo's chest. Master Obito reacted swiftly, instinctively attempting to resist, but his opponent and Appo's speed was unmatched. As if he had anticipated his movements. As he sidestepped to evade, the thrusting kunai followed him like a viper. Blood dripped onto the ground as Master Obito grasped the arm holding the kunai, feeling life ebbing away rapidly. It's over, Obito murmured, twisting the arm holding the kunai forcefully. Soon, the life faded from his opponent. With the demise of the Master Obito, Obito wasted no time in extracting the man and Appo's eyes and departing the Kamui dimension. Uchiha Tenyu and the others had been waiting for a considerable time. Upon witnessing Obito and Appo's safe return, a faint smile of relief crossed Tenyu and Appo's face. You and Appo's finally returned, he said, stepping forward to pat Obito and Appo's shoulder. So is it taken care of? Obito nodded, producing 3 vials filled with potions, each containing an eyeball. Alongside the left I previously obtained from Kakashi, all were accounted for. However, the other Rinnegan was likely concealed within his Kamui dimension. I wish to keep these for further study. They may enhance my ocular prowess. Tenyu nodded in agreement. Though curious about Obito and Appo's intentions for the eyes, he refrained from pressing further. Naturally, he would fulfill his brother and Appo's requests. The group gathered to deliberate future plans. Tenyu expressed his intention to return to the original timeline to continue exploring other parallel dimensions, leaving the affairs of this realm in Obito's hands. While developing this world, they would gather resources for technological research in the main timeline, with the resulting weapons also supplied here. Initially, the 4 Kages voiced their opposition. as this essentially meant exploiting their world. However, after Tenu showcased some of the ninja tools Obito had brought, they fell silent. They displayed great interest in this advanced technology that enabled even ordinary genin to wield high-level ninjutsu, holding high expectations. Obito proposed his thoughts. He resolved not to interfere excessively in their conflicts, allowing the 4 Hokages and the surviving 7 Uchiha to unify the ninja world and gather resources. He would focus on his training, providing intelligence support only in times of crisis within this timeline. I'm preparing to return. The resources of a single timeline are insufficient. I must explore more timelines, Tenu stated. I need to verify one matter, whether everything can be transported. A spatial vortex appeared, and Tenu teleported to the border of the Fire Country. After finding the Ninetales, he informed it of his intent to leave this timeline. The Ninetales exhibited unusual excitement, obediently allowing Tenu to use Kimui to draw it in. However, upon approaching the light gate, it found itself unable to pass through, regardless of the attempts made by Tenu, as if blocked by some celestial force preventing its departure from this timeline. What is happening? Tenu furrowed his brow, filled with confusion. The Ninetales also appeared quite disheartened, surmising it would never reunite with its mother. Tenu approached the light gate, instructing the Ninetales to place its large paw upon the shimmering surface. After careful observation, he shook his head. It seems the Ninetales' power is intricately linked to the rules of this timeline, rendering it impossible to transport to others. After a moment of silence, Tenu ultimately decided to abandon the notion of bringing the complete Ninetales with him. He conducted several more experiments and discovered that a small amount of the Ninetales and Appo's chakra could enter his body, allowing him to pass through the light gate. However, as the quantity increased, the resistance grew, eventually preventing his passage. He then attempted to bring only a small portion at a time, but failed after the second attempt. He instructed the Ninetales to condense part of its chakra into a miniature Ninetales, a sort of avatar, and returned with this fragment to the main timeline. Well, this is of little use to me anyway. I merely intended to keep you as a pet, Tenu remarked, gazing at the miniature Ninetales perched on his shoulder, a slight smile gracing his lips. Small yet adorable. After delivering the Ninetales and Appo's main body and Rin to Obito, Tenu did not linger. Upon returning to the main timeline, he did not rush to initiate the next exploration of a timeline. Besides visiting the Research Institute daily to lend a hand, he resumed his regular training, striving to enhance his strength. The miniature Ninetales had become an integral part of his life, exuding the same pride characteristic of its larger counterpart despite its small stature. Hey, little brat, don't think you can boss me around just because you brought me back, the miniature Ninetales grumbled, lying on Tenu and Appo's shoulder, its head turned away in dissatisfaction. Tenu chuckled, reaching to pat the miniature Ninetales and Appo's head. Quickly now, go fetch me something to eat. There's a reward waiting for you when you return. The miniature Ninetales huffed, feigning reluctance, yet its body moved obediently. It bounded to a drawer, pulled out some bills, and scampered toward the exit. Over time, the villagers had grown fond of this little Ninetales, often feeding it treats, while children frequently chased after it, eager to tug at its fluffy tail. Meanwhile, Obito began a new journey in the ninja world of another timeline. With his assistants, the 4 Hokages and the 7 surviving Uchiha worked tirelessly, transforming the world's landscape in just a month. Although the process encountered numerous obstacles, the formidable strength of the few gradually replaced past animosities and warfare with peace and collaboration, ushering in a new era for the ninja world of this timeline. Obito, what was that unique training method you mentioned earlier? I have unified the ninja world. Can you now share it with us? Hashirama asked, looking at Obito with hopeful eyes. Obito had previously demonstrated the power of the golden elixir technique, and prior to that, Hashirama and the others had dismissed him, viewing him merely as Tenu's brother, who had come to exert influence through familial ties. However, upon witnessing Obito's terrifying strength, their perceptions shifted dramatically. Obito smiled slightly. This technique is called the 3-Dan transformation method, but you cannot cultivate it in your current reanimated forms. Very well, let me first assist you in reviving. Back in the main timeline, after half a month of effort, Tenu and Appo's highly anticipated research finally yielded progress. I will first verify this. If it is usable now, we can commence our next timeline exploration. Tenu rose and headed toward the Konoha Research Institute. Chapter 55, The Face of the Ten-Tails within the esteemed Konoha First Scientific Research Institute. Tenu diligently charged an energy device under Madara's guidance, making the final preparations for the experiment. An array of devices was densely populated with black rods, formed from the concentrated power of the Rinnegan, surrounding a watermelon-sized water sphere, at the center of which resided a resplendent golden Rinnegan, the very eye that adorned the forehead of Uchiha. On the largest device, there lay an enormous cybernetic scroll. In truth, it was a vast screen, referred to as a scroll due to two substantial chakra rods flanking its sides. Tianyu, it is brimming with chakra and ready to go, Madara announced, turning to Tianyu, his voice tinged with excitement and anticipation. Long before Tianyu's last return, he had commissioned Orochimaru to develop a device capable of interdimensional communication. After numerous attempts, it became evident that conventional methods were exceedingly challenging. However, during an incidental conversation with Madara, Orochimaru learned that he might have a solution, thus joining the endeavor. Initially, upon discovering that Tianyu could traverse other dimensions, Madara was overwhelmed with joy and fervently insisted on accompanying him, even pausing his plans for the cyber army. Reluctantly, Tianyu acquiesced, promising to take him along when the time was ripe. "Let us begin. What must I do?" Tianyu inquired, his curiosity piqued by the intricate devices before him. Madara presented two palm-sized scrolls to Tianyu. "Attempt to channel your chakra into your fingers and inscribe words within the scrolls. Once completed, roll them up." Following his instructions, Tianyu scrawled a few bold characters on one scroll. Within mere seconds, those characters manifested on the large screen of the device. Madara opened his scroll, revealing the same words. "But what is the underlying principle?" Tianyu asked, intrigued. "At the core of the scroll is a chakra rod. When you inscribe with chakra, it emits the characters in waveforms, transmitting them to the receiving rod, which then relays them to the subordinate scroll, like the one I hold. However, for interdimensional travel, your chakra must act as a conduit. Currently, without the Rinnegan, you must periodically recharge this device. Once you awaken your Rinnegan, you can replace the rod with your own." Madara patiently elucidated the mechanics to Tianyu, who nodded vigorously, mentally applauding Madara's brilliance. "All right, I shall now attempt to ride in another dimension and see if it is received here." With that, Tianyu activated the Kamui space and ventured into a random dimension, hastily scribbling nonsensical symbols on the scroll. After a brief wait, the scroll illuminated with the message received. Evidently, it was a success. With this device, even after departing a dimension, he could maintain contact with its inhabitants. These two modest scrolls forged a bridge connecting two realms. After acquiring several subordinate scrolls, Tianyu first sent one to Obito, planning to keep the rest for future use in each dimension. This time, Tianyu refrained from promising to take Madara along, urging him to focus on his cyber army while he ventured alone to the next dimension. Upon arrival, Tianyu sensed something amiss. The scene before him was all too familiar. A crimson barrier stretched across the horizon. At its center, a colossal beast roared, with Tianyu perched atop its head, gazing at the massive black orb mere inches away. Tianyu exclaimed, "What the hell? Such a gigantic sphere!" A blinding white light engulfed his vision, followed by a brief yet thunderous roar, leaving only a resonating hum in its wake, as if the world had been reduced to a realm of white and silence. As the dust settled, though he had narrowly evaded substantial harm using Kamui, he still felt the lingering discomfort from the shock. Steadying his dazed head, Tianyu looked around. The enormous, contorted creature beneath him was the Ten Tails, and through the barrier, he could see countless ninja from the allied forces outside. "What on earth am I doing here? The Fourth Great Ninja War?" Before he could ponder further, the ninja alliance outside surged towards him. Sensing an impending threat, Tianyu quickly leaped aside, just as a massive red torii gate descended, driving the head of the Ten Tails into the ground. To deter the approaching ninjas, the Ten Tails unleashed numerous clones, with the ones closest to Tianyu naturally targeting him. The Hokage maintaining the barrier and Madara, stationed at a distance, both furrowed their brows, perplexed by the sudden appearance of a stranger atop the Ten Tails. "That attire is from the Uchiha clan. Do you recognize him?" Naruto, poised atop the head of Gamabunta and charging his Raisin Shuriken, turned to Sasuke nearby. "No, he is likely an ally of Madara," Sasuke replied. "Naruto, unleash another attack." "All right." As the first wind release, Raisin Shuriken and fire release, Susanoos Kagetsuchi struck the Ten Tails. Another attack was directed towards Tianyu. "Wait, am I considered an enemy by both sides? Is this the legendary Black Wind Lightning Arrow?" Tianyu mused, observing two techniques hurtling toward him, having just pierced through the nearest group of clones with would release. Boom. The golden Susanoo unfolded into its second stage, directly withstanding the assault, as roaring black flames engulfed the golden figure. Aware of the rapidly depleting chakra, Tianyu stepped outside the Susanoo and dispelled it. "This is a return gift. Catch." Melt release. Flowing fire. A massive, magma-like sphere soared skyward, and upon reaching a sufficient altitude, it erupted, raining countless fireballs upon the interior of the barrier. Under Tanu and Appo's deliberate control, the area surrounding Naruto and Sasuke was inundated with fireballs, leaving them no room for evasion. Sasuke, over here, Naruto shouted, simultaneously initiating his transformation into the Nine Tails, curling his massive form and wrapping his nine tails tightly around himself. Sasuke leaped over and joined Naruto. Let me add my power, Sasuke declared, as his Mangekyō Sharingan swirled, enveloping the nine tails in layers of purple Susanoo armor. Hundreds, if not thousands, of fireballs descended upon the nine tails almost simultaneously, emitting sizzling sounds, as both Naruto and Sasuke began to sweat profusely from the rapid consumption of chakra within. Chapter 56. Tanu, a punch to the skeleton, a kick to the yellow ape. The oppressive heat was terrifying. It was no jest. Observing the nearly complete engulfment of the barrier by the fireball, Sasuke's expression shifted dramatically. This strike nearly obliterated the Ten Tails' fragmented form, and it appeared that even the main body of the Ten Tails had suffered severe burns. The ninja alliance that had rushed into the barrier, despite Naruto's immediate dispersal of Nine Tails chakra to shield them, suffered grievous losses. Naruto, acutely aware of the casualties among the alliance, glared at Tanu with gritted teeth. Sasuke, turning to meet his gaze, nodded in silent agreement, and together they released the severely weakened Nine Tails transformation, charging towards Tanu. Sasuke drew the Kusanagi sword, while his other hand swiftly formed seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. Sasuke shouted just as he initiated the jutsu. Naruto, seemingly in sync, propelled himself into the air using the shadow clone technique, launching 3 spiraling shurikens in a triangular formation towards Tanu, sealing off all avenues of retreat. Yet, Tanu did not flinch. He enveloped himself in chakra and charged directly into the fireball. The diminutive flames held no fear for him. Had it not been for the risk of singeing his attire, he would not have even needed the chakra. Seeing Tanu barreling through the fireball sent a shock through Sasuke, who hurriedly swung the Kusanagi sword at him. Tanu, drawing a ninja blade from the space-time continuum, met Sasuke's strike head-on. Meanwhile, Naruto swiftly joined the fray. And amidst their exchanges of blows, not a single hair on Tanu was ruffled, while both Sasuke and Naruto bore several cuts from the clashes. Had it not been for their seamless cooperation, they might have already been fatally wounded. The onlookers in the distance were acutely aware of the fierce battle. Yet they were preoccupied tending to numerous injured comrades, unable to rush to aid. Which side is that kid on? If he is an ally of Madara, why is he attacking alongside the Ten Tails? Hashirama pondered aloud. Nearby, Tobirama shouted anxiously, "Hey, brother, we must find a way to support them. Those 2 kids are on the brink." Hashirama nodded, summoning 4 wooden clones that surged towards the battlefield. Sparking thunder, Sasuke infused the Kusanagi sword with Chidori, significantly increasing his speed. With a metallic clang, Tanu's ninja blade was severed. Just as the Kusanagi sword neared Tanu's neck, he bent low to evade and retaliated with a powerful punch to Sasuke's chest. Despite Sasuke's timely activation of Susanoo to defend, he was still crushed by the force of the blow. With 2 resounding crashes, Sasuke expelled a mouthful of blood, his form hurtling backward, droplets of blood trailing through the air. Witnessing this, Naruto condensed Nine Tails chakra into a colossal fist aimed at Tanu, but the punch missed its target, crashing into the ground instead. Tanu sidestepped to Naruto and Appo's flank, his deep voice resonating in Naruto and Appo's ear. Too slow, yellow ape. With a powerful whip kick, Naruto was sent crashing down beside Sasuke. Amaterasu. Sasuke glared at Tanu, and in an instant, the black flames of Amaterasu ignited around him. Tanu shrugged, expressing indifference, and promptly used chakra to extinguish the black flames, discarding the remnants onto the ground. Such trivial skills dare to challenge me? Behold my great wood dragon. Tanu scoffed. Forming seals, a robust wooden dragon erupted from the earth, lunging at Naruto and Sasuke. At that moment, a spatial vortex appeared, and the severely injured Obito landed near the Ten Tails. Madara prepared to manipulate Obito to execute the rebirth of the Ten Tails technique. Seeing Obito subtly alter the seals with his own will, Tanu and Appo's lips curled into a slight smile, with no intention to interfere. Rather, he felt a twinge of anticipation. It had been a while since he had exerted himself, and it was the perfect opportunity to test whether his current strength was sufficient to contend with the Ten Tails and Appo's host. As for Minato, if he did not make a choice soon, his beloved son would truly perish. The next moment, the answer to this dilemma unfolded as a golden figure flashed by. Naruto and Sasuke had vanished. Obito, unimpeded, successfully executed his jutsu. A terrifying pull emanated from Obito and Appo's center as the massive form of the Ten Tails was drawn into his body. Realizing he had been outmaneuvered, Madara erupted in a fit of rage. Soon, Obito completely absorbed the Ten Tails, transforming into a pure white egg. The shell shattered, and the Ten Tails host, Obito, slowly emerged. As he did, several crimson chakra tendrils extended outward, gripping the edges of the barrier with tremendous force. The four red yang formation shattered. This is bad. These two are stronger than I anticipated, Hashirama remarked as the four Hokages materialized. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke, having regained some strength after a brief respite, were rushing toward the scene. Before the Hokages could fully comprehend the situation, Obito initiated his assault, targeting none other than Uchiha Tanu. Sidestepping Obito's advance, Tanu delivered a kick to his lower back. You think you can crash into me without a ball? Get lost. Obito stumbled, glancing back in disbelief. The power he had just acquired was nearly that of the founding ninja, and despite his lack of seriousness, this individual had effortlessly evaded him and retaliated. After a brief moment of astonishment, rage surged within him, and he conjured a long black staff formed from dark matter, swinging it towards Tanu. With a resounding thud, Tanu caught the strike barehanded, then delivered a powerful punch to Obito and Appo's face, sending him reeling. You and Appo's, not perfect yet. I told you to come back after you've acquired the ball. You bastard. I'll kill you. Obito screamed in a frenzied rage, his body starting to swell uncontrollably as he lost his rationality. Ignoring Obito's outburst, Tanu directed his attention to the Hokages, saying, You all can watch from the sidelines. I will handle this one. Who exactly are you? If you and Appo's were not an enemy, then why did you just attack Naruto and the others? Tobirama inquired sternly. That's none of your concern, Tanu replied, gesturing toward Madara, who was engaged in fierce combat with Hashirama. You should focus on him instead. Don't let any unexpected developments arise. The Hokages exchanged glances and nodded. Aside from Hashirama and Appo's wooden clone, the three Hokages dashed toward the battle between Madara and Hashirama. In the midst of their conversation, Obito had undergone a complete transformation, becoming the true Six Paths Obito. Chapter 57, Uchiha Tanu vs. Six Paths Obito. The Six Paths Obito's body slowly levitated, and as a black staff materialized, 9 truth-seeking balls began to rotate behind him. Tanu retracted his initial disdainful expression, feeling the terrifying might emanating from his opponent, his brow furrowing slightly. This pressure was far stronger than he had imagined. It was a level of oppression that the novice Uchiha had never been able to compare with. Tanu and Appo's eternal Mangekyō Sharingan revolved slowly, ready to unleash his ocular techniques at any moment. Looking down at him, Obito inquired, The ball? You mean this? With a gesture, one of the truth-seeking balls floated into his palm. Since you wish to see, I'll show you plenty. With that, Obito swung his hand, not only launching the ball in his grasp towards Tanu, but the remaining truth-seeking balls behind him also spun violently, shooting towards Tanu from various angles. So swift. I must not allow these to touch me. As Tanu formed seals with his hands, the power within his Mangekyō began to flow. He recalled that the truth-seeking balls had a range limitation, but having not encountered them in so long, he could not remember the exact distance and thus decided to test it. Empowered by the force of the future, he quickly executed the body flicker technique, teleporting back 100 meters. Just as expected, the truth-seeking balls halted after traveling 70 meters, gently returning to Obito and Appo's side. Upon witnessing Tanu and Appo's astonishing speed, a hint of surprise flickered in Obito and Appo's eyes before he dove towards him, and in an instant, the black staff was sweeping towards Tanu. Now, Tanu widened his eyes, attempting to freeze Obito's time. However, to his astonishment, the anticipated pause did not occur. Obito's speed merely slowed slightly. In this moment of delay, the staff was nearly upon him. Fortunately, he had the power of Kimyui. The staff passed through his form without harm. Accelerating his own time, he stepped forward, allowing Obito to completely pass through him, and with a swift hand seal, he unleashed Senjutsu, Kamui Reikage towards Obito and Appo's back. The golden energy of the technique and the black power of space coalesced into 2 arcs of electricity, leaving a deep wound visible to the bone on Obito and Appo's back. Sensing the imminent danger, Obito hastily accelerated forward, narrowly avoiding being cleaved in two by the terrifying rakeage. Simultaneously, the truth-seeking balls behind him began to spin rapidly. Rushing towards Tianyu's form with lethal intent, Tianyu quickly leapt back to create distance. That was Kamui? But the pattern of the eye. Who exactly are you? Tianyu did not respond to Obito and Appo's question, but in his heart, he mused, this fellow, when my ocular power acts upon him, is significantly diminished. Has becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki elevated his life form? It seems I can only use the power of time on myself and strive for a swift resolution. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Tianyu continued to form seals with his hands. Upon completing the final seal, he clapped his hands together. Senjutsu, with style, birth of the tree world. Countless trees grew rapidly under the influence of time, enveloping the entire battlefield in mere moments. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the trees, casting vast shadows. With a change in his hand seals, all the shadows seemed to come alive. Countless tendrils formed from shadows ensnaring the airborne Obito. In an instant, Obito was engulfed within a massive sphere made entirely of shadows. Senjutsu, shadow style, shadow binding technique. Tianyu exclaimed, raising his palm towards the shadow sphere and squeezing tightly. The massive shadow sphere suddenly contracted, attempting to crush Obito within. But in the next moment, an earth-shattering roar erupted from within the sphere, accompanied by a cacophony of cracking sounds. Boom! 10 colossal heads and bodies burst forth from the bindings, furiously thrashing their tails to shred the shadows, before aiming a colossal-tailed beast bomb at Tianyu. Tianyu's pupils constricted. He hadn't anticipated Obito would unleash the 10 tails from within the shadow sphere. There's no escaping this strike with Kamui. Time-space locked. As the pattern of the Mangekyou in Obito's right eye spun, the entire space trembled slightly, restricting all of Tianyu's space-related ocular techniques. Cursing inwardly, Tianyu's movements did not falter. With a special hand seal, the surrounding forest came to life, wildly twisting and growing, forming a thick barrier between Tianyu and the 10 tails in an instant. The power of time? It can accelerate my own time to hasten any technique's release, but it is futile. In the face of absolute strength, all resistance is in vain. Obito and Appo's voice dripped with mockery as he launched the tailed beast bomb into the air. The colossal tailed beast bomb descended, obliterating the tree barrier layer by layer. As 1/3 of the bomb embedded itself in the forest, it detonated with an explosive roar. The terrifying shockwave swept the ground clean, reducing countless wooden constructs to dust, leaving behind a dreadful pit at the explosion's epicenter. As the dust settled, at the bottom of the pit, a radiant golden chakra shone brightly. It was Tianyu's fully activated Susanoo, yet at this moment, the armor surrounding it had been shattered, numerous fine cracks adorning its surface, while Tianyu within gasped for breath. With the time-space sealed, he had no choice but to endure the impact of the colossal truth-seeking ball, feeling nearly 1/3 of his chakra drained from his body. Tianyu couldn't help but feel uneasy. If such attacks continued, defeat would merely be a matter of time. Indeed, as feared, after Tianyu endured that blow, the 10 tails, now transforming into its god tree form, gathered energy once more to launch another giant truth-seeking ball towards him. Why is Obito so ruthless in this fight compared to when Naruto and Sasuke faced him? After silently ridiculing, Tianyu resolved not to withstand this one, but to rapidly heal the damage to his Susanoo, while simultaneously manipulating it to form seals, attempting to alter the trajectory of the tailed beast bomb with a more powerful technique. Senjutsu, wood style, one hand covers the sky. The ground trembled violently, as if some colossal entity was stirring beneath. Even with the power of time, this technique was not released swiftly. Instead, just as the tailed beast bomb drew near, a gigantic arm, thicker than the trunk of the god tree, erupted from the ground, seizing the tailed beast bomb in its grasp and lifting it towards the 10 tails. Chapter 58, Mutual Destruction, Near Death? Artis, an explosion. The tailed beast ball, composed of the terrifying chakra of the 10 tails, collapsed instantaneously, only to expand violently moments later. A blinding white light engulfed a space of several thousand meters, consuming not only the abstract form of the 10 tails but also Obito, who was swallowed by the dreadful explosion. After more than 10 seconds, the white light transformed into a crimson hue, and a mushroom cloud soared into the heavens, sweeping away the dark clouds above. Tianyu, with his Sharingan wide open, strained to search within the explosion's radius, and suddenly spotted a black sphere emerging from the center of the blast. I have found you. Controlling the golden Susanoo, he flapped its massive wings and charged toward the black sphere. In a mere fraction of a second, He closed the distance to the black sphere formed from the truth-seeking ball. With a swift slash of his golden blade, the black truth-seeking ball shattered, revealing Obito's severely injured body. At that moment, Obito's body was riddled with cracks, blood gushing from his wounds. Although the Ten Tails chakra rapidly healed his injuries, Tanu was too swift. Seizing the opportunity, Tanu dispelled the Susanoo and lunged at the wounded and defenseless Obito. In a flash of brilliant steel, his blade plunged deeply into Obito and Appo's chest. However, instead of the expected agony or fear, Obito's lips curled into a sardonic smile. "You've caught me." That strike should have been fatal. Obito grasped Tanu's wrist, the one holding the kunai, while simultaneously commanding the truth-seeking balls floating behind him to constrict around Tanu. Tanu sensed the imminent danger and quickly concentrated chakra in his other hand, forcefully severing the arm that was caught. With a powerful kick to Obito's chest, he propelled himself backward using the recoil. Although everything unfolded in accelerated time, he was still grazed by two truth-seeking balls. As Tanu distanced himself from Obito, he found himself missing an arm and a leg, with a gaping wound in his abdomen. Observing Tanu plummeting from a height of 100 meters, Obito felt an unsettling apprehension. This boy's abilities were too peculiar, and he had to ensure his demise personally. With this thought in mind, Obito withdrew the kunai embedded in his body, wielding it like a staff as he soared toward the falling Tanu. Just as he believed victory was in his grasp, Tanu raised two fingers to his chest, and a burning sensation emanated from his own wounds. "What is this?" Obito looked down to see crimson cursed marks spreading from the wound in his abdomen, each mark igniting a searing pain in the flesh beneath. Although the marks spread slowly under the pressure of his immense chakra, he realized that he could not completely halt their advance. It was merely a matter of time before they enveloped him entirely. At that moment, Obito abandoned the pursuit of Tanu. Sustaining such grievous injuries would be fatal for an ordinary person, and he had no choice but to fly towards the Ten Tails, hoping to absorb more chakra to suppress the terrifying curse marks. Sage art, body-burning curse, he chuckled darkly, feeling victorious. As he watched Obito retreat, and sensed the spatial barrier lifting, Tanu exhaled a sigh of relief. The spatial vortex gradually opened, and Tanu and Appo's battered body was drawn into it. Meanwhile, in the original timeline of Konoha Village, a spatial vortex appeared, and Tanu's form, accompanied by a torrential downpour of blood, manifested almost simultaneously above the Uchiha clan grounds. What has transpired? Within the Uchiha compound, several patrolling clan members were the first to notice the sudden apparition in the sky and rushed toward the spot where Tanu was about to land. "Is that Tanu? Quickly, catch him." One of them recognized Tanu and hastily activated his Susanoo, the gigantic arm reaching out to securely catch Tanu. Hey, Tanu, are you all right? What happened?" Without even retracting the Susanoo, they barreled toward the hospital, while one member dashed off to find the clan leader. "Ouch, be gentle. I was on the verge of death. Now you're about to crush me." Tanu and Appo's weak voice emerged from the colossal hand of Susanoo. Hearing this, the Uchiha member promptly loosened his grip, cradling Tanu in his arms. 2 hours later, at Konoha Hospital, the VIP room was filled with people, but aside from the Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and the skilled medic Tsunade, as well as Orochimaru, the rest were all members of the Uchiha clan. Upon receiving the news, Fugaku had rushed to the hospital, sealing off the entire floor where Tanu was located. Even Minato had to wait for Fugaku's approval to visit Tanu. Some might wonder why the Uchiha are not allowed to become Hokage. It is unnecessary. It is merely the role of a village leader, and anyone can take it. We should broaden our perspective. Other villages are largely under the Uchiha's covert control, and Konoha is no exception. At this moment, Tanu and Appo's significance to the Uchiha clan was beyond question. The clan members and Appo's concern for him had escalated to a level akin to the Hyuga clan and Appo's division between branch and main families. Normally, allowing Tanu to act independently was a testament to their recognition of his strength, but after the recent events, the entire clan was in an uproar, akin to ants scalded by boiling water. In summary, anyone could perish, but Tanu must not face any misfortune. When he was first brought to the hospital, some clan members even suggested using Izanagi to save him, but unable to meet the conditions to activate the technique, they had to abandon the idea. After a series of resuscitation efforts, Tanu no longer faced mortal danger, yet he remained in a comatose state, yet to awaken. Tsunade, Orochimaru. When do you think Tanu will regain consciousness? Fugaku inquired anxiously. Tsunade wiped the cold sweat from her brow and replied wearily, his injuries are quite severe. The most critical is the penetrating wound in his abdomen, which appears to have been inflicted by a sharp object, causing cracks in his sage art chakra. Orochimaru nodded in agreement, adding, indeed, preserving his life is already a significant feat. However, there is no need for concern, given his abilities. He will recover swiftly once he awakens. In truth, Orochimaru felt no anxiety. He had a simple yet brutal solution in mind, though he refrained from voicing it. That was to kill Tanu, then perform a reanimation technique combined with the rebirth of the earth, which would not only revive him but also restore any lost limbs in an instant. Given the level of concern from those surrounding Tanu, he feared he would be torn to pieces before he could finish explaining. Chapter 59, Ninetales, You Are the Cat. When Tanu awoke once more, it was already the afternoon of the following day. As he slowly opened his eyes, he beheld Uchiha Kyuka dozing by the bedside. Closing his eyes in concentration, he carefully attuned himself to his physical state, letting out a long sigh. In this battle, he had not only lost an arm and a leg, but the abdomen, pierced by the truth-seeking orb, had also been severely damaged, resulting in several internal organs being dislodged. The most critical injury was to his sage chi golden core, which now bore fine cracks. His inner body was in disarray, with vast amounts of natural energy surging chaotically from those fissures. Had it not been for his last-ditch effort to use chakra to stabilize his golden core and vital organs, he would have perished instantly from that blow. Not dwelling on these thoughts further, Tanu struggled to extend his hand from the covers, gently nudging Kyuka. Instantly alert, Kyuka exclaimed, Tanu, you're finally awake. Meanwhile, the two individuals who had been standing guard outside the door entered to check on him, and upon seeing him conscious, one hurried off to summon a doctor. Kyuka looked at him with concern, asking, How do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Tanu shook his head lightly, assuring her, I'm fine. I'm not dead. As soon as my chakra is reorganized, I will be able to recover. At that moment, Faeke, Orochimaru, and Uchiha Madara entered the room. Faeke rushed to the bedside, inquiring about Tanu's condition, but before he could respond, Madara interrupted him. With keen interest, Madara regarded Tanu, asking, What on earth happened? What kind of enemy could inflict such injuries upon you? After taking a few sips from the cup of water that Kyuka had handed him, Tanu slowly recounted. I ventured into another parallel dimension, where I encountered the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, specifically the Obito you saw in the illusion I previously showed you. He then narrated his solitary expedition into the parallel realm, while Madara and Orochimaru, already aware of Tanu and Appo's ability to traverse parallel dimensions, maintained a calm demeanor. Faeke, hearing this for the first time, was overwhelmed with shock, his expression reflecting the tumult within. Initially, he was merely taken aback at the news of Tanu participating in the Fourth Great Ninja War in another timeline. But when Tanu spoke of facing the Ten Tails Jinchuriki Obito alone, the expressions of the others darkened, marked by dissatisfaction at Tanu and Appo's reckless behavior and concern over the formidable power of the Ten Tails. That was reckless. Do not venture into a parallel dimension alone again. We could have fought together. There was no need for you to face it single-handedly, Faeke admonished seriously. All right, I understand. That dimension is likely inaccessible now. Having slept for so long, they must have already defeated Kaguya, Tanu replied. Madara then inquired, Is the power of the Ten Tails truly that terrifying? If you were to become the Ten Tails, how confident would you be against an enemy of sage level? Tanu responded, I have shared the tales of the Sage of Six Paths with you. The chakra of all beings in the ninja world can be traced back to the Ten Tails. And as the source of chakra, its power is indeed formidable. However, becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki is far too cumbersome. The Ten Tails is merely a tool used by the Otsutsuki clan to harvest chakra fruits. At this point, a subtle smile graced Tanu's lips, a knowing glint in his eyes as he fixed his gaze upon them. Faeke and Madara, seemingly grasping something profound, exchanged thoughtful glances, yet dared not jump to conclusions. Only Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with insight. Tanu, I believe we might emulate the methods of the Otsutsuki clan, utilizing the Ten Tails to cultivate the divine tree for chakra fruits. Furthermore, your ability to traverse multiple parallel dimensions could allow us to enact this plan across various timelines. When the fruits mature, we need not fear lacking the strength to confront future formidable foes. I have considered this as well. However, those parallel dimensions also harbor Otsutsuki. If we cannot find a way to counter them, we would merely be aiding them in their cultivation, Tanu replied with a resigned expression. How will we know unless we try? Allow me to go. Just then, Hashirama's booming voice resonated from outside. Moments later, Hashirama pushed open the door, and Tobirama followed closely behind. Take me and Tobirama to another dimension. I am quite the expert at planting trees. Let us hold off for now. First, we must deal with the Otsutsuki present in this realm, then acquire a few pairs of Rinnegan, selecting a suitable pair for you to implant before you venture out, ensuring a greater chance of success, Tanu advised. All right, once you've fully recovered, we shall commence our actions and eliminate the Otsutsuki here, Hashirama agreed. For now, rest well. We shall not intrude any longer. After bidding farewell to his visitors, Tanu could no longer resist the overwhelming wave of fatigue washing over him. Closing his eyes, he sank into a deep slumber. 3 days later, at dawn, Tanu stood quietly on the hospital balcony, gazing out the window. After 3 days of recuperation, his previously chaotic chakra had nearly returned to normal, and the fissures in his dantian were nearly healed. Having awakened at sunrise, he employed his ocular technique to restore his physical form to its pre-injury state. Despite his physical recovery, the fatigue weighing on his spirit and the lingering weakness from incomplete chakra restoration felt like heavy shackles, requiring ample time for rest to break free. Turning to the bedside, he affectionately ruffled the fluffy head of the little Ninetales. Who dares to ambush me? The Ninetales exclaimed, leaping up, but upon realizing it was Tanu, it immediately drooped its head and nuzzled against him in a show of affection. On the day Tanu regained consciousness, Fayeque had arranged for the little fox to be brought to him, as it had been causing quite a ruckus during Tianu's absence. Seemingly sensing that this was not its original timeline, the little Ninetales had completely let loose, spending its days either playing with cats and dogs or teasing the great Ninetales nestled in Kushina's belly. Come on, let us go home, Tanu said gently, cradling the little fox in his arms as he made his way downstairs. After completing the discharge procedures, Tanu headed straight back to the Uchiha clan's residence. Upon his return, he spotted Itachi and the small bundle nestled in his arms, little Sasuke, who was just over 2 years old. Due to his own troubled childhood, Itachi had taken great care to prevent Tanu from interacting with Sasuke. As soon as he caught sight of Tanu, Itachi swiftly turned, carrying little Sasuke as he hurried towards home. However, before he could enter, little Sasuke protested, opening his arms towards Tanu and calling out in his sweet voice, "Big cat. I want the big cat." The little Ninetales mused inwardly, "You are the cat. Your whole family is a bunch of cats." Chapter 60. Hinata's disappearance. The tender voice of a child rendered Itachi, the doting brother, completely defenseless. He stood there, almost instinctively, gazing in the direction pointed out by Sasuke. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Tanu approached and seized Itachi and Appo's arm. "Hey, Itachi, why are you running away?" "Ah, nothing. I just remembered I hadn't put my clothes away," Itachi replied, his expression awkward, his gaze evasive. "Haha, is this little Sasuke?" "It seems the little fellow is quite fond of the little fox," Tanu said, glancing down at the small creature nestled in Itachi's arms. At this moment, both little ones seemed eager to meet. Sasuke babbled excitedly, wanting to embrace the small nine-tailed fox, while the fox, brandishing its claws, appeared ready to nip at the child. However, its adorable demeanor only elicited laughter from Sasuke. Tanu gently tapped the small nine-tailed fox and Appo's head, cautioning it to behave, before handing it over. Itachi anxiously watched the two tiny beings in his arms. After all, this was a nine-tailed fox, although it was not the fearsome beast sealed away in their village. Itachi had witnessed its wrath before. Just recently, the little creature had flattened a house with a miniature-tailed beast bomb after a pet dog had barked at it. Well, it and Appo's. It's been a while since I and Appo's visited your home. Are Uncle Fugaku and Aunt Mikoto at home? Why, yes, they are. Please, come in, Itachi replied hurriedly, stepping aside to open the gate. In the courtyard, the three sat across from each other. Aside from Fugaku, who occupied the main seat, the presence of two other figures surprised Tanu, Hinata and Appo's head of the clan, Hyuga Hayashi, and his brother, Hyuga Hizashi. It was rare to see these two, who seldom ventured out except for significant village meetings. Upon noticing Tanu, Fugaku waved him over and, after Tanu settled down, gestured for Itachi to take little Sasuke back to their room. "How is your recovery progressing?" "It's already much better." "What seems to be the issue with you two uncles?" Tanu asked, looking at the two brothers, who wore expressions of concern, as though troubled by some distressing matter. "Indeed. The Hyuga clan has encountered a bit of trouble. Your arrival is quite timely. Hayashi, perhaps you should inform Tanu." He is well acquainted with that clan and might uncover some clues, Fugaku suggested. Trouble? Could it be related to the incident in which Hinata was abducted? Tanu pondered. Though it seemed unlikely, his presence had put an end to the turmoil in the ninja world, and such an event should not have occurred. Moreover, he recalled no other troubles besetting the Hyuga clan. What is it, Hayashi? What has happened? Sighing heavily, Hayashi spoke with a furrowed brow. Last night, the Hyuga clan was attacked, and my youngest daughter, Hinata, was kidnapped. Witnesses reported that the assailant bore a striking resemblance to the person imprisoned in our village, clad in a white robe, with a pale complexion and Byakugan. We heard that the Uchiha clan has knowledge of this clan, so we sought you out for any intelligence. Upon hearing this, Tanu and Appo's pupils involuntarily constricted. Clad in a white robe, with a pale complexion and Byakugan, wasn't he that characteristic of the Otsutsuki clan? Otsutsuki sh10? No, he should still be a child by now. Plus he is naturally blind. Yet, there is no reason for other Otsutsuki members to covet the Byakugan. Could it be sh10 and Appo's father? This possibility crossed Tanu and Appo's mind. He vividly remembered sh10 visiting the ninja world with his father when he was young, and even encountered a young Hinata. Was it possible that the course of history had shifted, leading to unforeseen developments? I believe I may have an idea of where your daughter is, Hayashi. Are you familiar with Otsutsuki Y village? Hyuga Hayashi contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. Is he the one who took Hinata? No, it is not him, but rather his descendants. In fact, your Hyuga clan is also descended from them. Thousands of years ago, Otsutsuki Y village took most of its clan to the moon, leaving behind the lineage that is now the Hyuga clan. The ones who kidnapped Hinata likely belonged to the branch that went to the moon. Tanu then elaborated on this segment of history to the clan head, sharing what he knew about the future involving sh10. Initially skeptical of Tanu and Appo's conjecture, the others began to believe it upon hearing that there was a method to synthesize the Rinnegan from Byakugan on the moon. However, if the enemy is on the moon, how can we possibly reach them? Hayashi asked urgently. I remember there is a cave near a waterfall that contains a spring that leads directly to the moon. However, I'm uncertain of its location. Let me use a Jinjutsu to show you what the area looks like. Perhaps someone might recognize it. With that, Tanu cast a Jinjutsu, immersing them into a frigid landscape reminiscent of the place where Naruto and his friends found the passage to the moon. Do you recognize this place? It should be nearby. As Tanu released the Jinjutsu, he observed Fugaku and Hayashi frowning in deep thought before shaking their heads. Hizashi, however, exhibited a hint of suspicion. And after comparing it with a memory, he spoke softly. I believe I have been to this place a few years ago during a mission. It is an uninhabited primeval forest, located within the land of fire. Hayashi bowed deeply to Tanu and Fugaku, expressing profound gratitude. Since we have found a lead, I shall organize a team for the rescue. I want to take up more of your time. Wait, Hayashi. Now that I am aware of this matter, as a friend, I cannot stand idly by. I shall accompany you, Fugaku called out promptly. Indeed, Uncle Hayashi, we are distant relatives and should assist each other. Count me in, Tanu added, rushing forward to clasp Hyuga Hayashi's arm. Regardless of anything else, he could not turn a blind eye to Hinata's predicament. He recalled how much he had admired the white-eyed princess in the past. Very well, thank you. I will forever remember this kindness, Hayashi replied, bowing once more, gratitude evident in his eyes. Chapter 61. Journey to the Moon. Before long, Hinata gathered several dozen elite jonin from the branch family at the entrance of Konoha. While only a handful of Uchiha, around 10 in number, made the journey, this was not due to a lack of strength on the part of the Uchiha clan, but rather a strategic decision to maintain a stronger grip on the Shinobi world, with most of their elite dispatched on various missions, though their numbers were few. The lineup was indeed impressive, including figures such as Uchiha Madara, Fugaku, Shursui, Hyuga, and Inuzuka, all participating in this rescue operation. Hashirama and Tobirama were also to accompany them. But Fugaku politely declined, citing the need for someone to remain in Konoha, which was reassuring given the presence of these two alongside Minato. Under Hinata and Appo's guidance, after 2 hours of travel, they finally arrived at a location reminiscent of the scene described in the illusion. However, it was still autumn, and the trees were lush and vibrant, with the only distinguishable landmark being the waterfall cascading down the cliff. Hinata, please use your Byakugan to search for any nearby caves. The spring water at the bottom of the cave is the passage to the moon, Hinata was instructed. He nodded in acknowledgement and turned to the elite members of the Hinata clan, instructing them to use their Byakugan to search in different directions. Moments later, someone finally located the cave and called for everyone to gather. Upon entering the cave and gazing at the pool of shimmering green water, the group found themselves momentarily at a loss. Hinata furrowed his brows, realizing the water harbored some mysterious power that blocked the Byakugan's vision, rendering them unable to see the bottom of the pool. He turned to Tanu and inquired, "Is the passage you mentioned beneath this water?" "Fear not. This is no ordinary water, but a manifestation of a certain space-time ninjutsu. Observe." Tanu crouched down and scooped up the green spring water, and miraculously, the water seemed to vanish into thin air once it left the pool. Entering will induce an illusion, unless someone well-versed in illusions enters the water. They may remain trapped in memories forever. Everyone, be cautious. With that, Tanu took the lead and dove into the water, swimming towards the bottom, followed closely by the others. How astonishing. It feels like water yet allows for free breathing, an elite jonin from the Hinata clan exclaimed upon plunging into the depths. Focus up. Concentrate to resist any illusions that may arise, his companion reminded him. After descending over 20 meters, they suddenly found themselves in another realm, experiencing a strong sense of weightlessness. Due to the inertia from their previous descent, they uncontrollably plunged deeper into the void. This new space was filled with floating orbs radiating a gentle glow, resembling miniature stars. Their dreamlike luminescence captivating most of the group and Appo's attention. However, the Uchiha members, having been prepared, activated their Sharingan in anticipation of the impending illusions. On a slightly larger star, Tanu and others helped dispel the illusions affecting the others. That was a powerful illusion. Despite our preparations, we still fell victim to it, Hinata said sheepishly, scratching his head. The Hinata clan had been entirely ensnared, causing him to blush with embarrassment. That and Appo's normal. It was an illusion designed for intruders, known as the memory cage. It was likely crafted by Kaguya Otsutsuki when she opened this passage. Our resistance is thanks to the Sharingan, Tanu reassured. He then turned to another spring not far away and said, "Crossing through this spring will lead us to the moon, which is the enemy and Appo's stronghold. Prepare for battle." "Understood. Let us get ready for combat." The group shouted in unison before diving into the spring once more. A few minutes later, with a resounding crash, the massive crab guarding the area was pierced by a light blue sword, its body lifted high into the air. What a bore, using such a creature as a guard. "The inhabitants of the moon are truly foolish," Madara remarked, swinging his Susanoos arm and shattering the crab into pieces. "Oh, are we being welcomed by guests?" he said as hundreds of uniformed figures swiftly emerged from the corners of the space, encircling the group. "Intruders detected. Death. A cold." Mechanical voice announced as the figures moved in unison, conjuring golden orbs of light aimed at them. "This chakra feels strange. It's not like that of a living being but rather resembles a puppet. Everyone, be careful." Hinata, who had been using his Byakugan to survey the area, quickly discerned that these beings were merely puppets. Rotating heaven. Dozens of Hinata ninjas rapidly formed a defensive line, executing the technique to deflect the incoming light orbs, causing explosions to erupt throughout the confined space. "I sense metal within these puppet bodies. Witness the might of my Konoha magnetic king." Uchiha Tetsuhan leaped forward, activating his Mangekyō Sharingan in an attempt to control the puppets. However, the puppets remained unaffected by his ocular power, turning their gaze towards him as countless light orbs were launched in his direction. Just as Tetsuhan stood in shock, a golden hand reached out and seized him, pulling him into the crowd behind him. "How is this possible? I could clearly sense the metal within them. Why can't I control them?" Tetsuhan exclaimed in disbelief. "Don't be reckless. That's the power of the Rinnegan, which surpasses the Sharingan in certain aspects," Tanu explained, turning to the others. "Let us work together and eliminate these foes." The group launched a counterattack, and the battle intensified. Given the combined strength of the Uchiha and Hinata clans, this should have been a decisive victory. Yet, the sheer number of puppets was overwhelming, continuously pouring forth from the end of the passage. Furthermore, the defeated puppets began to reassemble, returning to the fray in mere moments. "This is troublesome. We need to cut through here. The space is too confined to unleash large-scale techniques," Madara stated, activating the skeletal form of his Susanoo and brandishing dual light swords as he charged toward the oncoming puppets. The other Uchiha ninjas followed suit, activating their skeletal forms and protecting the Hinata members within their ranks as they surged forward alongside Madara. "It's time to showcase the strength of the Hinata clan. We cannot be seen as a burden to the Uchiha brothers. Everyone, let us utilize our sage techniques," Hinata shouted. "Understood. Head of the clan, let them witness the power of our Byakugan combined with sage techniques." Chapter 62. The enigma of the Byakugan domain. A unique yet subtle surge of chakra emanated from dozens of Hyuga ninjas, coalescing into a sphere that radiated outward from a collective center, penetrating thousands of meters in an instant. Under the influence of this domain, the world appeared to lose its vibrancy, apart from the vibrant colors retained by the group from Konoha. The mountains, waters, and puppets were all shrouded in monochrome. Is it possible to share the vision of the Byakugan, and with such an extensive range? The leading figure, Uchiha Madara, wore a look of astonishment as he turned toward the Hyuga ninjas behind him. Hinata spoke. This technique was developed by our clan based on sage arts. By utilizing the Byakugan to activate it, natural energy serves as a bridge to link the mental energies of our allies. The stronger the chakra, the broader the coverage and the more potent the effect. Hinata continued. Moreover, it does not stop there. Enemies within the domain will also experience interference, which slows their thought and action speed. Tanu turned to the Hyuga ninjas behind him, giving them a thumbs up. This is truly a radar for the ninja world. With such an extraordinary auxiliary ability, battles will become significantly easier. However, he also recognized a flaw in this technique. It was exceedingly conspicuous. If released from the center of the user, the enemy could simply bombard the core of the domain, inevitably striking the radar. Thus, Tanu voiced his thoughts. Uncle Hinata, while this technique is indeed useful, it also exposes our position. The enemy need only unleash their attacks on the central point. As if anticipating such a remark, Hinata smirked slightly. With a mere thought, the entire domain began to morph under his control. The previously spherical field started to change shape. Everyone felt the shared vision extend while the ranges to the sides and behind them gradually diminished. Truly a genius of the Uchiha clan. Hinata recognized the flaw that had taken us weeks to uncover and gave Tanu a thumbs up. He then added, however, we have improved upon this flaw. The domain and Oppo's coverage can be altered according to the will of the controller, thus preventing the enemy from pinpointing our exact location. As he spoke, he continued to modify the domain, which transformed into an elongated oval in the perception of the group. Their positions were constantly shifting, sometimes at the left edge of the domain, at other times at the back. No worries now, unless the enemy and Oppo's attack range can completely encompass the domain. We are nearing the exit. There are too many minions. Stay close to me. The foremost Uchiha Madara commanded, prompting the others to hastily gather near him. Boom. The colossal complete-body Susanoo made its entrance, forcefully bursting open the cave and Oppo's exit, obliterating hundreds of puppets in a single strike. As the giant ascended into the sky, the group was awestruck by the sight of the blue sky, white clouds, and the boundless ocean. Though they had glimpsed some aspects of this place through the Byakugan, witnessing it firsthand was still astonishing. Is this truly on the moon? The moon possesses such a magnificent landscape? Someone gasped in disbelief. Do not be deceived by this illusory time. All of this is a miniature world created by the Rinnegan. We are currently inside the moon. Do you see that sun? That is the stronghold of the descendants of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, where the Rinnegan is concealed. Indeed, as everyone gazed upward at the sun, they sensed a distinct chill. The sunlight was devoid of warmth. Moreover, within that glow, countless small black dots were enlarging. They were the puppets riding monstrous birds approaching them. It appears this ordeal is far from over. Just how many puppets are there? Hinata, extend the domain and help me lock onto all the puppets. Let us annihilate them all in one fell swoop. Uchiha Madara declared dominantly, already vexed by the seemingly endless stream of puppets, which could rapidly recover unless utterly destroyed. Hey, Senior Madara, Hinata exclaimed, veins bulging at his temples, as did the other Hyuga clan members around him. With their combined efforts, the domain and Oppo's range expanded several times, extending forward over 10 miles. The puppets on their monstrous birds were ensnared within the domain, marked by a unique mental signal. Sage art, fire release, great fire dragon dance. Without forming any hand seals, a multitude of blazing fireballs erupted from Madara's mouth, splitting into 2, then 4, morphing into thousands of small fire dragons racing toward their aerial targets. The puppets instinctively attempted to evade on their giant birds, but the small fire dragons pursued them relentlessly, cornering and attacking with precision. This was not the primary reason for their impending doom. Every few fire dragons would select a target, coordinating their actions, either chasing from behind or blocking in front. Upon destroying one target, the remaining fire dragons would shift their focus to other puppets. What incredible mental prowess! The ability to simultaneously control so many fire dragons against an enemy demonstrates unparalleled mastery of chakra. Not only the Hyuga ninjas, but even the Uchiha elites were astonished. realizing that they would find it exceedingly difficult to reach Madara's level of technique control even after a decade of training. Hearing his companion's astonished praises, Madara burst into boisterous laughter. Basic skills, nothing more. Tanu, standing nearby, could not help but scoff. Were it not for the Hyuga clan and Amp, Appos, S domain, controlling even hundreds would have been your limit. And it would have been a chaotic endeavor at that. Hey, you little brat, don't push me to slap you while I'm in a good mood, Madara retorted. Frustrated, he quickly attempted to save face, insisting, give me just a year, and I shall reach the next stage. Once I attain the golden elixir, I could easily control tens of thousands of fire dragons, even without this domain's assistance. Sure, I don't believe it. I feel I will reach the next stage before you. Shall we compete when the time comes? So soon? I think I'll have to give you a good thrashing before you surpass me. Otherwise, I won't have the chance later. What is that saying you often use? Let me think. Ah, right. And Appos, take advantage of your illness and snatch your life. And Appos, it's take advantage of your illness and snatch your life. Tanu corrected, feigning a pitiful expression while looking at Uchiha Fugaku beside him, a tear almost trickling from his eye. You brat, you're asking for it, Fugaku retorted. Chapter 63. Otsutsuki Kagaya. Once we return, I shall deal with you. Ban glared at Tanu with a seething look, then turned his gaze toward the direction of the sun and declared, our next course of action is to assault directly and retrieve the girl named Hinata. Wait a moment, the Rinnegan. Before Tanu could finish his words, Ban had already commanded his Susanoo to unleash an attack, the Usaka Magatama, toward the end Amp, Appos, Sunday and Amp, Appos. However, the result was evident. Aside from causing a slight tremor, the surface of the end Appos, Sun and Appos, remained unscathed. I told you to wait. That thing is conjured from the chakra of the Rinnegan. Unless one possesses an exceptionally pure Byakugan bloodline, forcibly breaching it is nearly impossible, Tanu remarked as he glanced at the Hinata clan members, Hizashi and Niji. When he referred to the high purity of the Byakugan bloodline, he naturally meant the Hyuga clan's Hizashi and his younger brother Niji. With the Hyuga clan's astonishingly rigorous lineage system, the purity of their bloodline even surpasses that of the moon's lineage. What of the Rinnegan? I shall test how it compares to my Sharingan. Ban and Amp, Appos. S demeanor was frenzied as he shouted, and his eyes shifted from the Sharingan to the Rinnegan. As he controlled his Susanoo to approach the surface of the end Amp, Appos, Sun, and Amp, Appos, the Rinnegan and Amp, Appos. S light shimmered, emanating an immense force that radiated from the fist of the Susanoo. With a heavy punch, he struck the surface of the end Amp, Appos, Sunday, and Amp, Appos, Shinra Tensei, Susanoo fist. The earth-shattering sound resonated throughout the realm as the end Amp, Appos, Sun, and Amp, Appos, trembled violently beneath the impact. Cracking in concentric circles from where the Susanoo's fist had struck, massive fissures spreading outward. After a brief pause, a colossal hole appeared on the surface of the sun. Ban, maneuvering his Susanoo, swiftly entered the void. However, upon entering the end Appos, Sun, and Appos, the gaping hole began to heal rapidly. Ban glanced back, the derision in his eyes vanished, replaced by shock and gravity. Only he could sense the terrifying power that lay within the sun after that single blow. Upon entering, the domain remained unaffected. Byakugan, Hizashi shouted. In the Byakugan and Amp, Appos, S domain instantly enveloped the internal space of the planet. In that realm, even a fly could not escape detection. Found it. The young lady is over there, Niji exclaimed, pointing to the highest point of the castle. Yet, Ban did not immediately steer his Susanoo toward that direction. His gaze was fixated on a distant floating island. Under the coverage of the Byakugan's domain, this particular location remained undetectable, igniting his curiosity. Stop looking. Their Rinnegan is located on that island. We must rescue her first. And we can investigate the Rinnegan later, Tanu urged, placing a hand on Ban and Amp, Appos, as shoulder. At that moment, a sharp attack shot down from above the castle, moving with the swiftness of light, piercing through the Susanoo and arriving before Ban in an instant. Even under the Byakugan's domain, no one aside from Ban and Tanu could react in time. Tanu and Amp, Appos, S injuries had not yet healed, as he attempted to utilize his divine power to redirect the attack. His chakra momentarily faltered, allowing the strike to reach Ban. However, Ban was quick to respond, swiftly drawing the fan from his back to block the attack. A burst of white light erupted, and the explosive aftermath was entirely rebounded. Uchiha rebound. As the residual energy dissipated, Ban and Appos, S expression turned grave as he gazed at the fan in his hand, where numerous fine cracks had appeared on what could be described as an artifact of the Uchiha clan. Did you not say the Rinnegan was on that island? What is that? Ban and Amp. Appo's voice was low, his gaze locked onto the figures floating toward them, one large and one small. That is also a Rinnegan. It is likely Hinata and Amp. Appo's eyes, Tanu remarked, feeling speechless while internally cursing. They Don and Amp. Appo's. To even spare a 2 or 3-year-old girl. How could such a tiny child possibly match your eyes? As if to refute his speculation, the adult among the two figures approached and spoke. No. This is merely a secret technique of my clan, forcibly awakening the bloodline power, temporarily activating the Rinnegan after merging with Hinata and Appo's chakra. Upon hearing the mention of Hinata, Hisashi and Appo's expression turned frantic as he shouted at the speaker. What have you done to my daughter? Return her to me, you scoundrel. Calm down, your daughter is well. I merely extracted a portion of her chakra. I will return Hinata to you shortly. After addressing Hisashi, the individual turned his gaze toward Tanu. You are Tanu Uchiha, correct? Follow me, I have the answers you seek. Sho, take the other guests to the castle to rest for a while. He patted the head of the boy named Sho, and then flew toward the island that held the Rinnegan. I am also quite interested in the Rinnegan. Ban remarked darkly from the side. Upon hearing this, the individual paused, glancing back with a hint of surprise in his eyes. The Rinnegan, an impressive eye indeed. You may join as well. Ban and Chanyu exchanged a glance, both nodding at Fugaku. Fugaku activated his Susanoo and followed Sho toward the castle, while Ban and Tanu trailed behind the speaker toward the floating island. Moments later, they arrived at the place where the Rinnegan was stored. Before anyone could inquire, the figure spoke lightly. I understand you have many questions. First, let me introduce myself. I am Sho and Appo's father, Otsutsuki Kagaya. Without waiting for Tanu and Ban to respond, Kagaya waved his hand, and the three of them were instantly transported into a Genjutsu space. Disregarding the tension that hung in the air between them as he continued, 3 years ago, I discovered that the trajectory of the ninja world had changed. You should know that some members of our Otsutsuki clan possess the ability to manipulate time from birth, such as the one you know, Urashiki. Though he only utilizes the most superficial aspects of it. But do you know the source of all this, and why we can manipulate time without facing punishment? As Kagaya spoke, he turned his gaze to Tanu. Tanu shook his head, uncertain. This has been a mystery to me. Urashiki can traverse the past at will through his artifacts without concern for karmic repercussions. Yet I merely alter the flow of time or retrace it, and am subjected to some terrifying force. First, I dreamt of a sword light slicing through a river. And then I perished after the prophecy revealed by the great toad of Myoboku. What is the reason for this? Because of the Otsutsuki deity, you should know his name. Right, outsider? Sho, do not be startled. Simply listen to me.